Hey, what's going on? It's just a continued convo, but yeah, I'm just gonna come through. But I think people was just coming through over here. Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah,
what's
yeah,
going
yeah.
on? Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's
That's
going
going
on?
on. Yeah, let me get set up real quick. Yeah, yeah, I know people was coming through, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check out something yet the continued convo. But yeah, I didn't think I was gonna stream today, but I said, I can do this. This may go longer. This
Right.
is gonna go longer because I'll let people come through. I'm just gonna see for right now. Yeah, I saw DS1 stream when I skywatch. I didn't know what he was talking about. That's the side nether joint, but he did one yesterday. It was fire to
Oh
me.
yeah, I actually had to watch the replay of you know, like father,
Yeah.
like son. Uh
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Yeah, I watched the replay
yeah,
as well, man. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
I was
What's
like,
going on, degenerate? What's going on, degenerate? Yeah, I'm going to I don't say nonprofit. Yeah, I ain't even. Yeah, man. Yeah, Cuda's gonna do his setup, but I didn't know he was. Yeah, we'll see who's in here. Yeah, shout him out. Yeah, man. That's the longest I've been on his, but it's probably cut off because of the YouTube time constraints. But yeah,
yeah,
that's like 17 hours, 8 minutes, and 8 seconds. God damn.
sheesh.
Sheesh. Sheesh is
Sheesh.
right. Sheesh is right. Let me. Yeah, but see, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had nothing scheduled because I think I did. I think I did one the other night. It was supposed to be on the 22nd, but it extended on the 23rd, and I did the outside stream. Yeah, yeah, I've been doing good. So and I probably won't do none tomorrow because it's Wednesday because I'm ready for Thursday thrills. So that's gonna be a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
the false idols and things like that. And
Mm,
it's just sad, but the pseudo intellectualism. Oh yeah, that's crazy right there. That extended. Oh, I
yeah.
cut off to 11:55. I knew it was gonna zone out like that. Yeah, because we discussed everything on that panel. So
Nah,
I'm not even tripping off of it. You know what I'm
oh
saying?
man, that was great news to hear. the snail
Yeah,
got her shit. The snail got her shit taken away.
yeah, that was. I saw that yesterday. Shouts out to people that told me it was Pepe the Frog and things like that. I mean, yeah, man, because everybody's talking about some dumb stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
all good.
it's all good. It's all
It's all
good.
good when you mess
It's on
around, but
you.
that man haters so-called club, man, it's crazy, man.
Shit, they haven't appeared in my fucking after,
Yeah,
after that name. Yeah, I'm the man hater club slayer.
yeah,
Oh boy.
yeah.
It's like give it a rest. What you girls doing, man? Bunch of little girls crying.
Copy and paste. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the chat. If everyone come up. Yeah, I didn't want to talk, but I'm glad y'all came through. I'm gonna pin this because I don't know how long I'm gonna be on here. I got time to. Yeah, I got time today because I know it's gonna be like five something. You know. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
usually I don't do. I usually do it around 3 or something or 4. But when Cuda was on that long in that morning, so I came on around. I think it was about 6 something, about 5 or 6 something. I was on this panel, and it took me those hours. But that 17 hours, that's the longest we've been on this panel. But it cut off to 11 hours, so a lot of that conversation is kind of lost.
Mm,
Yeah. If
yeah.
they extended it, that'd be nice. But that's YouTube. They have to extend the hours of the streams. Yeah, some people go for hours, man. Yeah, that's what they're trying to work on. But
Mm.
yeah, man. But yeah, Just DeAndre was great. Okay, who is D Darrell live with TMC thing? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. What's his name? Pepe the Frog told me about it. He said, the reason he told me about it is because what happened to Bomb Cherry's channel. He mentioned that in my stuff live stream, so it's kind of like something. So
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man, that's hilarious. That is hilarious.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, she thought she was safe. Oh, how sweet. Oh well. Ugh, I'm getting tired of these fucking strags anyway.
yeah.
It's like,
He
oh,
said that ain't no open pound cooking upset, and I'm gonna say what's up to him. He's a piece again. I'm gonna give him a salute. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, man. But yeah. Yeah, degenerates over here. But see, I didn't think I was going to do a live. I said we can continue the conversation instead of you going live. I said, let's do it, man, because I've been on hours with Cuda, man. It's cool, man. But see, I got up when he was already on. I didn't realize he was live that morning. See, I was watching his the restream from the second shift. You know what I mean? And I was watching that, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be good. And I said, man, this is going to be all right. So, yeah. Yeah, Triple Black probably needs some rest. I don't know what he's gonna do. So, yeah, man. Like, yeah, I got some links from old boy, Enhanced Utility. I said, bro. He said, bro. Yeah, what's going on, man? Salute. Appreciate you coming through, man. But you know what I'm saying, like,
yeah,
get my
yeah, I
man
know.
moderation. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
I
cool.
know. Oh,
yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it's cool though. I believe Justin Andre will pop up any minute right now. He'll pop up any minute right now because I'm good.
3, 2,
1.
1.
He'll pop up any minute in the chat right now. Didn't see the link. I said, yeah, man. Like I mean, what they was talking about. Yeah, let's come up here. Yeah, let's talk about it. Hey, man, what's going on?
Not much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm in my car, man. I'm headed to the mechanic shop to get my brakes done.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's just a continued convo over at Cuda's. It's like I have to change. He did like 17 hours, man. We had to get off, and it cut off around 11 hours and 55 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know how YouTube does, but that's the whole point. But I put the links in his back chat so y'all can come over. So I had to set a stream up. I'll start doing it if they want to continue convo. I did this before with fasting. And that's how I set it. I set it up, and I just put them. And he said, "Yeah, I could put them in the main chat. People come over and things like that." I did it before with Just DeAndre when I did the second time when he came over. Not Just DeAndre. No, I did that with when we did with Wacky. My fault with Wacky, so he came through. So yeah, somebody come through. I posted it in my community tab, so
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing special. I'm just doing it, Yeah. So. Yeah. Kuda gave me a like to share in his stream. Yeah, he's talking and doing my thing. So
what y'all talk about now?
Talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Probably management stuff. We was picking up where we left off, and we was talking about Slug Cherry getting her channel deleted. Yeah, it's great news, but she's got another one. You know how she's gonna bounce out and they gonna argue again. We was trying to say, they was trying to say Kevin Guy. I'm like, okay,
That's nice.
That's nice. What else you gonna say? We was talking about restreams and things like that, But yeah, we steered off of the tech conversation. Then Sexy Red tried to derail it at the end, but it was cut out of the stream, so you ain't got to worry about it. She got tight at the end, so said, I had to go. I was like, all right, but she'll be around. Yeah,
she'll be all right.
I like the concept of manosphere, but man, it's a clusterfuck, bro.
Yeah, for now, it's just you just got to be mindful who you hang around. But there's brothers that can build. Don't get me wrong, it's just ain't enough. And I was telling it to RPA, man, you just got to get in where you fit in, and that's the thing. So yeah.
That's why when you told me a couple of hours ago, I said, yeah, it looks like I'm just gonna have to be selective on who I'm subscribed to or talk to.
Yeah. He said Manosphere is like a chitlin circuit. He said that before on my other streams. Yeah, that's right. A degenerate. Yeah, he's a loyal. He's new. He came over at the other place. But yeah, a lot of them.
I'm like barely new, but like I went back. I went back over the last couple of years.
Salute you, D.
So just to get an idea of what y'all about. But you know, it's the same old. Talking about bitches.
I mean, the space I hang around mostly be at Art of New Styles and BGS a little bit. I stay in those ranges. I mean, Cuda's just my little entertainment, just to talk, just to build. You know, we talk about different things and where we're gonna move forward. Now, Ramil is like the financial side of it, like when it comes to real estate and money. Yeah.
He's a good one. I like that brother.
Yeah. And that's what I did. I deal with different people. You know, my palette's kind of wide full. Now, I also talk to a female, what's her name? Anti-socialite. She always support male issues. And then she have male people talk on panels and stuff. She got her own channel. Yeah, he's been in this sector since 2010. So he came from the 1.0 era. Yeah, degenerate. Yeah, see, some of these dudes, I came in I'll say like 08 because I follow Sergeant Willie P, but I've been on YouTube since 07 on my old channel. So I've been in black spaces. I already know how to get down, but that's the thing with me, man.
Yeah, so here's my thing. So you mean to tell me Manosphere's been around since 2008?
Yeah, for the original, the first one, like, yeah. Wacky was saying that, yeah, for years. And then there's different levels to it. So I'm just saying, like, that's one of the reasons why I seen it, like, people just come and go. Like, we was talking about topics like this all the time. So I was like saying, for me, like, you just got to fit in where you fit in nowadays with the new Manosphere, because like what you're dealing with, the 3.0, I won't say debacle. I will say it's more like you got different ideals and people have different beliefs, but they're doing their own thing now. But, you know, now we're on a standstill. But you got brothers doing this thing. But, you know, I watched GS1 though, 9 out of 10 with the A game thing and his little program. So that's going to be a huge thing. I'll see what they're going to do next, you know, because he's saying we're all struggling on the health thing. You know, a lot of people care about that. I think Nameless talked about that earlier in the stream over at Cuda. I might have to see that restream. How many hours we get in and talk, because we build on that string. That's the first time I've ever been on a panel with you. I see you in the chat a lot. You have some good information, valuable stuff. You be over at Arts a lot. So I'll be over there a lot too. So yeah, he said I was at the age watching J Love 47. Yeah, I was around older than you on that in 2010. I was in my 20s at the time. And then Mr. Superboy 2-3 and Tommy. So now J Love 47 is by, I'll tell you that. But you know, he went against SWP at the time. They were like rivals and things like that. But that's the first time I learned about black spaces with them two rivals. They're from Philly. But the thing was, it taught me something about spaces like this. It was structured. It was no panels like this. They wish they had panels like these. Nowadays, they talk about the PUA fuckery and things like that. So, yeah, it's the same thing. The Cuda trying to tell you, just do your own thing, because the space don't know what they want to do. Sometimes you can't support it. They don't respect the people that came before it. And you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of people. Like I said, I had a stream on Men Hate Correction. That's a 7-hour stream you can watch with Soul and Black. That's a good one. I took my time on that one, and he came through. So yeah, they both from Philly. You're right, Degenerate. Like he confirmed it. Thank you, because I think he's from the Maryland area. This guy right here. Yeah, I used to watch 47 before I switched over to Sergeant Willie Pete back in 08 and 09, because at the time they was talking about feminism, gender wars, and things like it was big back then. And then this man right here down below, I didn't start following him like 2012, because he was deep in the Mansfield 1.0. Now I've heard of Soul and Black and everybody else and Willie Pete. This guy right here came from the 1.0 right here, enhanced utility. Okay. But yeah, that's part of the 1.0 thing, man. Like, you know, but 2.0, you already know, is BGS, Angry Man, and I always call Obsidian Oblivion sometimes. It's just a running joke for to troll around. Then I talked to then I think I seen O'Shea. I always call him Neil Slay. I always give him nicknames because I don't really care for him like that. I remember him in 2016, but at the time they was talking about something totally different. But they just took talking was, oh, you from the DMV? Yeah, you from Cuda's area. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. And he was saying these dudes, they had different points. But the thing about it, what 2.0 was, they was trying to do what 1.0 does, trying to reiterate. The problem is they didn't want to produce it on the street, actually do the things, I would say politically and things like that, what they was talking about, but they were so focused on gender politics. That's what set them back. Then 3.0, they had they little, I think complex. He said it right with the technocracy, what Nameless was saying in the Sapio. That's a good concept. And I asked Complex last year about the Sapio, and he explained it to me. That's kind of like the future wave, and it's now. And then Nameless confirmed it today on Cuda Stream. He said it should be the wave. You know what I'm saying? And then Stream Team, what hurt them was a lot of egos. You had 4 guys that didn't mesh well. One dealt with gas. It's called gear acquisition syndrome. The other one dealt with crypto. The other one dealt with career, and the other one dealt with the dating and mating thing. So you had 4 guys that mesh well on that, on the dating and mating part, because one side picked this side and the other side just want to do his thing. The other side want to do crypto. He calls himself the Logic Sphere. He's a good dude to talk to. I told you about him earlier.
Yeah.
And Cuda, if you want to deal with him, he deals with gear, just straight up podcast, and that's all you're going to get in entertainment if you want to get into that. But I use everything. I don't just use one thing. You know, we need a little bit of everything, but the thing is, the right head's got to be right. So, you know, I'm going to pass to UD if he wants to speak.
What's going on? Peace to you and your families, and even in the chat and your families.
Peace, peace.
Peace.
Peace. The problem is this: the brothers, they not diverse, man.
Yeah,
They're not diverse, and that's the thing that we don't want to talk about it. But it's true, man. We not diverse, man. We got to be diverse in in the space, man. You know, you got to offer. You know, yeah, I talk about everything. You know what I mean, and you know we did, so. But I say each brother. I'm talking about the brothers now. Y'all gotta choose. Do you want this space to expand? You know, so you don't. You know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to see the same thing. You know what I mean? Trying to see the same thing. I mean, channels like this need to be talked more. You know what I mean? But it's not enough. You know, people want to talk about the same thing all the time. They don't want to expand. I know there's one channel in fourth quarter talk is the brother named Big Dude. He hit the fitness and nutrition. That's his field. Y'all should check them out. He break down nutrition and stuff like that. So we got people in the spaces that we not taking advantage of. You got Go Professor. You got Brother She. Like again, I say y'all and everything. We not taking advantage of the right channels. Be blunt, need to really say it. Being honest.
Yeah. I support Gopi all the time because he has a structural strings. The first time I met him was through I would say Roger Report, and then he called me out like a couple months ago in a stream, and I found his channel. He told me to get on the panel, and I was talking to the young man Joy. He saw the age difference, and it was kind of huge at the time, but I enjoyed it. What's going on, Justin Andre? Salute. And it's just one of those things, man. You just kind of pick those channels, and you have to have the required ear, like you said. It's one of those things. I just kind of support guys that want the support or not, but I support them, and even she. And I think when she first came on my streams, we're doing these panels. I support this channel. I support everybody, man. Like even what's his name, Pastor and all them. They talk about different things and being diverse and see what they was gonna do, whatever. And I'm just moving around the space like anybody else. But yeah, it can expand. It's just you just got to be right on the chord. But you know, I think we understand what we want to do. It's the people. Do they want it or not? So you know, you have excellent points. Yeah, there's channels to support, but they too busy worrying about the flimsy and flam. And how I've been preaching them, you know, it's just I just can't deal with that conversation. I try to steer away from that. I know people have their little roast and they fun and then side netter and things like that. It's distracting. We should be working about health and building, like you said, UD, man. Like that's just they're not really listening. See, my channel is like a required taste. It's like a gem. You gotta find it, appreciate it, share with your peoples, and then if we
Yeah,
talk
I
about it, like
appreciate
you're
it.
saying, yeah, man.
I
And we
appreciate it.
try
And they
to,
go,
yeah.
oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, but this is the thing about that.
Go ahead.
Also, too, that my god kids, they watch my channel, they watch other channels, and
Right,
then
right.
one of them had to talk about your channel. They say, I like him. I said, that's my man right there. Yeah, why they don't support? Yo, why the fuck they don't to support you? You bring a lot. I said, listen, man, people got different tastes, but you talk about certain things. What's up? I said, listen, that's how some people is. You have to know the truth, and you got to roll with it. I did a late stream last night about the mindset of Margaret Singer. It's killing our people. It's the title, something like that. Y'all should go
Right,
check
right.
it out.
Yeah.
And that goes along about what they talking about the gender and stuff like that. And you know what I'm saying? They took me time. I'll look up articles. You know what I'm saying? I'll pull up articles. You know what I mean? Post it in the chat. So in case like people say, oh, you just said no, it's in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But how nobody come. But at the end of the day, as long as I'm speaking truth and stuff like that, that's what counts in it. But and it also though too is very important us as brothers, especially like when we like on lives like this, man. We gotta make sure to get them lights up, share it out. Then wherever it's finished, put some comments on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We gotta do that. You know what I mean? That's free.
Yeah.
We gotta do that.
Yeah.
Helps the algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wacky, you want to say something? Shalom,
I
bro.
like, shalom, everybody. Like what people have to understand is that when it comes to Manosphere 2.0 and onwards, for the most part, these people in this current Manosphere space have no intentions to help black males. Their intent is to capitalize off of the pain of black males. See, a lot of black males who come on here, they're in pain. They've gone through a lot of problems in their personal lives, and they come on here to look for some sort of guidance and some sort of wisdom and what have you. And these individuals, these content creators from Mansfield 2.0 and onwards, they they come on here and pretend to be that beacon of light, but really they're just capitalizing off of the pain and anger of black males, which is why they're not being diverse. They're not being diverse because that was never the intent. The intent is just to keep complaining about females, complaining about females, complaining about females, and then every once in a while tell you some tip on how to attract a female, and then go back to complaining about females, complaining about females. Yeah. And the thing is that when they focus on the females, on Sir Yahoo earlier, he spoke about how Mansfield 2.0, or like I like to call them 2.0, how they like to focus on gender politics. And I go as far as to say that what they're saying is not even gender politics, because they're speaking from a very low level, a very mundane level. In this case, what they're really doing is just crying and capitalizing off of it. That's it. It makes, listen, it creates a lot of views. It gets a lot of donations. Content creators receive a lot of donations and a lot of views and a lot of subscribers and a lot of Patreon subscribers when they just sit there and focus on females this, females that. What are they doing? What are they thinking? What are they saying? Who are they having sexual intercourse with? What are they saying? What are they doing? How to get with them? What to do when you see them? It makes a lot of money because a lot of people in this space do not want to move forward from the pain that they have. You see, if you got pain and trauma, you have to find a way to try to heal from that and move forward. A lot of people, especially the viewing audience, they don't want to heal from it. They want to just sit down and keep complaining. I mean, people are just addicted to just negativity. You know, it creates a aura of negativity, and people are addicted to it, and they don't want to move forward from that. Thus, why in 2021 in this space that have existed for about a good 13, 14 years, it's at a standstill. It's dormant now. It's paralyzed. You know, the growth have stunted because you have a whole lot of people who just come on here for the wrong reasons and don't want to grow. So that's all I have to say about that. Y'all got the mic.
All right. I mean, anybody can go. Like Hans, you want to say something? You want to respond to that?
Hey man, he's absolutely right, man. So, I concur. I mean,
Yeah.
I never been hurt by anyone. That's why I came on here and I thought, I can break bread with brothers, and that's about it. But then when I saw the recurring pattern from from throughout the years from some of the published videos, I'm like, what? That's why I was kind of hesitant at first, but I said, hey, why not take a shot at it and see what I can bring into another point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I'm sure brothers have been talking about economics and stuff in the space. I do see it sometimes, but it's not at the focus it needs to be. It's not prioritized.
Correct.
What's happening, man?
Oh man.
Hey, man. But now the brother that was talking, man, the brother was saying some real stuff, and I want to expand on that a little bit.
Talking about wacky, yeah. Go ahead.
About how that thing is, because the thing about it, it's a.
Give me 1 second, bro.
Okay.
Selling that pain is a great product for men, because the thing about it, this is the thing, it's like how many men when you separate from a woman, especially in your marriage or whatever, that she's going to take full accountability of it, no matter what you take. You know what I'm saying? She's never going to give you the validation that you probably looking for. And then you have a whole bunch of people, validating your points. But the main person that you're looking for that validation will never give that shit to you. So that's why a lot of the guys, I think, have the insatiable desire to come and listen to these, like, these women bashing sessions. I mean, because it's an easy product for whoever's telling it to sell, because most men have been through that. Most men have been through a breakup where they probably will say, you know what, I fucked up. This is what I did. And then the other side is not telling nothing, not saying nothing, not taking no L's. It's all your fault. But I mean, that's just human nature. And, if you know the differences between the genders. So I think that's why it's so easy for some guys to stay in that space, because how many times have you ever had a kind of candid conversation with your significant other, and she gave you the type of validation that you really needed, and that shit was true? I mean, I know it's a female thing, but some dudes need to be right sometimes, or even like some type of validation. And most often than not, you're never going to get that validation. You're never going to get that, I'm sorry, I was, this is what I did, or whatever. So if you can be stuck in that, and not move on. It can be very easy when you come to these spaces and then you hear guys telling their story. You're like, well, you know what? They have the same similar story than I have, the same thing, and they're probably not getting the answers either. So we can just congregate and talk about how shitty they are, and it's a very easy step.
But here we go. Let me add on to what you were saying, Triple Black, when you stated that how a lot of these guys are looking for validation from certain set of females. But the thing is that this is the problem. They're looking, and I agree with that. A lot of them looking for validation, but the problem is that they're looking to validate females or a certain sect of females that was socially engineered to not respect them.
Right.
And it's beneficial for a lot of males in this space to understand. This is the social engineering of a lot of these females. So the key is that you have to stay away from these
And she
females
got
who have
background
not.
noise.
Yeah, you got,
Oh,
we,
I'm
No,
outside.
I totally
I'm at
agree.
the.
You got to stay away from that. But what I'm saying is, we know it's a dirty game. We know how they move. They move ruthlessly,
yeah,
and
but
it's not fair. They don't
yeah,
play
but
fair.
and that's why we have to stay away from them.
Exactly, they don't
The
play
thing
fair.
is,
But there's a lot
the
of
thing
guys
is,
that are
hold
stuck.
on for a minute, triple, hold on for a minute,
Oh, go
triple.
ahead, man.
The thing is that a lot of guys on here are still looking to get with these types of females, knowing that these types of modern day westernized females that we encounter are
Mhm.
of low quality and have been conditioned to be of low quality.
Right.
So that's the thing. We want validation from a group of females that we know have been bred to disrespect us and to not have any consideration from us.
Right.
And the things with people in the mansphere, they have to stay the hell away from these females who have not broken away from their social engineering. It's like we keep wanting to go back. We keep wanting to go back to them, and that's the wrong thing. And if we keep going back to them, we're just going to keep on having more and more pain.
No,
It's not
you're
gonna,
absolutely right. Big Mama's gone. Your
yeah,
mama,
Big Mama's gone.
her generation is gone. You're not getting that no more. Like it's gone. It's over with. Like you might get that shit for a couple nights and maybe a week or two or whatever. The shit is gone. Like these females are engineered to not give a fuck about you. I mean, if you want to call it female nature or whatever, like there's no incentive for them to really give a fuck about you. Now, are you going to have some outliers like that are females that are bad? I mean, like down for your team? Yes, there's quite a bit of them, but they're not as many as people want to tend to think. You know what I'm saying? Well, people use the example. You know what? She might not treat you like that. She'll treat somebody like that, which you're right. But for the average dude to get especially if you're my age, you had the experience where you had like a female, like, you know, Big Mama or whoever that's interacting with that generally gave a fuck about him. Like we seen that shit, right? We seen that shit. We just have to come to grips like with the modern day female, that shit is almost over with. You almost have to take them as they are. Like they're going to act accordingly to what society has programmed them to. They can't help it. That's just what they do. And I think a lot of guys just can't get over that shit. You can't get over it. Well, you have to get over it because they're not changing. We're not going to reprogram them. They're going to do whatever they want to do regardless. And it's a shame, but this is the cards that we are dealt. And you know, I feel sorry for our younger generation because they're being dealt a more polluted deck. You know, a worse deck than us. So we have to give them the game to so they can minimize the dysfunction and like the destruction that the modern day female can cause to them. That's all I got to say.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, salute, sir, and everybody.
What's going on, DeAndre? Go ahead. It's your turn. Yeah.
You know, me personally, like I hear the brothers, and it's not like I can't deny what they're saying, to a certain degree. But then I kind of look back at myself and I try to figure out my experiences of navigating, because I'm like, when we were younger, and when I mean younger, let's just say 25-ish, right? 25-ish. No one's thinking about certain things between, you know, the ages of 16 and 25. You just out there trying to get it. You know what I mean? You're trying to figure life out. You're trying to get it. You don't really got a handle on it. So let's just talk about 25. The reason why I say 25, between 25 and 27, depending on your makeup, that's when your brain fully develops as a man. You know what I'm saying? You're fully developed. Your brain ain't growing no more. That's the peak of what you got. That's your bag. Your body's not physically growing. You know what I'm saying? But now it's all a mental game. So let's talk about 25. Now, 25, you're just in the cusp of understanding civilization to a point where you should be able to do the day-to-days and take care of yourself or whatever. You're starting to get some wisdom and some knowledge about you. Now, when we're having these conversations and I'm listening to these guys talk about this, and when they say this, and I'm not saying you guys up here, but what I'm saying is when I listen to the, I guess we break it up in the 2.0s and the 3.0s, right? Because this is what the problem is now. This is the issue now. And the 1.0s, they talked about it, then they said what their experiences was, and they came with the solutions, and they showed the receipts of the solutions. You know what I mean? Now, the 2.0s came in, and it was just about the problem. And then the 3.0s didn't even have the problem, but the potential thereof of trying to get to the problem. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I mean? So here's the, and this is what I always say like this, right? There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of women. There's a lot of men out there. When you're over a certain age and you're not in a relationship, let's just say 25, depending on your proximity to women, and this is women. This is Jim Bob. This is fucking Lopez, whatever. If you in lower economic standards in the Western world, you're most likely going to be dealing with women in lower economic standings that's going to act a certain way. Now, when you get up into a higher economic standing, you have to look at your association or your proximity thereof and then deal with those women accordingly. But you also have to take your time to shift the wheat. What I mean is there's a difference between women you gonna smash and whatever, and there's a difference between a woman that's going to get on your fucking program. There's a difference, right? And a lot of these young guys that are going out here running around, the only thing they want is something to fuck on. That's it. They're not looking at a relationship long term. The women know that they're not trying to look for a relationship long term. They're probably not looking at a relationship long term. But we spend too much, I would like not we, but they spend too much time talking about the fucking trauma without showing some examples of the fucking solution and what to look for. You can do that to women. You can talk about trauma all day with women, and whatever, right? Because they're built to nest. That's what it is, right? But you cannot sit up there with a group of men and talk about trauma, because we are solution-based, whether we like it or not. They will find a way, whether it's functional or dysfunctional, whether it's building or whether it's destructive. And what's happening now is it's destructive, and we're seeing it, and it's sickening. Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen, just like what happened with the women, when there's no proper leadership, these young men will falter and they will fail, and then it's just going to be a downward turn in society, and they're going to blame somebody. They're going to point their fingers and they're going to blame, and they're already doing it. They're already blaming it. There's articles coming out. They're trying to basically paint everybody with the ideology of what the red this and the pills of that and all that other stuff. And all the fuckery, like they always do. We see it in society. It's your fault. You the one inciting these dudes to do X, Y, and fucking Z. You the ones running around, and they're going to start shutting motherfuckers up. They're going to start shutting you down, shutting you up, and depending on how messed up your shit is, they're going to start kicking in doors on you. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Amen.
Amen. Let me say this. Let me say this because I think that the topic kind of derailed to just talking about females, and I think it started to just me what I was saying. But as far as the whole point in the manosphere is that the thing is that we supposed to, if you're going to speak about the things that this space was originally founded on, we have to speak about the overall systematic mistreatment of black males overall. You know, we spend a lot of time just speaking about females this, females that, but at the same time, we have a whole political, economic and social system that also are mistreating black males and keeping black males disenfranchised, as you can see in places of employment, as you can see even in places of education, as you can see even when you look at the penitentiary and you look at the amounts of black males that's in the penitentiary, when you even look at when you even look at what is it, even look at how we're portrayed in the media. So
Yes.
like what people in this space, in this current space, misunderstand is that the original manosphere, the original black manosphere, when we were speaking, because I was there, okay, when we were speaking and we spoke about females, we spoke about it as just one small piece of the overall systematic mistreatment of black males. We spoke about other things, but as time went on, people just concentrated on just talking about the female, the female, the female, the female. Why? Because once Mansfield 2.0, excuse me, 2.0 came into this space, their intent was not really to try to solve the issues that black males face systematically. Their issue was to just, like I said, capitalize off of the pain of black males. That's it.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
just looked at this as a form of entertainment, and they copied off of Tommy Sotomayor's model, because Tommy
Yeah.
Sotomayor was one of the first black male content creators who decide to capitalize off of the pain of so-called black males by just talking about black females, and the men's and the 2.0 generations of manosphere just copied his model and utilized that, and people just bought into it. But but as far as we talk about these females concerned, it's not difficult when it comes to dealing with these females. We just got to stay away from these females who have been socially engineered to not having any respect for us. It's that simple. It's that simple.
If you show the proper solution, that's another big problem. If you show the proper solution of what we claim, what we're fighting for is like families and functional relationships. Most places
that's not. Hold on, sorry to interrupt. That's not what I'm fighting for. I'm not fighting for functional relationships. I'm fighting for black males over on society to have for the conditions of black males to improve over on society. That's what I'm fighting for.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, but okay, all right. I'll just say, like, let's just say functional families, whatever, functional males, or the functional environment. Most of the time, if you're gonna get ran off, like most spaces, you're gonna get ran off because guess what? The two things: it's hard work. It's hard work. It takes sacrifice. If you come up in a society saying that you can have everything and you don't got to sacrifice nothing, how do you even learn solutions where you think you can have everything? I mean, the thing about it is, if I'm a dude, right, and I go into like a chat room and that's like, you know what, I want me a wife, I want me kids, I want that. There's probably going to be a whole bunch of dudes like pounding on them saying, you know this and you that, you this, you that, all kinds of hyperbole. You feel me? Or if it's a woman saying the same thing, on the flip side, there's going to be a whole bunch of women attacking them. We already know. I mean, we talk about it, and I don't want to get on the pro-black rant. We know what a functional, like, say, family looks like, right? If you're pro that, a lot of people, you're going to turn a lot of people against you because we're programmed not to want that.
I get it, but you know what? If they turn against you, so what? That's their problem. Fuck them.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is I think that's one of the. I think it's part of one of the solutions is how. And the brother was talking about solutions. If you can't even talk about that solution, how can we even talk about any solution? Because if you use the pump and dump model, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that jump on you for that. If you put like any model that you use in these spaces you're gonna have a bunch of detractors, and there's and no solutions can ever move forward.
I'm gonna say this, right, and this is everything, the way my 17-year-old thinks is different from the way my 23-year-old thinks, and is way different to the way my 26-year-old thinks, right? Or my brother-in-law that's 32. It's a different of maturations. The problem is that when I first came around the space, right? Because what I'm saying, I was dealing with men that were in their mid 30s, like elders. So we were talking about solutions, and it was society based. Society, it's policy, economics, like Wacky was saying, right? So I was like, I can consign to that. But it looks like the space did a Benjamin Buttons. It reverted down to the 17-year-old mindset as of right now, as of what you're seeing, right? We can say for whatever it is, whatever it ain't, but here's the norms, and here's the society, and here's the solution. The solution is this: you can do the pump and dump all you want to. All of us probably up here have done it at one point or another. However way you want to do it. I done did it, people done did it, whatever. But to be particularly honest, when you reflect or look within yourself, you realize that causes the problem to a certain degree. You're participating in the problem to a certain degree. What breeds the problem of these things that are happening with the community as a whole and as a large? Like, you can't force policy or change policy without a collective and have a community behind you, right? Now, everybody can take the tinge. Like, I can listen to Wacky, and Wacky can say, nah, bro, I'm focusing on this. I'm not focused on that, right? And if someone would have heard that, they would have misinterpreted, oh man, he ain't for the community. He ain't for relationships. No, he's just focusing on what he's good at. Like, maybe that's his interest. Wacky, you know what I mean? The way he may say it, you might not agree, but I understand what he's saying. I get what he meant. I'm going to stay in my lane. This is how men do it. If I'm over here with it and I'm saying, look, this is how you do this, this is how you do that, from my experience, my success, and what I've seen, you need to, when you get out of that phase, you need to evolve. Now, these are the pitfalls of pumping and dumping. You pump and dump the wrong person, you still go, if you pump and dump, you know what I mean? You throw out the trash, and that bag, you got them cheap trash bags, you're going to spill trash all over the place, and you have to scoop that shit up. And if you pump and dump the wrong chick, the way they got things down, you pump, you dump, you're going to be dealing with it for 18 years. So you got to take the proper precautions when you do that part of it. Now, we moving on to whoever. But what the problem is that everybody's doing it. Not everybody, but a lot of people are doing it now for, we all share the same customer base. Of course you are. Of course, who watches Wacky's going to watch Sir, and they're going to watch whoever's up.
Oh, somebody have to mute themselves.
Why is that coming?
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so who I'm
Better?
like, and what?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Yeah,
you good.
Okay,
good.
gotcha. I have my fan. I have my car fan blowing.
Okay. So you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I think you still got to.
I'll mute you up.
So a lot of people don't understand this, is that unity to a certain degree, right? Or saying, hey man, this is my lane. What they talk about over there, they talking about it over there. Or being respectful with the differences of opinion. Like, we've lost that basis with men between each other. Like, I can disagree with you respectfully, and there's no problem, right? But it's a lot of grandstanding. It's a lot of who got the biggest dick. That's not alpha. Come to my church of AME God in Christ. No, you need to be Pentecostal. You need to be the church of pump and dump. No, you need to be the church of community. Like, all these denominational shits that started a shift and this war within itself. And not everybody's equipped for that. And I think what you brothers are doing now is actually the right way of righting the ship. Everybody takes their lane. Everybody gets a chance to speak, because it's fixing the problem. Because this thing is a social issue that affects these young men. Because that was actually sad watching that young man up there on Duke and Don's podcast.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. Yeah, and he was a super fan, and I felt sorry for him. Like, I mean, that I know it's a little funny to most people, but that's sad. Brainwashed like that. You ain't
Yes.
supposed to be focused on like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, can I say
Go,
something?
brother.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wacky. Go ahead, Wacky.
Oh, DeAndre, are you finished with your
Yeah,
statement?
I'm finished, bro.
He's
Okay.
finished, but
All right,
you go ahead.
cool. Because I want to respond to the statements that the last brother came red pill something. I don't know.
Triple black. You know,
Triple
he's
black, right?
over
Triple
there,
black.
yeah.
Because he made a statement stating that, you know, someone comes and someone's in this space come with a solution. People are going to try to bounce you out or just, you know, disagree with you and not listen to what you have to say. I'm just paraphrasing what he was saying. And like I said to him, like, so what? If you have if we bring viable solutions, it's only for those who want to heed to that solution. If someone doesn't want to heed to the solution, screw them. They on their own. You know, so it's and then he made a statement stating that, well, he said something. Oh, dang, I forgot what he said, but he said something to the degree of, well, you can't come to space and have viable solutions. I'm like, yes, you can. Just because you have a sector of people that may not listen to what your solution is, it doesn't mean that you cannot bring solutions. You can. See, when it comes to solving a problem, to me, it doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter who listens to it, who doesn't listen to it. What matters is if this solution works. If the solution works and if it has proven to work, if a specific solution has proven to work to solve a certain problem, then hey, listen, the people's going to take heed, is going to jump on board and you know take heed to that solution. Those who are not going to take it, they're not going to jump on board. Hey, they on their own. Don't worry about them. You know, we shouldn't worry about people who may not take heed or may not obey to your solutions. It don't. Me personally, me and my mom, I don't care about these types of people. And once again, when I was speaking prior to him, once again, I'm speaking in the realms of the systematic position. Yo, you gotta mute yourself, man.
Oh, my bad. Damn, it's still bad. Oh,
Yeah, it's
shit.
still bad. I'm still hearing still hearing like some repeat, you know. Yeah. So yeah, you gotta mute yourself, man.
Is it better now?
No, it's not better. You have to mute yourself.
All right.
Just press mute.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. The thing is that, yeah, like Shaka Nulu said, it's up to the niggas in the chat.
Yeah, he said that earlier. Yeah, I read it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But okay. When I was speaking prior to, what's the brother's name, Sir Yahoo? What's his brother?
Triple black. Yeah.
Triple black. Prior to him, when I was speaking in regards to the systematic position that so-called black males are, economically, politically, and socially. And then he goes back to start talking about pumping. No disrespect to him, but it's just the truth. He then starts going back to speaking about pump and dump as a viable solution. Well, I guess he utilizing that as an example to try to prove his point. But then at the same time, what he's doing is that he's trying to shift the topic back to just speaking about females. It's like, and like I said, I'm not going against, I got nothing against the brother, but what I'm saying is that in this space, we have to think bigger than that. We have to think about the overall position that so-called black males in the Western hemispheres are, because that's what really matters. You know, when it comes to these socially engineered, you know, GMO females in the Western hemisphere, we got to stop giving a fuck about them. Fuck them. You know, listen, they're going to do whatever they want to do. That's the problem. They're going to do whatever they want to do. We can't sit there. We don't have time as black males to focus on them. We got to focus on us. All right. So we need to stop worrying about these GMO, genetically modified assholes. Excuse my language. We got to focus on us because we're in trouble right now, especially when it comes to these black boys. We're in trouble, man. You know, DeAndre, I heard DeAndre spoke in one of Sir Yahoo's live stream. I think DeAndre's from Baltimore. Am I correct?
With Soul and Black. Yeah, go ahead.
And I've been to Baltimore plenty of times. And shoot, in Baltimore, like a lot of other cities, it's when you see the state of a lot of black males,
Yeah.
It's fucked up. Excuse my language. It's messed up.
No. I'm sorry. It's so
Yeah.
messed up. I ain't been there almost. I haven't lived in the United States in 20 years. How about that?
Oh,
That's
okay.
how
Oh
fucked up
wow.
it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
That's
Yeah,
how
yeah.
fucked up it is.
It's messed up. It's messed up. It's like your face messed up when you see what's going on in Baltimore and a lot of other cities, not just Baltimore, a lot of other cities in America. So I'm saying that to say, listen, black males, we in trouble, and we sitting there worried about these hoes. Yeah, GMO, Shaka Nulu. We worried about these genetically modified hoes. Oh, GMH, genetically
GMH.
modified hoes.
Yeah, he's funny. I try to tell you that's my boy.
Yeah, that's my boy Shaka, man.
Yeah, Gold
that's my
P in
dog.
the building. What's
Yeah,
up, man?
what up, Gold P? Yeah, leave these GMHs alone, man. They're gonna continue being GMHs whether you like it or not. Let's focus on fixing us. Go ahead, brother.
And I wanna put the add to that. You know, it's and even if your proximity change, if your mindset doesn't change, we have to. I'm like, as men, and I do it myself as a man, is where I live at. There was where I was living at before. There was a lot of kids, a lot of black kids or mixed kids or whatever, and I saw how they moved, how they acted, without some type of male figure of guidance in that type of community or that spread. And when my children were hanging out with the kids, because they're mixed and whatever, they would come over to my house and see me in the house, after work, and I'm chilling, and I got my homeboys over. We just powwowing as brethren and stuff, as expats and so forth. And we just shooting the shit, talking, watching the game and whatever. And I would bring them in the room. With what I mean, town down our language or whatever. And I have my sons and their friends sitting on the floor while we're all watching TV. We're watching whatever, we'll watch some anime or whatever, or we'll watch some old shows or something like that, or we're watching the new whatever it is, right? But we'll make sure we put some black shit on the television. And we're just sitting there. And to this day, those young men that wasn't my children or nothing like that would walk up to me, and talk to me and said, thank you for doing that. Like, thank you for whenever I had a problem and I would see you, and if you had a moment, I would talk to you and you would help me navigate it, because that helped me being a man, because there was no men around that would talk to me or mentor me or this, that, and the third. And we have to fix our boys is it's a communal effort, right? You do it in the home, but through civilization, most of the men or the young boys were raised by the village of men, whether that was your son or not. It was always a communal effort with the elders, with the warriors, with the leaders, with the sub leaders, whatever. And then we would pick the talents. Oh man, he's good with his hands. Hey man, don't you got like ain't you an artisan or something? A mason or something? He's good with his hands. He's very intuitive and smart. And we would guide them to what they could do for the society or the community. And then the elders and stuff would fight the good fight, the policies and things of that nature. I'm a 1/3 motherfucker. I'm 1/3 all day. I institute the 1/3 policy with anybody. Because when I say the 1/3, for me to save everybody else, for the future generation, I have no problem with executing 2/3 of the motherfuckers that's around, if they ain't on code and they ain't doing what the fuck they need to do. That's just me. And I think if you look at the space as it is, the 2.0 and the 3.0. If you from 1.0 and y'all and you're about that, and I hear that all the time, and what about the boys list and the work that's actually being done, right? The 2/3 of them is like this. Cut them the fuck off. Cut them loose. And because you need to save the next generation, the ones that's gonna listen to you. You know, I appreciate you, brothers. Like, y'all ain't looking at numbers, y'all ain't looking at all of that. Because it's pretty much like a service given back to the community. The 2.0 to 3.0, I'm about you get your money, but we know that has to happen. Because most of the channels, even on the other side, that, you know, when I say the feminine side or the women's side, the ones that make the most money are the ones that's throwing women, like that's throwing men underneath the bus, or the ones that are actually, quote unquote, what they say, mammying or pandering so hard to men. The ones that are even killed on both ends, they have longevity. But at the end of the day, that's entertainment because none of these people are licensed. If you got that much problem and fervor, here's a solution. You got a problem with women that much into your soul, every day, waking moment, these bitches, these bitches, these bitches, and you can't get on the business of being a man and competing against other men in society that make this fucked up environment or allowed it to happen, where the root cause of the problem is, then you need to go see or seek some fucking therapy. Because there ain't a nigga up here, me included, unless I don't know any better, that has a degree in psychology to help you get that out of you or whatever. It's all suggestions at the end of the day. We ain't, I'm not licensed. I haven't heard of a psychologist in the space, a therapist psychologist in the space yet. I haven't heard one yet. I heard all these doctors, but they're in certain other fields of stuff. Or they go buy their degrees off of some website that you don't know nothing about. But we're not going to talk about that. But that's just my thing. A lot of these brothers need to seek some therapy. They need some therapy, and they need it bad. They need to go seek it. It's okay. It's okay. You can get all of that out, but go seek some therapy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean, that's the solution, and it works. It gets you to the next point. But this guy, you know what I mean, these guys with no solutions, man, like no solutions. Like, well, and then if they do come up with a solution, not all of them, you know what I mean, but a viable solution. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of brothers that give you viable solutions. They give you the things that you need. I'm just saying, man, we like these boys, man. Like I was watching what the brother Wacky was talking about. I was watching the 12 o'clock boys.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The boys that, you know, they ride the dirt bikes up and down,
Mm-hmm.
right? The street. I remember that started in the 80s with the dirt bikes. And they said, you know, and I was hearing the vitriol, they riding in the street. I hope they get hit. They was playing it, right? And this was the New York Times. And you know what I said? I said, how did a 13-year-old get a dirt bike in a place where all the shit is abandoned and fucked up? How did he get a dirt bike? How did he learn to ride that dirt bike? Who's putting the gas in the dirt bike and who's doing the maintenance for the dirt bike? And for him to ride that dirt bike up and down that street, wheeling the dirt bike, that is a fucking talent. Because had he been on the other side of the color spectrum or in the other community.
Hello?
Yeah. Had he been on the other side of the community, he'd be on a Red Bull commercial. Because you know what's the funny part is? I done seen 13, 14, 15-year-olds win gold medals jumping up and down on skateboards. That's an avid and I saw in his eyes. He said, I ain't got nothing going for me, but this is what makes me feel free. This right here, this thing that I'm doing right here. As a young man, as a 12 and a 13-year-old, He's got a talent, and it's a whole bunch of them. But whether we like it or not, those men in the community are doing something to at least channel that rage and that fervor and that testosterone is building up in these boys. Because as men, we're built to challenge the environment in one way or the other, right? So, you know what I mean? Why isn't somebody coming together in that? I called my mans up back in Baltimore. I
Right.
said, man, I didn't know that they was doing all this. He said, yeah, these dudes is little menace. I said, yo, shut up. I said, the menace is, I said, and I showed him a video. I said, this is a Red Bull thing, right? Look what they doing. He said, yeah. Now this kid is 13 years old, but this kid is making $150,000 to $200,000 a year. What is
Right.
the difference between him and fucking Rashawn riding up and down the fucking streets in Baltimore? How about y'all niggas get together with all them abandoned lots and houses and with the city and shit and find a way to put them in a place where they can do that shit correctively? I'm like, that's a trade. If he can break down that engine off of that shit, he got a job for the rest of his life. I said, what are you niggas doing? Cause it annoys you, cause you think you better? Cause you I said, yo, come on, bro. I said, we used to ride dirt bikes back in the day. I said, but what happened? He said, yo, they used to let us go underneath the bridge. The police used to block it off so it wouldn't be no problems. And then, you know, and then what? And then, yeah, Kurt Smoke left, and then the white dude came in, right? Say, yeah, and fucked it all up, right? Yeah. And we was considered a menace, right? Yeah. And he thought about it. I said, so it's perception. I'm like, no opportunity for these young boys. You know what I'm saying? We have to focus on the rebuilding and giving the solutions that are viable, you know, for our young men, because we are an example thereof. Pro-black, all this other shit. We talk about man shit right now. Because manhood, period, integrity, period, has been taking a hit. I'm sorry to say this, but manhood, for some reason, we're the we're not the elders, but we're the leaders now. We're the leaders. It's just like if you 33 and 35 and over, you're a fucking leader of the fucking community, whether you like it or not. The baton didn't pass. People that's like 55, 60 years old, they elders. I call them elders. Even when I greet them, elders. Brother X, he's an elder. BGS is an elder. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's in their 50s, they're elder. There's nothing you know what I'm saying? Why are we waiting for the elders to do anything? Like, what, you know what I mean? It's us. We take the baton and we run with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Yeah. And that's yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like you said, yeah, we're the leaders now, like in these spaces. I've known, and the younger guys look up to me before I became a leader, you know what I'm saying? But I always look at the elders, like I would say, like you said, 50s and 60s, even late 40s, man, because they get into, you got the young elders, and you got the actual elders, and then you got the older elders. It's a shame they don't get along with each other like that, but you know how it is. But what I saw from that J Speed and BGS debate, it was like two different things. Like, you know, yeah, it comes with wisdom. Yeah, he said elders come with wisdom. Some are just old fools, though. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's true. I see
Yeah.
brothers are back on. What's the convo? We're talking about a lot of different stuff. Soul and Black. We're talking about it's like a continuation of conversation from Cuda's, and we was talking about I think a little bit of everything, and then trying to get away from the fresh and fit. That's what he talked about, but I ain't gonna focus on that. That's like a distraction. And then Rashawn came over here, and I gave him the back check link to come over, and Cuda had to do his thing, but he's got a thing with a music thing with Reg the Bad Guy and Nick Taylor. And that's the thing of the night. Yeah, I might skywatch that, but you know, but I'll let X do his thing. But you know, it's cool. It's like at 9:30 Eastern time. So, you know, I might extend this a little longer because I don't know how long y'all gonna stay.
Yeah. Man. I you know what I mean, I totally get it. I'm like, you know, and that doesn't mean conversations can't go where they're going. Like everybody has their thing. Like everybody has
Yeah.
a lane in the space. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
you don't want to hear, okay, these we fucked up, shit's fucked up, shit's fucked up,
Yeah.
shit's fucked up. Because that even if we're focusing on the men and even if we're focusing on the little boys,
Right.
that's trauma bonding too. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So you say that, but here's a solution, here's this, right? But then there's a brother that's doing a NASCAR thing with athletes that I saw that Mello put up, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's a brother doing that. He's an elder, right? And
Mhm.
he has the NASCAR pit crew, and he's got them running around, and he goes and gets athletes that are in college that are not going to really make it to the pros, but the athletes that got a full scholarship, right? And he asks them, hey man, would you be interested in this or being in the pit crew and running around? Because you got to run around, get on your D's, you know, take the shit off, you know what I mean, and, you know, change the tires and get the car out of there, right? So he's doing that. Like there's a lot of people doing things for the community. There is progress. If you don't show any progress, then people are just going to wallow in self-pity, or they're going to get turned off, or they want to be distracted. If you don't give them a solution, or you don't control certain, well, not control, but if you don't give them avenues to make the decision of how this is the issues that's at hand, this is what we need to do about it, these are the solutions that people figured out, this is the progress being made, and okay, and before you go, here's a little bit of entertainment.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like the human psyche have been I'm like, we're in the modern age, this is how we think, this is what it is as a society until it evolves into something different. OG told me this. He said people's perception and their happiness is based on the additions of life, but the reality of life is it's more subtraction. And I thought
Yeah.
about it.
Mhm.
I thought about it. He said, think about it. Like if I'm going to give you something, right, and you don't lose anything, that's addition, right? I said,
Mhm.
yeah. He said, but if I'm telling you, if you want this over here, you have to give me something.
Right.
So there's some subtraction there, right? I said, yeah,
Mhm.
that's right. He said, yeah. And he said, when you get really good at life, things turn into algebra.
Mhm.
I was like, wow. He said, but if you got a lot of division, ain't shit getting done.
Exactly.
I was like, wow. I was like, I thought about it, and I was like, you know, I at the time I didn't really get it. And when I really got it, and he told me this when I was like 20-ish. I didn't get that until I was 32. I didn't fully grasp the understanding of it.
Right.
Yeah, man. I think, and you know what? That you brothers are pointing these things out. That's progress. That's the
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah.
That's progress. You're pointing it out. You're standing on it, and you're in unison. It's not one echo chamber saying it. Everybody's looking around and said, "Okay, we're doing too much." As men, we're doing too much. You know what I mean? That's why I like Cuda's panel. Well, yeah, they talk about it. You know, we talk about it, but
but
it's
we
not.
but the build comes with it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
The player
yeah,
thing is just a buffer. I know what he's trying to do. Like from
yeah,
our generation, we gotta speed it up to just talk to
yeah,
young ones, like doing this thing as a hobby, and then talk about real things. What you do in the real world, you apply it, and then you come back as a progress support. That's why I like DS1 and him a lot, despite their
yeah,
Capricorns. They're my favorite because them cardinal signs ain't no joke. When it comes to business, I work well with y'all. Like, I don't know what it is about me being a fixed sign, understanding as an earth fixed sign. I understand that I have to build shit, you know, even on
yeah,
a job, but helping the younger ones. I always want to be that sustainer, you know, and I try to tell this RPA, get around like-minded brothers and stay away from certain people that ain't trying to, you know, to build with you and just talk on certain things, didn't actually apply it. But you know, but I use y'all's examples, you know what I'm saying? Like that long live stream with you and Soul and Black, that was excellent. Y'all had something in common.
Yeah.
And I like stuff like that because you hear from people's perspective, like the military and then overseas. Like I just talked to Fastin this morning on Cuda's live stream, like that hour live
How
stream
you
he did.
doing?
Yeah, he's doing great, man. And he told us like a great conversation. He left and we talked like in the morning. I hopped on around 5 something, and it went over 17 hours, but they clipped it around 11:50. Like 5 minutes, like 11 hours and 55 minutes, but it was 17 hours long. I broke a record today. That was the longest I've been on with Cuda, and we was talking about after off clip. It got unfiltered with Dusty, of course, and Sexy Ray, how they try to derail. But after that, we went back to the positive conversation. But Triple Black wanted to do the thing, but I saw Rashawn coming through. I had a late, but Fighters doing some type of challenge, but it was a decent panel at the end. But I wanted to do this just to continue the conversation of what we was talking about the Man Haters Club, what they call the Most High's Children. And somebody said, that channel got flagged. And shouts out to Pepe the Frog. He brought it up to my attention. And I saw that restream. It's just ridiculous, man. Rollo. They ain't doing nothing but not building and just hating on it. It's sad, though.
I'm going to tell you what it is, man. Do you want me to tell you what it is in theory, or you want me to tell you actually what it is?
It's just I would say in theory, or tell it just like what it is,
Okay, well, I'll just say it in theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the people that they hang around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me put it to you like this: they have that group, but that group they come from the divestment. Fuck these niggas, we gonna get white ass. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So just off the attitude alone, they're not going to get no white dude because he ain't gonna put up with that shit.
Right.
That's one. Okay. 2, they don't really want that. They just want attention. Right? They even say it a lot. They say a lot. They do all of this ridiculous shit, and they blame, just like on the other side, because I'm a Libra. I gotta be balanced.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So just like on the other side, these bitches' fault. It's these men's fault. Okay, society's fault, right? So, you know what I'm saying? The society basically men run shit. So yeah, they're right on that, right? If you take it in that context. But look at the dudes that they hang around, or the one dude that's there. You men are abusive. Well, you hang around an abusive nigga, and this rude up nigga right here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas, blah, 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 right? Now, the reason they came together is because they was on Aunt T's panel.
Yeah, facts. Right? I agree.
Facts, right? And they got mad that he allowed Jessica X up there.
That's what that is. Exactly.
And they couldn't hold and all of that mouth and all of that stuff. Because when I was over there on Bomb's channel, I don't argue with women like that in public. I don't do that shit.
Me neither.
I don't got time for it, right? I'm not fucking you. I'm not paying. You're not. I'm married. Most of you broads up here are getting fucked on by somebody, or you single mamas. I'm not arguing. I'm sorry to say this. I'm not arguing with a failure of life. I'm not arguing with you as a female. I don't argue with women. I don't argue with my wife. We have a disagreement. And then when it goes a little bit past that, I kill the conversation.
Facts.
And if there's any raising of the voice, it's mine, and she's quiet because it's one way. That's how I run shit. So if I live like that in real life, I'm living like that now. Right? So what I decided is, now if I have a confrontation with another man, that's another man. Like that's me and him, that is a man. Like, you know what I mean? Because men, we can do that. And we can settle it down because it's just showing, you know what I mean? That's how we have to move, right? So when I started to see in many occasions what it was, I don't have a problem with Bomb. I understand her mindset. I understand what it is. But if you go into that space, it is what it is. It's messy.
Yeah, it is.
It's messy. And me and Bomb have a difference of opinion, but because of the aura that I exude, she respects my opinion like I respect hers, and me and her never have any friction. Now the rest of them chicks, I leave them what they is. If I see them in the chat, I speak to them, whatever. I'm not getting caught up into that.
Same here.
But what I
Yeah.
saw, what it was is, soon as Aunt T, right? They was all these niggas ain't shit, they niggas, right? All of this other shit. Soon as Aunt T made a panel, they ran over to that motherfucker and wasn't on. You couldn't find them on Bomb's panel.
No, you couldn't.
Find them. You couldn't find them. Look, I was over on Aunt T's thing. I was over there, chopping up with the brother. We was up there chopping it up, and they was twerking hard in the chat, twerking, going in, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Aunt T even got them paid. Got one of them paid. You know what I mean? I was there when the whole Bullets Gotti incident happened.
Yeah, I remember.
And he even said, and they paid him to keep Bullets Gotti off the panel.
I remember that. Yeah, he did.
They paid him, right? So they paid him. They ran over to there. They paid him, right? And then when he brought Jessica X on, and they all ganged up.
That was on my birthday too. I'll never forget that.
And they couldn't verbally box with her because
verbal sparring. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I said, and the problem is you don't have the acclimate. Not to say that she's smarter than you. It's the way that she presents it. Just because you got these degrees, my uncle used to say, he said, hey, son, he said, what's that? Slick beats smart every day of the week. He said, you can be the smartest motherfucker in the world, but if you ain't slick with it, what you doing?
Exactly.
He said, smart people work for slick motherfuckers all the time. They don't even know it, right? So when I looked at it, I said, first of all, she got a British accent. So a lot of motherfuckers, once you hear a foreign accent, like a European accent, a lot of motherfuckers get thrown off by that because everything that they saying out of their mouth is proper. So you already preconditioned to think they better than you without even understanding subconsciously what it is. So you got to fucking de-hitch that motherfucking thing. And the first thing that they're going to do is get you riled up because the first person that yells and screams is the one that loses the damn debate and the argument because now you in your fifis or you in your feelings. And because by nature of their language and you don't really understand it, the way that they speak English, it always seems like they're calm and not in their feelings. So you're already behind the 8 ball. Now the next part of that, all of y'all against her. So she's using the tactic of surrender to win. Because even if y'all do shout her down and do all of this extra stuff, it's many against one. Then what's going to happen is she's going to go back to her platform, which is bigger than your platform, and have the dudes come up there on the 3.0 and whatever and drag y'all and say, this is how these bitches are. Pretty much it was a setup. Now, did Aunt T do it? I don't think he did it like that.
No.
Right? But he let everybody up there.
Yeah.
If it was cool, he let Bullets Gotti up there. Y'all came to a concession. Y'all won. Y'all lost. So then after that, they get together. They licking their wounds. They sitting in their cauldron of den of bitter butthurt broads, right? And then they go back to over the Bomb Cherry panel, and they start this campaign of just going after men that had nothing to do with that shit.
Yeah, like Platinum. They did this since March. I saw it all the way through March when I met Cuda the first time. That was a build up from March. And then Auntie was their base. And when Auntie saw Fantastic and Jessica X came in, that crew and David Johnson, that kind of ruined it. They was pissed at Auntie. They threw him under the bus, like you just said. And like you're going into, they had this campaign attacking men, and then that's why you don't see them over at Cuda's as much. You know what I mean?
They used to come in there. I remember they was even killed. But when they was on Bomb's panel, I used to be up there with I go over there with Bomb and Kev 504. He always dropping knowledge about finances and doing stock trading and whatever and what it is, to be a father. Like, he's a single father. You know what I'm saying? He has his daughter. Like he's He's making moves. Like all of these men that are up there talking, even Joshua, you know what I mean? We sit up there clown. We talk about everything, you know.
And New
And
made a great point. Can't have a female co-host that's starting off in a quicksand. Exactly, facts. But go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when all of this said and done, I'm sitting up here like, man, okay, cool. And then I started seeing them going after or rounding up or attacking the men that wasn't on that wasn't about that, that's actually trying to be even killed with them, right? And then they started using Rude as a fucking battering ram. And then it started turning into fuckery. And you know what I started to do? I said, you know what, I see what this is, I'm out. I already see what it was, I'm gonna just stay away. So when me and Bomb had a conversation, she said, hey, did we do? I said, no, you good. I got busy, which I did get busy, but I'm not coming around to be to be arguing with some fuck shit, because there's certain people you allow up here that I don't fuck with. And where I'm from, out of respect for you, you know, I treat this like in person. If you got somebody at your place of residence that I don't fuck with, and I know that they're going to start some shit and there's going to be a problem, I don't come. You know what I'm saying? We can be cool, but I'm not going to make you make a decision. You cool with the person, it is what it is. And then they started making that THMC thing. And then, you know, I thought it was the man, you know what I mean? They hate men or some shit. Like that's, you know what I mean?
They kept calling themselves the Most High's children. I just shook my head. I'm like, that's ridiculous. And Cuda said they don't even believe in God and none of that stuff. You know, it's just dumb.
Listen. And the person that's leading the charge, right? They started fighting amongst themselves, and I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, it's verbal. That's confirmed by Dusty. Dusty said that's the leader, and I know because she got in it with Angry Man and called him this, and they both were stupid going at each other at Bayou's channel. And when she got terminated, I forget, but it's stupid. Like, why would you support that? And you know, I don't care for Virgo. The last time I saw her on a panel acting crazy, that was over at GMT's, and I shook my head. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I don't like I you know what I mean? I know of her from over there, but she hangs in those Taz Nyla,
and all that.
And then anybody that I see hanging around
over there,
woman sphere, that motherfucking
I
don't really talk. Yeah, anybody, because this is how I knew shit was about to hit the fan. And I'm gonna just say this. When I saw that and they start running around with that THMC shit, and then I saw Rude keep popping up, and then when I saw the whole thing, then I saw Angela pop up after the coast was clear. I said, this is about to be some hell. And then the whole Bomb and her best friend Danini and all of that shit, the whole shit. And I say, yep, I already knew they was coming with some dumb shit, and they coming with some scorched earth, kill the motherfucking kill the world type shit. That's what they was coming with. Like we can't have it. And then another dude. Oh, you know, here's another dude. Now they done got another I call them proxies. Right? I'm not gonna call them do boys. I ain't gonna call them do girls. I call them proxies because I look at it as a warfare, as subversion as warfare. So your next proxy is old stuttering J.
Oh, Big J.
Yeah, he the next proxy. I don't know what doggy biscuit or who pussy picture they sent them in the back chats, but that's your next proxy.
He's good with I think Pure, and I know he's like anti-manosphere. Everybody knows how he gets down. Like, you know, he
wasn't accepted.
Yeah,
that's why.
He goes after everybody, but I know he's cool with Aaron and things like that. But the sad part about it is he does this a lot. I know what time he's on. He's going against Reg. You know, that's his issue, real issue. Yeah, he's still mad about Reg. That a lot of that stuff, the women's stuff, I don't think he cares. He used to be in the sphere on the other side of the mainstream manosphere, and I was just like, dude, like, you always go after Reg. I get his stick. You know, I don't think it's real half of the time. He got exposed by the SKC for the SYSBM thing about the different women. They say he's dating a white girl. Now he tried to deny it, but I understand where Big J's coming from. But you know, he don't want to get exposed like that. But I see him around in Kudas a lot. But you know, but now's the time. I'm more neutral with him because I know he don't find his channel that much, but he's doing his own thing, you know. But I get what you're saying. But I'll tell you this: there's another girl that Woman Sphere is cool. Her name is Annalisa. She got destroyed by Saint the Center. And when I saw the
Oh.
channel, yeah, I talked about that this morning over at Cuda. I said, and I told that to Dusty. I said, the last time I saw her channel, when she went after the dudes, I was just there to troll, right? And she didn't even block me or nothing. She didn't know who I was until, you know, I stopped going over there, you know. But yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you what I did, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did some petty shit.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to hear it?
Go ahead. I'm
right.
petty myself. Yeah.
So we Libras, we are real petty. Right?
Yeah, I'm a Taurus. I'm petty. I'm a
Yes.
fixed sign myself. We do some petty shit. So don't.
We
Yeah.
do some petty shit, right? So when I saw her bring Annalicia around, right?
Yeah.
And because I watched it, right? I was like, you know what I'm saying? I saw it from the beginning. She brought her around, and she turned the camera on. I said, okay, this is what she gonna do.
Yeah.
She gonna bring the light-skinned chick in, right? That can speak, you know what I mean? Because she lives in Canada and stuff like that.
Yeah, in Montreal somewhere. I forget what she. Yeah, she exposed herself.
Yeah, so she's sitting up there. You know, I said, okay, cool. She's gonna bring the eye candy in there to get men to argue. So you're doing the Cynthia G-esque type thing, blah blah blah. Cynthia G, Irina Vet, but a quote unquote higher level thing or whatever, right? All right, cool. Then her and Annalicia fell out a couple of times because when you touch certain nerves with her, she just loses her shit. So I went up on her channel after Saint the Sinner destroyed her and stuff like that, right? The thing about that one is, I get in that second. I went up on her panel like 4 times, right? And I made her look dumb to the point where she had to take down her actual video because the chat was turning against it.
Wow. Yeah, I seen that plenty of times when I was in the chat. Yeah, she gets very
her own chat. Like, I'm on your channel and I made your own chat turn against you, right? And the only thing I did was have the conversation with her and did not get triggered. And when she starts saying things, these black men, I said, I got a question for you. You mean black men in America or black men where you're at? She said, well, black men. And I said, no. Where do you come from? And she said, well, I think she comes from somewhere in the island somewhere. I said, so were you born in Canada? No. So the black men that you're talking about are the black men that you grew up with a country full of black people, right? Right. And then you immigrated into Canada. That's not correct? Yes. So the black men that you're dealing with are either immigrants or first or second generation, right? Yeah. So that means that the dysfunction that you have comes from a country full of black people that are ran by black people. Whereas in America, we are a minority and we are oppressed. So our issues are our issues. But why are you there speaking on issues about black men in America when you're not from America?
Right.
I don't understand that rationale.
Yeah, that's
because
just like
you didn't have that
JX.
experience.
Yeah, it's just like JX. I exposed her a few times. She don't like me because I show no emotions to no Pisces like that. And she knows I'm familiar with foreign people. The reason she's scared of me and this one coming over here, because I don't play that stuff. You know, she instigates a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know what she's about, but she does not like me. It's a certain tone I have she don't like. She gets intimidated on panels. That's like several times. Then she tried to check me on the thing with me and MOT in that March. I said, you wasn't around when that happened. He just want to be a one-trick pony, want to agree to him. And if you disagree with him, he gets emotional like a female, of course. And I try to stay away from that. And that's what you got what's wrong with these dudes. Like Annalisa, you pulled her whole card.
Yeah.
That's what I've noticed.
A couple of times.
All that. I did it too. Yeah, I did too with her.
You know how I pulled our whole card? Right? You know how I pulled our whole card?
Let's go on, Pepe. Go ahead.
When me and her were talking, I said, Jessica, why don't you ever talk about what's going on in England?
Yeah, that's how you get her. That's how you get her.
And you know what she said? She said, well, I don't think that's appropriate. We're talking about, I said, no. If you've never been in America, if you've never dealt with Black Americans, why are you speaking so much? And I said, but I'll talk about England. Well, how can you talk about England? And I pulled out, right? I pulled out the front part and I pulled it on the screen. What is this, Jessica? This is me and my wife. This is me, right? And she's like, okay, that's you. I said, okay, that's me. Hold on, let me show it to you. I changed my avatar, right?
Mhm.
if I got it. I changed my avatar, right? So you see
Mhm.
my avatar now?
Yeah.
I said, this is my
I remember
avatar,
this
Jessica.
avatar. Yeah, I remember this
Yeah,
avatar.
right? I said, what is that, Jessica? That is an American and a British passport, right? I said, I got houses in England. I said, what? I said, yeah, my family lives in Maidaville, 6 blocks down the street from Buckingham Palace. We have a flat. We have 2 houses in Scotland. I said, so the way you're talking, you gotta be from East London if you half Nigerian or something. And that's the ghetto part. That shit looked like Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And she jumped off the panel.
That's how you get her. She did that with
Yeah.
me over at Cuda's plenty of times. When I pulled her whole card on several occasions, she tried to expose me with between me and MOT. Girl, you wasn't there. The real reason he got mad because I sided with Cuda. Cuda's a good dude. And they got mad because he's not as fake as these guys are. And then they talk, yeah, he's himself. And they was about fake brotherhood. See, I didn't see that. Cuda was trying to tell me these guys wasn't really about that. So what you was dealing with over there, you can't even disagree with them respectfully and things like that. And it always resort to insults and things like that. And I stood on my square, but see, I ain't like everybody else. I ain't trying to be a one-trick pony. And then they come around when he proves them right? They fall in the ditch, right? They get exposed every time by everybody. That's why I don't take those dudes seriously, because when I said about the stream team, that was the problem, the ego. Cuda was doing too much, and I saw his problem. He sounded like me. I used to be like that years ago on the internet, like try to save niggas and you can't because niggas don't want to be saved. Yeah. And I get away from that, and I did the right thing in March. I enjoyed this YouTube year. Probably the best years I've ever had since decades ago, because this is fun for me, because I'm learning about different people and learning about new people, and I had to clean my subscription palette out. And what you're just saying, like, yeah, when I did with Annalisa, man, I didn't get on her panel, but I was in the chat. But I remember times those men turn against her every time, and I stopped going to her shit because I wasn't subscribed to anything. I was just peeking, because I thought she was gonna be something, and I just like cut her off. I said, "Nah, she's greater." Than Dwayne asked me, "You gonna go over there?" Nah, she's off it. She's chasing the D. She's chasing the D.
Yeah.
That's all.
A Saint in the Center showed that when he said, "Would you can be a second wife?" and he was talking to her, and she when she stopped and thought about it and asked about the deal, I said, "You just want some dick." And Saint in the Center looks like the type of dude that you want that you can't have, right? So you don't hate men. You have this visceral reaction that you keep going after the men that you can't have, just like on the other side. You're having an allergic reaction to keep getting denied by the women that you want, instead of going after, if you really want to be honest with you, the women that you need. That's it. Like, who's going to help you build? Like, who's going to be there to raise your legacy, which is your fundamental, responsibility as a man. Now, not all men are built to have a family and children. That's okay. Like that's fine. I'm cool with that, because of your personality. It has nothing to do with society to that point. But the fundamental understanding, and this is why I said, is niggas need to stop passing out these quote unquote red pills, right? And they're defective. They're defective. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like how Johnson & Johnson had that defective vaccine. You know what I'm saying? These red pills that these niggas are passing out in these 2.0, 3.0 spaces, they're defective, and they're called the pussy red pill. That's it. It's defective, because that's not what it's about. It's about it's truth. It's truth if you're going to go down that rabbit hole. And I heard somebody say it. I was listening to somebody that was talking about that whole thing or whatever, but I think it was Duke and Don or something. It was a guy that was in that community, and he said, you got to get out of that rabbit hole. You can't stay in that red pill phase forever. You got to move on. Right. And I was like, yo, finally someone said it. God damn it. Damn. Like, somebody said it. Somebody said it. Like, it's like, oh, thank you. Like, you don't take a vaccine every fucking day. If these dudes you know what I mean? They're addicted to red pill, right?
Yeah.
Like painkillers, like Vicodin, like you know what I'm saying? Like they're walking around and they need to detox. They need to be put on methadone. They're on trauma. They're on trauma heroin at this point. Like they are trauma. It's every day is trauma, and then they're allowing. And when I looked at the lead detective, right? You know what I mean? The lead attorney.
Mm-hmm.
That brother, right? I like how he does his presentation and how he talks.
He's got a great presentation.
He got a great presentation.
I'm about to subscribe some of his stuff.
I like,
yeah,
you know what I
I'll
mean? He's getting in the, but he keeps his stuff about him, right? And you know what I mean? And it's the presentation. I like how he does it. But then when I look, and I'm like, wait a minute, Jessica over here with the thing, okay. And then I look, at, you know, Kevin. I said, y'all niggas don't get it. She's attaching her wagons to whomever will get her paid.
Mm-hmm.
If a white supremacist came into space and he had greater numbers, she gonna be jumping over in his chat. She doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? She don't care. She don't care about you niggas. She don't care about you niggas, right? Because she was old. I'm like, and it's fine. She's here to make money, and whatever rhetoric and whatever way she can, because she could not be in these other spaces of the manosphere not showing herself at all.
Mm-hmm.
At all. It don't matter what her accent is. You know what I mean? They wouldn't even allow her in the fucking space if she did. I'm not saying that you have to. Like, look, with her voice, if she looked like something, she would have made more money playing video games on Twitch. Way more fucking money. With her voice, listen, with her voice, and if she looked like the way she actually looked, she would have made more money sitting up on a live stream arguing with motherfuckers and shit with dry dick. She could have been sitting on a fucking webcam playing a fucking video game, making $130,000 a year and kicking it. You know what I'm saying? For 3 hours out of the fucking day, for 3 to 4 days a week.
I think the Fresh and Fit guys denounced her last night when I was listening.
Of course they denounced her. Yeah, because they wanted her to come her ass out there. But she wasn't gonna send a photo, a picture, or nothing that actually looked like her. Get on the screen, do nothing.
She ain't going to.
She ain't going to. And that right there is, you know what I mean? This is, you know what she reminds me of? Remember the Muffet Babies?
Yeah, I remember.
Nanny? You never knew what the fuck that, you only saw ankles.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what it reminds me of. Yeah,
she's Charlie of the Agents of Dry Dick. You don't know what you look like. Like, is she the Claw from Inspector Gadget?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, listen. If she doesn't want, but the excuses, I'm going to show myself. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I'm going to do this, that, and the third, blase, blase, blah. Right? I remember C Boogie was saying something that he was going to go in or something with that whole debacle that went down. And then I was waiting the next day for C Boogie to give that work and to do in, and he didn't even address it or whatever. I said, yeah, the Game Changer must have paid him to shut up. Must have paid him to shut up. It was a ransom. That's a Baltimore.
Oh boy.
She did came up her foot one time on Bernard. Yeah, she's Nanny from the Muffet Baby. She showed her cankle. Every time she changes that avatar, it's a whole different female.
Yeah.
It's a whole different female. Like, you know what I mean? And the one that she shows a lot, that collarbone is real suspect.
Yeah, suspect. All those pictures could be some porn model or from all these Instagram stuff. Yeah, and I said she could be a man or a white person or a white woman. That's all I can say. Because knowing that, try to come at me sideways, that didn't work on Cuda's, because you can tell a nigga would just stand on the square. But see, me, I'm a beast like that. Like, they can't get to me on the internet. I just laugh at them. Yeah, he said, what about, your previous? Okay. like to say to her, when she went on TS show, she did him like she did Cuda earlier this year, dancing around the question, act like she never lied. Yeah, she always lied. I caught her in a lie several times. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then he said previous, yeah. I forget. Oh, that's talking about Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah, and the Cuda. Yeah, talking about that. We was on the panel and she got mad at Pepe the Frog in the chat. See, she gets rattled in the chat and the panel. See, me, I get on her
That
nerves.
baby giving her that goddamn
Yeah,
work.
I be giving her the work too. She don't like me or neither one or DS1. That's why she don't be over at DS1. And DS1 said, you know why she don't come over here. Yeah, she don't like channels like us where we tell the truth. Because Ty City be getting on her skin as well. She can't stand him either. You don't see her over there either. So that's why I'm cool with Ty a lot. Because we're almost on the same accord, you know.
I'm like, everybody peeped it. Like
Yeah.
everybody peeped it. You know, when she came in and whatever, but I already know what it is, right? It's like, okay, right? You know, I don't have a problem per se with Kendra. She ain't ever do nothing to me, but I'm just
Kendra's
saying this
cool. Yeah, I ain't got no
I'm
problem.
just saying this in context, right? When the split happened, when the gates of incel hell in the black manosphere was left open by Obsidian, right? Because he used to hold all the incels in the gates of his channel, right? And when he decided to abandon his post, and the great split happened, and they were able to fester and multiply like locusts in the black manosphere spaces. Some of them went over there to the masculine mercenaries. Some of them went over whatever, right? Yeah. And the representation, because you can't keep saying some shit without someone co-signing, right?
Yeah.
It's like from that ilk, right? So if you're saying women are fucked up, you need a woman to vouch for that. So you get Kendra to sit up there and say that shit, right?
Right.
And you know what I mean? And that's what most of her content is. Let's just call it what it is. It's facts, right? It's, you know, when she tried to kind of do some other shit, her numbers dropped. So she had to go back to the trauma bonding shit. That's what it is. That's what she does, right? Now, how can we one up Kendra? Right? How can we one up them? Because you know, all of them MOT, they don't like Angry Man because of the Obsidian shit. Like it's just what it is, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Angry Man, Angry Man does Angry Man shit by himself. Like no one's really on his show. It's just him by himself, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He stopped that a long time ago. He'll do it every now and again, but he stopped that a long time ago.
Yeah, the last time he had a panel was with Ramil about the magazine thing. That was it. And after that, they're cool. You know, he didn't have nothing to do with that. That's the doctor's idea. He said, I can't control that nigga. He said that to him. He said, I can't control what another man does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So with all of that, and before that, so Jessica X, she was over there. I would see her, like, I didn't know Cuda brought her around, but I would catch on BMT.
Yeah.
A lot, right? And she would actually be like waffling back and forth and whatever, right? And she would be over there debating classic Ruby, and Ruby put her in the goddamn Kobayashi Maru all the time. Right? So she didn't like doing that, right? Because then Ruby would actually show her how not intelligent she actually was. Because she's from Canada, so she doesn't get caught up with that whole accent shit. You know what I mean? That shit doesn't bother her. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So then she started, going around spaces, and then she landed over there with Game Changer and them. And then she twisted her rhetoric one time.
Yeah.
And then she became Mary Magdalene and shit.
She's frequent over at GC's panel. I stopped messing with him because of the China White thing, because she went against him, and then he found out that she gave me a wrench. I was cool with China, but that's what happens when you deal with those folks. But it's all good. You know, I ain't messing with them. Yeah, but go ahead, what you were saying, but you know.
So when you saw that, I said, oh, okay, all right. So you got Kendra over there with their section. Okay, now we're going to have our priestess up here for the propaganda machine, right? We're going to have our priestess up here. And then when I started looking around, I was like, okay, when have I seen this play before? Oh, yeah. Let's go look in the conscious community, right? Because it's patterns. People have patterns, right?
Right.
The black woman is God. The black woman is God. The black woman is
Yeah.
God. The black woman is God. Okay, cool. That's fine. But then you need some women to say something of the latter so the women will believe it. So you get your Zaza Ali. Y'all black women need to get y'all shit together. Y'all are fucking up. Y'all fucking up. And I said, oh, okay. So Kendra's more Shaza Ali.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get it because of the NOI. I get it. Okay, I get it. All right, cool. So what is Jessica X? I said, what is Jessica X? And Jessica X is more of a D'Amica. She's more of a D'Amica. Because whatever her name, Danica, the chick with the crown on the titties.
Yeah, Danica Marie. Yeah, she's
Danica Marie.
a typical pick me. I ain't got no issue with her. I mean, she's all right, you know.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
mean,
yeah, bro. Like, I'm like, yeah, it don't phase us, man, because you know what I'm saying? We got that out of our system.
I still have to side eye these pick me's going wrong though. I'm just saying.
Okay.
you
JX
talking about
stopped going to GC shows probably because of Jerome. Yeah, Jerome is a whole troll. I don't take him that
Jerome
serious.
is a hoe.
Yeah.
Like,
Who's Jerome, man?
Yeah, he said some foul stuff about Anger Man's Day Grandma. I couldn't co-sign it. I know
Nah,
he's
you
a little
can't.
petty.
Yeah,
I
you
can't fuck with you
go
after
to
that.
nothing, man. You can't go. You
And
can't
Shango
go
told me, Shango told me about it. The internal told me about it. He went at Shango and said, "Nah, I'm not gonna go." He don't make no real content. I just let him be who he is. You know,
Who that Shango
he's
TV?
yeah. Shango internal went at him, but I let Jerome run into a Coliseum cage. You know how tourists do, because you got a bad bull gets stuck in the ditch. I always make a joke about that, a Zodiac joke, and like, there you go. I'm part of that lucky number crew. I can't mess with guys like that. I'm on my own shit because all of us don't think the same. It's just I let him fall in the ditch. Him and Pino, known as Gino, but he needs to stop with that bullshit too. And Angry Man trying to check him, trying to say chill with that shit. DS1 roasting him. Yeah, DS1 roasting him. They all roasted him, and he got emotional. He saw the anger. The anger in his voice, and DS1 stopped doing the comedy stuff because he wanted to chill off of that because there was a problem. Just like these dudes with the the incel, the vote sales acting crazy. He's on the lines with what I was saying. I said, man, I feel sorry. And yeah.
What's a Bocel? I don't even know what the hell.
Bocels voluntary celibate. They're worse than incels because involuntary, that's like the married dudes. The Bocels is the ones we're dealing with right now in the space. They're the ones that have problems, like what DeAndre said, with pussy and the vagina and everything else. Yeah, he's a different Taurus. Yes, he is. Thank you, Shaka. You just confirmed what Noam Lysa. He's wild, man. I just let him hang himself, man. Like he can be cool from a distance. I just leave him alone, man. It's certain people, I give you an arm's length. If I don't like too much bullshit, I'm just like, nigga, stay over there. It's like me and DeAndre and Cuda sometimes. Sometimes you got to let them hang themselves, man. Like, I'm the same way. And I give you a few chances, but if you fuck up, it's like me and Wacky, we just chop your head off. It's like the guillotine over here. It's like the Coliseum over here. That's why I like Ramil. Ramil's cold like that. He'll drive every nigga down. They're scared of him, even though he's a Scorpio, but he's mean as hell. Don't let him fool you. He'll flip on them niggas. He'll throw shots at them. If he catch you fucking up,
here's a philosophical question for you guys. Like, if you know the red pill, I guess through and through, and can you truly be happy?
Of course you can.
Of course you can. Of course you can.
I'm like, when you first, like when you, there's a difference. Like, you cannot be happy in a red pill rage state.
Right.
Yeah, that's and if that's what you're saying, that's true. But you can be happy in a red pill state, right? But you get absolute,
he is.
Yeah, you get calmness. I guess I'm just saying, this is my perspective. Everybody can chime in because this is just how you take it. You get calmness and serenity when you go into the black pill mind frame.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't about your happiness. It's about what's going to happen. You take your feelings out of it. You know what I'm saying? Amoral practice.
So the black pill, I mean, I still don't understand what the black pill is. The black pill is more about acceptance that shit is going to happen regardless what you do?
No, it's being pragmatic. It's like this, right? It's if I know, right? Okay, Thanos did a black pill thing, right? Thanos did a black pill thing.
I'm not. I
When he
mean,
snapped his finger.
I'm not familiar with the Marvel comic
Okay.
stuff. None
Okay,
of that.
so basically, if I was to say like this, right? We on the earth, right? We on the earth, or we in the city. Let's say like this: we in the city, right? And for us to fix the city, right? For us to get rid of the scourge in the city, the problematic corruption, everything, the people are fucked up. It's infested down to the roots. I can try to run around and try to protect the people that's trying to be average Joes all day. Or I can fight against these other guys, or I can see with the red pill, wait a minute, these guys, these criminals exist because you motherfuckers that's supposed to be the good motherfuckers are worse than the criminals because they're actually living in their truth, but you motherfuckers are false, right? You know what I mean? Or I understand that without no light, there can be no darkness, and without no darkness, can't be no light, but the city's unbalanced. So now what needs to happen is I go from red pill raging, I get in my even state of red pill, understanding what's going on and understanding the environment, but there needs to be some form of control. So if I come in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decapitate 2/3 of both sides, right? And then I'm going to bring everybody under subjection and say, these are the rules. You operate this black market and you're going to regulate, and this is what's going to happen. And you're going to operate the light side, and this is what's going to happen, right? Because at the letter of the law, this person can't be dealt with, but we know that they did it. So we use the black side of the coin to motherfucking execute them, you know what I mean, or whatever. Right? It's duality. It's usually that things need to be done. Like there's going to be collateral damage to get things done. You know what I'm saying?
Facts,
That's what black
facts.
pill is.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
it's just like what B just said. His last stream. I say this all the time over Cudas with Owlman and Batman. Even he mentioned Thanos and Joker. And this is a combination of utilitarianism and nihilism. I told this to Nameless. I don't think he really understands. That's what B just be on. That's a classic pre-record. Just please watch that. That's the actual Black Pill. That's his thoughts. He'll bring esoteric terms on his channel. And I talk about it a few times on my streams before I had the gear and stuff like that. And that actually elevate the conversation. So I had a few people in the box. I mean, I just had 10, 11 just now bounce around. Shouts out to Cuda sharing the stream. But I'm just saying, man, like I talk about that over here too. I talk about different things, the Zodiac and things like that. I try to be different on the channel, you know, try to do updates. I do a little politics there and there, but I'm gonna structure it if I ever go to Rumble, whatever. But boy, what I'm saying, I'm just starting this for now. I'm just gonna see what's going on. And what's going on, Fireman? Salute. And I'm just saying, like, yeah, man, that's what it is. You got to be like pragmatic on that view, at like a amoralistic like level. Yeah. So yeah, that's Black Pill. But what you were saying about, you know, those women that's collapsing, yeah, Verbal's leading it. I mean, last time I saw her was going at the Anchorman, but you know, but I seen her in the chats over at Aunt T's before leading that shit, you know.
Yeah, she was mad, like she was up, she was, and this is the crazy part, is I saw them turning on each other.
Yeah, like, that's what Cuda said. Yeah,
like, yeah, you just got, like, here's the thing about them, right? They have a pattern, they have a vicious pattern, right? Because I seen them sit up there, go at, you know, I'm like, even though he deserved it, Cyberline and Bullets Gotti and whatever, right? But when I remember she was talking to one guy, I think it was AC. I think it was AC Star, right?
AC Star, yeah.
She was talking to AC. Yeah, she was talking to AC, right? I mean, he from, I think he's from Jersey or something like that.
Yeah, he's from Jersey. He's from Jersey. Yeah. He's cool. Yeah, I'm used to it too.
Yeah, I'm used to it too, because that's, you know, I'm used to it. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? So, so he was up there talking. She was disagreeing with him, like, hey, nigga, and these niggas, and you know how she get into all of that shit and riling up the motherfucking the pigeon den, right? The pigeon coop, right? And AC said, "What are you talking about?" And he turned this camera on by mistake, and she was in mid sentence, and she was like, "Yeah, Nick, ooh," and I was like, and AC heard her do that, and then AC kept the camera on, right? And I typed to him directly, like in the Zoom chat directly. I was like, "Go ahead, bro, go ahead and cook." And he started talking. He's like, "What's up, sis? What's going on?" "Oh, I didn't know you looked like that." I said, and he actually got more dogmatic with it as she came under subjection, because at the end of the day, that just proved the point.
Mm-hmm.
For all of you for all of you dudes that's against game, if you don't have that,
No game.
it wasn't even the game. What it was is she saw how he looked, right?
Yeah.
And the way, and he kept on his square, so that made it worse. It's like we are humans are superficial. This is a thing that we have to understand. We're superficial. You're not. If I see a chick walking down the street and I look at her in the eyes and she look good, why do we turn back around, watch her when she passed by? Because we only see in the front part. We want to see the back part. And then you'll be like, "Yeah, she pretty, man, but she ain't got no ass." And keep it moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep it pumping, right? Now, if she kind of alright in the face, like she ain't like overly pretty, but she's got an average face. But if you turn around, she got an ass. A lot of motherfucking men, especially black men, we do a U-turn. "Hey, shorty, what's up?" Because you just made the laws. You just made in your head how you're going to get this chick, right? According to how you're looking. Because, okay, she's got an average face, but she's got a nice body. So I have a higher percentage in your head of getting this woman, right? Now, if she's got the total package, you're not going to waste your time, because you're calculating, if you know yourself and understand, man, she probably got a whole lot of niggas with money, blase, blah, chasing after her. I'm looking at the shit that she's wearing. I'm moving on, right? Now, if you walking through looking like a goddamn action figure, right? In some shit that looks good, like let's just say like not even a suit, but you're casual and you're walking and you're whatever, and you give her that look, she's going to bite back because of what you have on and you're attractive. We don't take that into accountability, right? We don't take the just how it is. Just like how old girl on Satan the Sinner, he can talk to
Elisa,
her like,
mm-hmm.
He can
cut
talk
like
to
butter.
her
Mm-hmm.
cut like butter.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking to her. He was respectfully disrespecting her ass, talking to her, and she sat there and took it and didn't lose her shit, because that's the type of dude she's attracted to. End of story. So a lot of these dudes don't want to jump in. They found out when they took the red pill on the pussy, the defective red pill. They know the truth. I'm gonna say this. I don't like to say this to certain dudes, but let's just take Fantastic, for instance. You look like a black modern day Simpsons character. There's no bitch trying to fuck you that's above a 7.5. That's what the nigga look like.
Oh man.
No, I'm just saying. Like, yo, listen. No, listen. It's a fact, bro. I'm an average looking ass nigga. I know in the face I'm an average looking ass nigga. So I learned to get my talk game up. I learned how to read energy with chicks. I understand my mechanisms in life. Have I fucked some bad bitches? Yes, I have. Because I knew how to fucking move and how to do things within my thing. But am I gonna Ramil can fuck the bitches he's fucking and get the women he's getting, because that is the type of nigga that most women are attracted to on an average basis. Those are fucking facts. That's what it is. Let's just be real, right? If The Rock walked into the room and you standing next to him, The Rock gonna get most of the bitches. Without even saying anything. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because the nigga's all muscly and shit. It's just how the nigga's face is contoured and how the nigga aura is. It's just what it is. Just the way he looks. Here's another example. When Jay-Z got Beyonce, niggas was like, she with that nigga? It wasn't. Think about it. This is Beyonce at the time when they got together. She with that nigga, right? You know what I mean? Now if somebody said Beyonce with Nas, I can see that. Beyonce with at the time Nelly, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? You thinking about it, or say Beyonce is with Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that, right? Jay-Z, nigga, she with that nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You trying to wrap your head around it because you already in your mind got it fixated that this person should be with this person, and because of how they look physically, right? So a lot of these dudes have that issue and problem when they taking that red pill, right? Although a lot of these women, right? Here's the crazy part. People think the red pill is just for men. These women take it all the time. That's why they lash the fuck out.
Yeah, I want to read this part what News said. Not a lot of black men understand the black pill. They just think it's doom and gloom. Facts. That's those incel wannabes, these blue pill.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, earlier we talked about the early enhanced utility. Yeah, that's what. And like, just DeAndre, this is a guy I be talking to over at Cuda's with that long build. When they talk about credit. That's one of my favorite streams over there. If you watch that stream, just put it in your watch list. Like it's 11 hours, but it's actually 12 hours. Like we did today at Cool. It's like 17 hours. Like that cutoffs and the bills. These are the type of conversation that we had. And sometimes you'll see Fasting and Triple Black up here. That long bill. And I tell Triple Black all the time. That's one of my favorites over there because we was actually building. So, you know, but if you want the mic, I'll pass it to you. But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, that's what I was like. I was kind of confused when I asked you that question about what is the black pill, because I see incels using the black pill incorrectly, and I'm like, what? Because I like at first I was like, from when I heard BGS talking about utilitarian nihilism, I was like, oh yeah, I can rock with that, because I mean that's what my that's what my username. Yeah, that's what my username.
Utility. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see.
So that's why I was like, okay, cool. But then when I come to other spaces and I see incels using black, that's when I was like, oh no, bro. So that's why I had to ask some questions, because I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those incel guys, they're lost causes, man.
They are, and some people try to help them. I had 12 a few minutes ago. Okay. Oh wow, they in and out.
Yeah, they got banned on. They got their Reddit pages banned.
Yeah, that's part of it. They messing it up for everybody. I stay away from Reddit. Reddit's always been biased and things like that. I don't mess with those sites like that. I move around.
I don't mess with those psychopaths.
Yeah. I don't mess with those sites like that.
Well, like I was saying earlier, though, I use Reddit for like research purposes.
Most people do. Most
people
do.
Not on the dating stuff and all that, but more on the stock and analyzing and stock picks and crypto.
Yeah. I'm gonna read this right quick. Shakanula said, women take the black pill faster than men. When men understand that, then they actually grow into a man. Exactly. That is so true. And like you said, they are a lost cause. Most of them are not really incels. Their leaders are vocels, but the incels, these are married men lost in these spaces. Some of them are single, messed up like that, and they can't get the vagina and all that, because most married men are the true incels. But these guys are like semi-vocels. They just choose to want to be incels too, and it's sad. And a lot of them are broken. It depends on the upbringing. That's why I like DS1. He talk about the values. They have a backwards value system, and that's why this thing will work. It works better under him than all the other groups of the A game. Shouts out to all of them, but he's a better leader for it. And then I think the doctor's trying to push DS1 because he always talk about it a lot.
So wait a minute. So I'm confused. So incels are mostly married men?
Some of them are mostly married men, some of them are single, but a lot of them could be vocels. I'm saying, like I said, voluntary celibate. They're voluntary, and it's sad too. But BGS knows this too. He know the truth that's ruined the spaces. But a lot of men don't want to call it out because you see them amongst us in these spaces as well in the chat room as trolls and stuff. So it's kind of like you're dealing with a
So
fire
is
on fire.
So is a Volcel like a guy that's like getting pussy like intermittently, or
No, he's just voluntary celibate. He just don't want it. Like it's kind of like almost like an incel, but he's worse. They the worst ones. I see him a lot in these chat rooms, be trolling and stuff like that. And it's sad, dude.
Yeah, they're normally the ones that are conflicted with themselves internally.
Yeah,
uh,
it's the
they
ones
might
that's
need to
like
have to see a doctor and get their libido checked or something.
no,
That's
it
crazy.
has nothing. It has nothing to do with fucking. What it has to do with is they don't have a problem with getting women, right? Well, having sex with women. That's not the issue, right? Their problem is that they keep running into the toxic women, and they go into automatic simp mode, right? If you want to call it, right? And they are, I call it, they're dysfunctional empaths to pussy, right? And it's so bad that they have to voluntarily abstain from pussy because they get so into a chick. They get so into her to a point where they start stalking, they start doing all this crazy shit, and the chick's not being toxic. Her senses is going off because they came off one way and they come off another way after they get the pussy. Like once they get the pussy, it's just they just allergic to pussy. Like I'm sorry, like there's people that's like that. Like, it's just what it is. So they have to voluntarily to keep themselves from either going to jail or killing themselves. And you know what I mean? They have to stay away from women because they keep making the wrong decisions. They have to voluntarily do it. Now there's a difference, right? Because there's a difference between monk type, right? Where they you know, because when you go into the MGTOW, they say MGTOW monk, right? And that's what BGS does. Right? There's a difference because he already had kids. He's got grandkids. He's older, so he knows so much that if he wanted to go get a pack of pussy out there, he could get it easily because he knows so much, right? But the problem is that he understands that he ain't trying to get with a chick because BGS could have a chick that's like he's 60 something. He could have a chick like 35. He can get a 25-year-old, but you know what she's gonna do? Get pregnant, nigga. I'm at the back nine of my life. I'm not trying to motherfucker have no more kids. Yeah,
that's a good explanation on things because I was kind of confused. I was like, I just wanted some clarification because I was like, okay, everybody's like jumping around.
He's in the twilight of his life. He's in the fourth quarter.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. If you already been there, done that, that makes sense for him to be a MGTOW monk.
Yeah,
like right now, like here's the crazy part, right? I'm gonna be 40 next month, right? My wife is a little older than me, right? You know why I have a dog?
No.
The dog is for my wife. I'm not having no more kids, right? Because the closer a woman reaches menopause, the more sexually active she's getting. It's like, you know, a star burns is its brightest when it's burning out. I'm not having no kids. And goddamn motherfucking she, you know what I mean, at 40 years of age. You know what I mean? That's like me that's like them not letting Marshawn Lynch run the ball in the Super Bowl and throwing it on the goal line. That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? I'm 40. I know that men can get a woman pregnant shit at 70, 80 shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? So, you know, so women, they have that motherly thing. Even when my son comes over with my grandson, she's holding him because she's going back into mother mode because she loves that feeling. She loves that nurturing thing because she was a mother, right? You know, I mean, she's still a mother, but she's, you know, it's a baby and she wants to hold the baby. And I tell her, give him back the baby. Like,
so you're a grandfather at 40?
Yeah, I'm a grandfather 40.
Oh,
my son's,
shit.
Yeah, both of I got like 2 grandkids, but they don't live with me. They live with you know, my older son, he lives by himself or whatever, and then my other son, he lives with his wife. They're married.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're married.
Damn.
And then
And then my youngest son, he's gonna be 17 this year. So
so you had your kids really early.
hey, get them out the way, man. Fuck it, I'm 40. I'm saying
Shit.
shit. I'm running around this
No,
man.
that's just
If you
funny
can,
because I met a guy at the gym and he told me the same thing. He had his kids at 17. I'm like, oh
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, man. I'm like, but I'm not saying everybody do it. If I was
Yeah.
you, I
No,
would
yeah.
tell a person if you're going to do something. I say as a man, get your kids about 28-ish to about I would say 38 at the least. And the reason why I say that is because you don't really, as a man, really raise your kids until they're about 10 or 12. Until they're
Pretty
about 10 or
much,
12.
yeah.
You really don't raise your kids until it's like 10 or 12. Like my
Well,
wife.
I'm 32, so
Yeah, like my wife came in. She came in one day, right? It was the oldest one. She came in and she was talking. She was talking to him. I heard her talking to him, right? And I kept telling her, like, you're doing too much talking. You know what I'm saying? And he was getting in that age where puberty was clogging his ears. That's what I call it, right? He wasn't he was hearing, but he wasn't listening. So she's like, you know what? I'm done. And she walked in the other room. She said, hey, I said, what's up? She said, it's daddy time. You got it. I said, okay, cool. I said, so it's daddy time. You're not going to intervene on nothing. You're not going to, there's no, and I said this to her. And she said, you're right. It's daddy time, right? I said, cool. I'm glad you understand that. Now sit back and watch the master at work. And I walked in the room and he was doing something. And I stood there. I just stood there. She said, what are you doing? I said, watch this. I just stood there, right? And he was playing the game and he stopped and he looked at me. And I said, so what you doing? Oh, I said, oh, what? What was you supposed to do? Oh, mom told, oh, so you heard her. Yeah. I said, let me put it to you like this. From now on, when she speaks, it's me speaking. But if she has to speak to you again, I'm not speaking anymore. I'm going to fuck you up. What we doing? I'm sorry. And then he ran and did it, right?
Yeah.
It's daddy time. You know what I'm saying? And after that, I'm like, he did some dumb shit in there. He had to get maybe 2 life-changing ass whippings. You know what I'm saying? I call them life-changing ass whippings because he tell me to this day he remember what he did, but he really remember the ass whipping. Like we all as men growing up in those days, we had life-changing ass whippings.
Yeah, we did.
Had them. You know what I'm saying? Out of all the ass whippings, you remember a couple one that's like, I don't think they love me anymore. Ass whippings, right?
Nah. See, what was the worst? My older cousin made me like.
I'll be right back. Hold it down, DeAndre.
Yeah.
My older cousin, when he cause he was coming back to the States because he was in Germany. He was stationed in Germany. So he made me sit in a horse stance on the wall. like literally, bro, when I said that was a life-changing experience, that was a life-changing experience. I was like, man, listen,
everybody, people, you don't have to, you know what I'm saying? And that's what's with parenting, but you have to understand, there's a time where raising children is not as difficult as one may think it is. It's scary, but it's not as difficult, right? And you know what I like to do, right? I like to do what was done to me when I was a kid. My grandkids come in here, right? They visit and stuff, and right before they leave, I hop them up on sugar and send them with their parents, so they got to deal with it. Because it was done to me with my kids. You know what I'm saying? Okay, my son, right? My grandson was whining, right? He was doing the whole whining thing, right? And he kept whining, every time, just whining. Nothing's wrong with him. He was fed. He was this. He was that. He was watching his Elmo. You put Elmo on, he just stopped and just watched, right? You know what I mean? All that, right? So he was whining. My wife had him. He was still kind of whining and whatever, right? She told me to hold him while, she was, me over there making the bottle for him because, his mom was taking a break. She was, taking a rest and sleeping and taking a nap or whatever, right? So he was up there and I looked at her and she said, don't do it because she know what I'm going to do next. Because I'm going to give you something. I'm not going to hit like a toddler or something like that or whatever. Like they're crying, they want attention. Or you know what I'm saying? He's like 1 year old now. So I was like, she said, don't do it. I said, okay. So I looked at my son. You know what to do to make him stop doing this, right? It's your kid. This is my grandson, but this is your child. And I passed it to him, passed my grandson to him. And you know what he did? He sat down, had him standing up on his legs. And, he was standing there and he was looking at him. And when he was crying, he started screaming in his face. And then, and then my wife was like, did you? Because she thought I did it. But she looked, I didn't do it. His father did that. But he shut up. He shut up. Right. And then he started kind of whimpering again and he did it again. And then, and he looked at me. I said, you just can't do that. Talk to him. Right. And he said, why are you crying? What is wrong? Speak. What do you want? And my grandson instantly pointed to the iPad because he wanted to watch the Elmo. Right. He said, now say Elmo. And he said it. Right. And he put it on there. And I said, okay, let him watch it. Now turn it off. And he turned it off and he started whimpering and he did it again. And he stopped and he turned him around and he turned it on. And he said, that's enough, Elmo. And he turned the Elmo off and he put him over there to play with his cars. He's showing him discipline. Right? See, that's a shock thing, right? Why are you crying? You're not a terror because there's a bigger, badder terrorizer than you. You will come under subjection. This is a little boy. Right? You're going to be a man soon. Now I looked at my wife, so does it work or not? And she said, because I've done it with all the kids, you just don't like it, but it needs to be done. And that's black pill for you. Mm-hmm. You need the results. You know what I'm saying? If war didn't work, we wouldn't be doing it as human beings. Right? I think I was in Cuda's chat and somebody was telling me that was in the military that torture doesn't work. Mm-hmm. I said torture does work. Why do we still do it? Why do we do it? You know what I'm saying? Like poison works. That's why that's why they test things so it doesn't kill people. You know what I mean? Like I said, black pill is understanding that evil is necessary. Mm-hmm. But it's how much of that evil, right? And then it's all about perspective of evil, right? Yeah. Like we think the Taliban are very horrible people. But if I was to tell you that the United States created the Taliban and that the only reason we're pulling out is because the reallocation of funds, because Obama wanted to do the same shit and the Republicans wouldn't allow it.
Facts. Mm-hmm.
And the Republicans don't care about freedom of people because they're in the war business. They do actual warfare, but Democrats do economic warfare.
That's it.
That's it. And here's the thing. The Chinese are running into Afghanistan because they want those minerals. They want those materials. So what do you do if you already got what you needed, right? Well, what you do is you pull out your troops. You don't really leave any infrastructure. You don't really train these guys up. And then you allow the incursion of the enemy to take over, which basically changes public support, right? You know what I'm saying? Right?
Oh, yeah.
It changes the public support in Afghanistan. It changes it. Then the Chinese try to come in, but they can't come in like you came in. because Chinese do merchant shit. So what's going to happen is if they want those resources, they have to show their fucking hands. So they would have to march in there with their troops and people to see what they're really about. The world would turn on them. The Taliban would still be funded by the CIA, by whatever, because they want control of the thing while they're smuggling out resources, to the United States to keep China back like they did in the 80s with Russia. Right. And then you have your puppet government guy set up where he's sitting there, where he can launch rebel forces against the Taliban. And then they're fighting a civil war for the next 30, 40 years with no foothold. And you're rebuilding your goddamn country economically by keeping all the jobs. And guess what? You notice that they keep talking about these refugees, right? Most of the refugees is getting those visas are women, because they were getting all of these westernized rights. Now think about it. In a Muslim country, it's patriarchy. So they incentivize the women to give them all these rights, these extra freedoms. The first thing that they were crying out about is the Taliban's taking over, and what about the rights of women? And the Taliban leaders said within the confines of Islam, right? So that means they're not going. So all these women are losing their shit. The men ain't losing their shit because now they can go back to where they were. Why you think they were able to take over the capital for so goddamn quickly? Because they want the shit back, right? So now the women are going to be extradited back out. Now Afghani women look more European, right? Right? They look more European, right? Because you know what I'm saying. So guess what? When the Afghani women come over, they've already been westernized. They see Islam as oppressive, right? So now they come over, they got a visa. They're not a citizen, they got a visa. Because for them to get a visa, they need to be with whom? They need to be with an American. Guess what we got? We got a baby shortage. White women ain't having babies. They all with this feminism shit, right? These motherfucking women are going to what? Cow down to the what? The patriarchy of white people. They're going to get in there. They're going to have these babies to stay. And then these children are going to be your new band. And they're going to have 3 or 4 kids. They're not going to work. They're going to be housewives. So you just importing about 2 to 3 million women that are willing to live that 1950s to 60s lifestyle. You just solved all of your problems by removing yourself from a region. You get your fucking infrastructure bill signed. You get the money. The Republicans are yelling, all this other shit because they can't warmonger no more. They can't do what it is, but they really don't care because the price of oil is going to skyrocket come the wintertime because they're going to have all of this shit. And then the world is going to, and then the whole world, NATO and all of that shit has to go in there and try to do some semblance on some peacekeeping, but they ain't about shit. So they're going to beg the United States to come in here and save people because the Taliban shit's going to happen again. And in the next 8 years, niggas going to be back in Afghanistan blowing shit up.
You said oil is gonna rise.
Yeah, come winter, yeah, it's going to rise.
It's going to rise
this winter.
Come
winter, because they need the money because of after the pandemic. I want to read this. Also, you got to say both Democrats, Republicans, especially established ones, voted to get into war. Facts.
Exactly.
No, I was just gonna let you guys know. Look into Grand Terra Energy. It's a Canadian oil company. It's trading around 50 cents a share.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think they just broke ground on that pipeline up there, right? Because I think
it's a Canadian company, but they do exploration, drilling, and pumping the oil in Colombia.
Okay, so now that's what I mean. The price of oil is going to go up, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why their company is going to go up. What just happened in Haiti?
That earthquake.
No, before that.
Oh, the president got killed.
By who?
Colombians.
That were trained by the CIA and where?
In Colombia?
Nope, in the United States.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I heard something. Yeah, Mercs. Because I know Colombia is a major U.S. ally.
Okay,
They have a major non-NATO ally status, but they get like a lot of firepower from the United States.
Okay, so if I ask you where cocaine come from, you gonna tell me Colombia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a fact, right? So if they get a lot of firepower from Colombia, and the cocaine comes from Colombia, but Colombia is trying to get out of the cocaine business because a lot of the cocaine is grown in Colombia, but it's processed in Brazil. People don't know that part, right? Now they're trying to get out of the cocaine business, right? Because because once you start making drugs legal, right? Then they can grow it within their own home country. So your drug no longer has that value because you hold a monopoly on it, right? Okay. So now we need to get into another business. Oh shit. Haiti's sitting on nothing but oil over there. South America has a major problem when it comes to oil, fossil fuels. That's why all the cars down there run off of a lot of ethanol mixed or ethanol pure, right?
Sugarcane,
Sugarcane, right? So, but just drilling it out of the ground is a lot easier than just having all of this farmland with the sugarcane hawking it, because you pretty much you need slave labor to do it, right? Because it's easier to pay Pepe, not saying Pepe the Frog, but it's easier to pay Pepe to go out there with a sickle and cut down sugarcane than it is for you to run a machine that can do it faster and more efficient. You're losing money all the way around, right? So Haiti's sitting on all this oil. The problem is that the president in Haiti, right? You know what I'm saying, at the time or whatever they is, Haitians are very territorial through history. And I understand it. I'm half Haitian. So they know the play. They have a problem with the US because they always renege on deals. And they know that you're in bed with the US. So we don't give a fuck. We can sit on this oil all day. You're not going to get the drilling rights. We gonna get paid too. So what happens is the president was standing up for shit, right? Now the problem is that this is an issue. So you send your mercenary to kill a president, you get the puppet guy in office that's going to play ball, and then an earthquake happens. Now, let me explain something, right? Here's the problem with that. Do you think that earthquake happened by accident?
I mean, I've read somewhere that DARPA has like an earth machine or some type of a device that can cause earthquakes. I've heard about it several years ago.
Yeah, it does. It does. And one of remember Obama released the thing about the UFO shit, and and all these dudes was like finally happy, but they was talking about that special base that they have down in the Bermuda Triangle by the Department of the Navy.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, there is a machine like that. It is a sound wave machine like that.
It's called HART.
Yep. It is. You know what I'm saying? So they have that machine. So we get your president. We looked at the shit, got out all the way out the bag, right? Okay, we couldn't execute the motherfucker like we wanted to make it look like it, because what they wanted to do is spark some dissent between Haiti and Colombia, because they had a working relationship, because they said that 3 of those guys was Haitians, but they were also native Colombians. They were all trained in the US, plus the people that orchestrated it used to work at the Haitian embassy, one in Canada, one in the US. Now, in that infrastructure bill for the Republicans to sign off on it, they snuck in to reopen the pipeline to Canada. They snuck it in. Nobody knows it's there. So you're going to hear about that. But first, we got to do what? We got to raise oil prices. How do we raise oil prices? Well, the United States itself does not need no oil from nowhere. We actually export a lot of the fucking oil, right? So the rest of the world, the eastern hemisphere of the world, the other side of the pond, they all get their oil deposits from certain other places, right? A lot in the Caribbean, a lot over there like in the Middle East, a lot over there in Russia, all of that other shit, right? So What happens is if you start a problem with one supply chain, with one supply line, then another problem happens in another supply chain and a supply line, then your prices go up. So when they come out and say we opening up this pipeline, right? No one's going to be, no one cares about the Native American goddamn graves that's over there. You know why? Because I'm tired of paying $5 a gallon for goddamn gas because I got to get to work. And we've been in a fucking pandemic.
So the Keystone Pipeline is back online, huh?
Back online.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's already in the infrastructure bill. Listen, let me ask you a question. If nobody's been really working for the last 2 years, right? Since 2020, right? Almost going on almost 2 years, right? They just opening things back up. You're going to start hearing about these coronavirus numbers a little bit, but it ain't going to go too crazy, right? They talking about the vaccine. They can't push the vaccine because people dying. Ain't nobody trying to get it. People ain't stupid. It is what it is. You get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. You got all of this going on. You use a lot of fuel for heating in the winter. You use a lot of fuel for harvesting in the fall. You use a lot of these things. So how do we get this money when we've been giving out stimulus checks and unemployment and boosters since 2020, right? You gotta, where does that money come from? That $1 trillion package. You gotta redivert funds. So if you pull all the troops out of Afghanistan and pull them back into play, ready to deploy again to all these other places, right? Like G.I. Joe and shit, guess what happens? That money gets rediverted to infrastructure. Infrastructure means pipelines, means jobs, means take your ass to work. Yes, people got corona. You're going to die. Or you're going to, because we ain't giving you no more fucking money. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? We're not giving you no fucking more money because you're not generating any fucking money. And when people are hurt, they don't care about rationality, right? What they need to do is you need to incentivize them into begging you to save them. You have to incentivize them, right? You have to do certain things in which that your consequences is a better choice than these consequences over here. The game of losses, right? You got to have them with the game of losses. And that's what understanding that the black pill is what it is. Like the United States, if I lived outside the United States and I was in these countries, I would hate Americans. But guess what? I'm an American citizen and I understand what they're doing, because for you to run a fucking country, you got to assassinate motherfuckers. You got to inject yourself into fucking economic and actual physical terrorism. You have to keep your foot on the boot heel and be the goddamn bully for your citizens, i.e. the Roman Empire, the Empire, the Republic. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so, I've been on that. That's why I'm kind of like,
yeah.
I'm baffled that people like complain about it, but then what's the alternative? You know, do you want to pay?
We talked about that earlier at Cuda Stream, and someone went against us when we talk about the secret groups controlling them, like Google and all that. And you know, you had a contrarian in the chat. They don't understand. That's why they don't do research. Like all this is interconnected. That's why people don't trust the media. Now they're waking up. They don't want no bloodshed because that costs a lot of money. And General said this all the time on the panel too. He said the reason they don't want to go to all out anarchy and Armageddon is because they can't afford that. See, it'd be too much pressure. It's about money. You know, war takes time. It's resources. Just like back in ancient times, it takes resources to kill someone if they have a good battalion. I mentioned this on a stream with Hannibal, the legendary tactics that people use. And the reason I did that stream and I did pre-records, he was probably the greatest general they have, and he was about conquest. He wasn't about being a ruler. There's a difference between a ruler, what DeAndre was saying. It goes a long way with that. Now, if you're like a conquest for like Killmonger, you'll see in that movie, you can't conquer all the time. Sometimes it takes a while, you know, and you got to understand you're not going to last that long. Yeah,
people don't realize that we've been in a Cold War with China since 1997.
Yeah, it all goes back to Russia, even though Russia kind of side with us on the deal, but China, they just on thin ice right now. I don't see them evolving in the future, but they're trying to stay in Africa to stay afloat. That's why you got all the Asian countries. I said this, the names, a lot of them are competing against China. I don't think people care for Chinese like that. And
Listen,
I feel sorry for them, though. Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? You know what I mean? I know some cool Chinese people.
Yeah,
right?
there's some cool ones out there.
But
Go ahead.
Okay. Being over here, you see the cool Chinese people, you see the elite Chinese people that know how to act right.
Yeah.
But don't you think it's strange that they have this thing in China called, it's a social credit score, like your behavior.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Right?
Yeah.
Like your behavior, right? Because they started acting, you know how we say, man, you know, the Asian people act all straight. We acting a fool. No, dude. A lot of these Chinese became millionaires overnight. Niggas is still niggas. Right? and you know what I'm saying? Listen, man, I would go that. Listen, you don't understand, right? I'm in Japan. My wife is sitting there, right? My wife is sitting there. She's standing there. And she be sitting there, and the Chinese people will walk past. And she be like, fucking Chinese. I was like, I'm looking at her like this, right? You know, I'm looking at her like this. And then I hear the Japanese people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't like Chinese, right?
Nobody does. I've noticed that. Yeah.
They don't like Chinese. And then I remember her, I remember her uncle talking about the Chinese because her, you know, World War II, her grandfather, her Japanese grandfather, he was a spy for the Japanese imperial forces in China, right? And they have a long history of not liking each other. Koreans, Japanese, they don't like each other. Koreans, Chinese,
that whole region,
This goes back way before the Silk Road.
Yeah.
This way before even that shit. This goes way back. Right? Like this is before Jesus.
Like
This is before Jesus. This goes back.
It goes way back. Yeah.
Way back,
Ancient.
Right? And she said is they're like locusts, right? And I was like, okay, no, and they are, right? And I asked one Chinese dude, I said, hey, I got a question. He said, what's that? I said, I already knew what the answer was, but I wanted him to confirm it, right? Or shock me and it's something totally different. So he was buying all of these presents and gifts and stuff, right? But I said, why are you buying the same thing 3 times in different colors? Like he would buy, like, if it was something that was yellow, that was a product, like an electronic, he would get 3 yellows of the same thing. He would get this, this, and this, right? And he was like, he looked around and he said, because in China, even though we make a lot of these products, there's a lot of knockoffs. So we have to, if you want to get something actually that's actual what it is, you have to pay double or triple the amount because there's so many knockoffs. So even the place where you think there's no knockoffs, it's a knockoff, right? So we come to other countries, or especially Japan, to buy the product. And then we go back to China and sell it because it's actually the right product. I said, but isn't, he said, I said, but it's not a knockoff in China. It's just failed inspection. He said, yes, but because it fails inspection, it's a defective. It's defective, right? Say yes, exactly. So he said, this thing that I brought here is like $50. I go to China, I sell it for almost $1,000.
Shit.
So you make think about it like this. Think about it like this.
Yeah, that markup, boy.
But here's the funny part. You make the product. So this is the crazy part. You make the cocaine in Colombia, right? Right? You send it to the US. The Colombian person buys the cocaine in the US, right? For whatever their markup price is, right? Then take it back and makes 1,000 times the value, or 500 times, or 200 times, or 100 times the value on the product after even the US markup, because the market is so competitive and so fucking flimsy, because their QA in China is horrendous, right? So that's why they're able to do it. But think about it. They're doing it to their own people. Like, you make it. So that means there's a monopoly on proper goods and services in a country like that that's about putting out collectively goods and services and communism, right? Like, do you know in China that they have suicide nets around the buildings?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah,
I've heard some things like that, but I
Foxconn.
haven't seen like pictures of it. But I've heard it exists. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
No,
though, 'cause I know you out
there's
there.
pictures of it. There's pictures
Okay,
of
I
it.
haven't
I've
seen it,
seen
but
Yeah.
I need to stumble upon it. But go ahead,
Yeah.
Justin.
Type
You out
in Foxconn China suicide nets. It should pop up.
Okay.
That's the
But
that's
go
the
ahead,
company
Justin.
that
Expound on
So-
your point, because I know you live in Japan.
So the reason why they have this is because they make them work so much in these factories to pump these things out. Like, and it's a lot of, think about it. We know, if you ever looked in the inside of a phone, we call it 2M, right? It's a lot of micro engineering, you know what I'm saying, to put a phone together. And then think about it. You got to pump out per person. If you getting a job, you working in that factory, right? If you're sitting there, you're hunched over, you're looking through these little goggles and shit, and it's mainly women a lot of times, right? Because women are really good with meticulous, detailed work. So they're sitting there with these little tweezers, right? And you're getting this shit in here, and you have a quota. So you got to do 150 phones that day, and you're the 64 gigabyte Samsung Galaxy 12 person, right? And you're putting this shit together, right? And you're sitting up here, right? And if you only got a 10% fuck up ratio, you hit that 11 percentile. Oh, Mr. Child's coming in and fucking you up. He's fucking you up. And then, so you won't kill yourself, because if you kill yourself at work, they gotta pay your family, right? Or take care of them. So they got the suicide nets. So you jump off the bitch, it catches you, and they drag your ass back in that motherfucker and tell you, if you don't get to work, guess what's gonna happen? We gonna fuck your family up. That happens.
Yeah,
It happens a lot. In
Yeah,
China.
man, it's brutal. It's brutal. I mean, basically, the Chinese communist system is. I mean, the way they have it structured, their employment program. That's how they're able to. That's how they're able to grow economically so fast.
So they location is Zenshin, China. Fox.
Yes,
Suicides was a spat of suicides linked in low pay at the Foxconn City Industrial Park in Shenzhen, China. They occupied alongside several additional suicides at various of the Foxconn-owned locations and facilities in mainland China.
That's where they build. That's where they build the iPhones.
Yep, that's where they build
the iPhones.
And then
that's the subsidiary. I'm sorry.
And here's another part of that, right?
What's up?
And this is why I say it a lot, right? This is a patriarchal country. Afghanistan is now back to being a full patriarchy. Japan, people kill themselves all the time. A lot of men kill themselves, right? A lot of these patriarchal countries, right? A lot of these patriarchal countries, you wouldn't be allowed to sit on YouTube and even complain. Like China, think about it.
Right.
It's how many billionaires that sat up there from China, complained about China, and they marched their ass to the execution chamber talking about corruption. Old dude from Alibaba, AliExpress guy, you see him real quiet right now, right?
Yeah. Jack Ma. Yeah, Jack Ma.
Jack Ma, he tried to pull a capitalist Western move in China, and they kiboshed the fuck out of it. They don't have YouTube in China. Like you got to go on the black web for if you Chinese to watch YouTube, but leave China. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
They
got to
got-
use a VPN, I
You got to
believe.
use it, and if you get caught, guess where you're going? You know what I mean? To I don't know what the
That
Chinese word.
gulag.
Yeah, the gulag. You go into the gulag over there near Manchuria and Siberia. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
so they
saying?
can hang you and got you.
Yes, you know, no, they put no. They put you to work.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
that.
they gonna work you first. We
Yeah,
gonna get some
I
money
heard they
out you.
hang. I heard they hang them on certain parts for capital
Yeah.
punishment. I didn't know that. I was like, wow,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
still got
Oh, they
that.
work you.
Wow.
Yeah. No, they hang you. They fire squad you. But first, they're going to work you. They're going to work you to death. Where you like the way they do it in China. When you do something like being a enemy of the state, right? As far as going against their doctrine and what they're preaching and the communism that they're preaching, like if you that's more egregious than you murdering somebody. That's
Oh,
more
yeah,
egregious.
yeah.
Yeah. That's how
Yeah,
they,
I
that's
agree
how
with
they
that.
put it,
Yeah.
right. That's how they look at it. So what they do is they work you to the point where you rather just say, "Man, kill me, just kill me." They give you enough so you can survive, and you know what I'm saying. And then they send prisoners after you. You know what I'm saying? While you're there to fuck you up, just enough so you can survive, so you're not looked at as a martyr in jail, like as a deterrent, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you basically said, "Man, just go ahead and execute," because you're never getting out of jail. It's never
Right.
happening. It's not going to happen, right? So, and then anybody can get it. Remember, the leader of the Communist Party now has to keep pretty much. China runs they shit. He's the emperor. You might as well say he's the emperor.
Yeah, because
Facts.
I
I agree.
remember I remember they just changed the law in his second term where now he's quote unquote president for life. So he
Yes.
has no more term limits because back in the 80s when Deng Xiaoping
Yeah.
he said that from now on Chinese leaders have to serve a 10-year term, two 5-year terms, so a total of 10 years.
Yeah.
But homeboy just went and said, "Ah, nah, I'm just gonna break that."
Because they're going back to because listen, China, okay, Japan is about to do the same shit, right? They adopt these things, but they need to go back to their imperialistic ways for their country to survive because that is the foundation of it.
Well,
Right.
I from my understanding, they're trying to get rid of Article 9 in the Japanese Constitution, so they're about to get rid of the so-called chains on the military.
Yeah, they have to because the US because okay, the problem in Japan is that the US is basically okay, the Japanese are playing chicken with the US, which they supposed to, what they whatever, right? But Japan needs to kind of semi-isolate itself from what's going on because China's building up and the US is playing both sides on the fence. Like they usually do. I'm like, that's what you got to do, right? So Japan and know they're going to be caught in the middle, and China wants that. They want that real retribution from the motherfucking World War II. They really want that retribution. They want it in blood, right? Because their honor is at stake. Because they could see. Here's the crazy part, and it's like some black people shit, right? See, this is the black pill thing. They understand why England did what they did to them. They can't stand it that the Japanese did what they did to them in World War II. Because China always looked at all the other Asian nations as beneath them.
That's how they are. Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So, and then the Japanese, right, feels the same way about the Chinese. Right? Because that's why they was running and rampaging through fucking Asia during world. That was they get back. Like so Japan can change it whenever, but they had to wait until they got this new emperor. And this is the crazy thing. When you become the emperor in Japan, you can't give it up. It's until you die. This is the first time that the emperor in Japan was allowed to pass down his throne to his son because he was so old. The man, look, they had the man on life support out there. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was old. The man was up there waving his hands. His son was doing it for a while because he couldn't fly, right? So you can't, you know what I mean? So the new imperialistic, because there's an imperial sect of Japanese that whatever, which is pretty much the mafia. They run shit.
Oh, so sorry, Anthony.
So they are doing it. Plus, the U.S. have been giving back bases left and right in Japan for a long time because the
Yeah,
U.S.
they're peeling back. Yeah.
But they're not running out of Asia. You know where they run into?
What's up?
Down in Australia.
Yeah.
People
all
don't
the
even
Southeast
know.
Asia, Vietnam and all them places.
Yeah, they hot.
Singapore.
They going down. Yeah, they going down there and they chilling, right? They chilling. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't need to have this big military force. Now they still got their navies and stuff. They still got an aircraft. They got an aircraft carrier. They got a amphibious assault. But it's pretty much they got destroyers and they got tomahawks. And it doesn't matter, right? Because you still got to fight on sea. And I'm gonna say like this: China can have the biggest army they want in the world, but we always still got the world's powerful navy. And the navy is what gets shit done. Like I'm just being honest with you. Navy and Marines get shit done. The army get in there and they basically hold shit down. And the Air Force kick back and drink smoothies.
Army's just clean up, man. Air Force delivers the guns and the nukes, and the Navy does get shit done because you got the Navy SEALs. The Marines do land, air, and sea, and all that stuff. It's similar to the Navy. They're pretty much the same almost. They train together in the Navy. I didn't know that. They told me that if you ever go to the Navy, they'll send you to the Marines. If you go with water, land, and all that stuff in the desert and stuff, they teach you all that shit. I saw that in the movie, and I said they told on themselves, but they do train together. I did not know that.
Well, the Marine Corps is part of the Department of the Navy.
It says it. Yeah, like the Air Force used to be a part of the Department of the Army. I think.
They are. They have the Army fatigues, but it's a little dark greener. But I see them a lot in Georgia with that airplane place. I see it in the Dobbs County in the Cobb area close. But I do see them travel. Yeah, I do see them a lot, and they're nice too. But they have engineering jobs. I do I understand that. Yeah.
Like when people was laughing about Trump with the Space Force shit.
No, I was just gonna say that. Now we got a Space Force.
They was laughing. They was laughing about it.
But they're serious.
No, they dead ass because what's more effective? Sending a ship with a whole bunch of people to blow some shit up, or having the ship sit there just in case you're trying to escape to blow your shit up and blockade you into your country, and having a fucking laser shoot down on your shit and blow your shit up with pinpoint accuracy.
No, I've always I'm a big proponent of the Space Force. Like I never thought it was silly because the Russians have the equivalent of a Space Force in their military. So I mean it was bound because they were talking about creating a Space Force since 2007. It's just never been it's just never been gotten around to it, I guess.
Well, technically we do have it already. It's just you know what I mean? When you launch a missile, right? When you launch a missile and the missile is self-guided GPS. It's guided by satellite. The satellite is in space.
Well, see, the Space Force, Force is technically part of the Air Force, but they split it. So
they split it. Yeah, there's when you get some B-2 bombers and all of that shit. You know what I mean? Like people don't even know when them guys fly those B-2 bombers, those stealth bombers. They got that oxygen tank on. They got a man with the oxygen tank on. Why do you need that if you're just a regular pilot? You know what I mean? You're not like in a jet fighter, right? Why do you need that? We all know when you're in a big ass fucking plane, because of how big the plane is, you got the compression, you got all of that shit going. You're not sitting with all of that oxygen shit on, right? Because they're flying at a higher altitude, really high, really high altitude, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're flying at the high altitude,
He said chair force. Yeah, that's a joke. Yeah.
Man.
A
You
lot
know
of
what I'm
people
saying?
said that when I used to work, they can't stand the Air Force. They call them chair force. He said something weird about an old Navy guy told me that, and I started laughing. You know how it is. But go ahead.
Yeah. So they you know what I mean? So they can get wherever they need to get to. That B-2 bomber looks like a fucking spaceship already.
Mhm.
It's a spaceship.
Have you seen the new one? They're announcing a new stealth bomber. It's called the B-21 Raider.
Yeah, the Raider, yeah. But that one's supposed to be like, why do you think Jeff Bezos and fucking old dude from Virgin International
Richard Branson. Richard Branson.
Why do you think they're having this dick measuring contest about going out into space, right? See, it's a propaganda machine to get people used to seeing people in space. So then you won't feel as bad when a motherfucking spaceship comes fucking coming out of space. Like it takes off from like, let's just say Cape Canaveral, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We have a problem in Afghanistan. The Taliban have been acting amok, running amok. We're going to hit these key targets. Oh man, we're going to war again. No, we're going to bring out this new thing, this B-32 Raider or whatever the fuck it is. We're going to launch it from Cape Canaveral. It's going to fly. Everybody's going to have their America First flags and shit. Then you're going to get up into space. That shit, they're going to show it hovering. You're going to see like the moon in the background. There's going to be some Gundam anime shit. It's going to come down, right? And it's going to sit there. It's not going to move. It's going to sit there and it's going to launch a fucking bomb, drop that bitch, pinpoint accuracy outside the fucking atmosphere. That is basically the same destructive force as the first atomic bomb with no motherfucking nuclear fallout. Same destructive force. And you know what the problem is? Everybody's going to, well, it's not a problem, but everyone's going to accept it. You know why? Because you want to be secure, because you want to be able to get where? You want to be able to go travel from Florida to motherfucking Asia in 45 fucking minutes because you're used to flying in and out of the atmosphere by now. And then you want to have some type of peace of mind and some security. So you don't mind them bombing from the fucking skies and the heavens and shit. You don't care about Skynet, long as Skynet is for you.
I mean, hey, man, you brought in some good points. I mean, shit, I need to buy some stock in some of these companies that what you're saying, shit. Yeah, because I know there's a company called Rocket something. It's a space a rocket ship company. It's trading around $30 a share or something. Yeah, they did an IPO like a couple of months ago. So
yeah, what you need to do is when you look at this is the best thing when you want to get into something ahead of the ball game, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, you can do this with publicly traded companies when they do projects like this. Mm-hmm. The reason why Jeff Bezos stepped down as CEO of Amazon, but he kept his majority stake, right, in the company.
Oh yeah, obviously.
People don't know that part, right? They just like, oh, he's leaving Amazon. No,
I've been knowing that. Yeah.
But, to the rest of the people with the with
the simpletons, simpletons,
right? So when you see that, right, he can now, that rocket ship shit is actually a company he's building up himself, but that's a privatized company. So you can look into the companies that helped him that's not privatized and see who they're connected to, and then look at it. And it's best to invest into the ones that will subcontract.
About to go there. Yo, top of the first, King Rose is on you. The fastest about two fan bases clashing.
Man, I just got back. Man, what's going on, man? Hey, man. Before I get into the drunkest now, because I've been going through this through the whole space, man, and I just be seeing like people are just talking about just I don't know, just the information I just hit a point of diminishing return. Like, you know,
Mhm.
once you hear these guys, you heard them all. You know, everybody fresh fit thing. You know what y'all talking about? What y'all brothers? Y'all really talking about some tangible shit. And I was just thinking, man, we need to. You know what? I'm not going to say like we do. You know, we can. I think we can fuck with this algorithm a little bit, man, because with sharing shit, kind of. I don't know. I just have an idea of like maybe getting like maybe like 5 of us content creators together for like a week and kind of trigger this algorithm, because I notice when you have when certain people have wrenches and they go to different rooms and they share your shit, it does bring your streams up. And I've been looking at the analytics and shit like that. I don't know. I don't know if we can get five. We could. I mean, I'm thinking about solutions. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a small team, maybe to kind of like prop somebody up. You know, we can pick a person every week to kind of prop the because it's all about the viewers, the live viewers. Because you were up to 10 for a little bit, right?
Yeah, 10 to 12 and more. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
the most I had was like 14 out of the box, so I can get them, you know, based off my subscribers and people.
Because I think, what if check this out, just a little experiment. What if you wrench, like, you know, most of the people in your chat, and you wrench them, and they share your like through that post thing.
Yeah.
What do you think? I just for experiment, what do you think will happen? You think more people will be in your live stream?
Yeah, more people will come in, but they'll find it, you know, if they're subscribed to me or not. Because I had a few people that subscribed to me. But what's going on, Bronze Burst? Salute. And yeah, people word of mouth. You know, Wacky shared mine before. DJ Cuda just shared mine like an hour ago, like 2 hours ago. So he's doing his job and you doing yours. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna find me. It takes time. And I got, like I said, I got BGS as followers in my analytics, Angry Man, Edward Anderson's crew, Kudas, Bernard Rogers. It's
like
that crowd.
Edward.
It's that that's that crowd. That crowd knows who I am. They see me in the chat.
Okay.
I just got 9 right now. Go ahead, but you know.
Yeah, I just shared your thing. I'm just trying to think of somebody probably can give us a little bit game on there. Like for instance, if you at DJ Cuda, right? On your thing, and he shares it.
Yeah.
Does that mean all his subscribers are gonna have access?
Yeah, they know who I am, but see, they know I share stuff a lot. But see, what happens is it's on my platform, and everybody, you know, even Wacky, they share my stuff. They know who I am. All they have to do is they do it, and the ones that's mod up, I can look at my settings, and even you, they're gonna share it regardless, because even new if he wants to share. But I'm just saying, like, they'll come through. Trust me, they'll find it.
Yeah, like, you know, I got people, and some people are just listening to clouds or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
listen to clouds and they'll tell it to the another person. They'll say in the chat, go to this video, and they type my name in the search. But that sharing does help. It does help the algorithm.
Hey, how about
share and likes? Share and likes.
You all have a page, right?
I currently don't have one.
He's working on his. Well, I'm working with enhanced utility. I told him around the right type of people.
Let me do this just for just as, you know, as an experiment. Why don't y'all put y'all links, your pages in the back chat, and I'm going to go on each one of you guys and just share your page or your latest podcast and see if those numbers jump up, since you're in the stream right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I like I said, I don't have one just yet, so I have to post a video for my name to come up, I guess.
Rashawn's got one, Wanji's got one, DeAndre's got one, and myself and you, Triple, like, we're probably like, I would say 5 people that got pages up here, except for Enhance. He's gonna work on his. He's trying to restructure his content.
I'm just saying we got 4 channels, right?
5 people.
So that means that can be like 20 shares.
Yeah.
And if you guys are already in the live stream, I wonder if that will bring more people to your live stream.
Yeah, they'll come through, because it happened before. When Cuda shared my stuff, I had like 10 or 13 or more people come through, because he always does that. And you could do it too, because I know you got a nice following yourself. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to do that real quick. Because the thing about it is those guys was able to gain real fast. Like a couple of those people really gain real fast. I noticed like there's some people that have like maybe, 1,200 subscribers, and they'll have like 100 in the box. and I wonder, is it because they're wrenching people and the wrench people are sharing it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I don't know. I'm ignorant to this, so I'm just trying to, because I think this. I mean, what made me want to think of this, man, is this shit is getting overrun on useless information, like right now, because they're just talking about like some TMZ shit, which is counterproductive.
I'm too old. I'm at the age where that shit does not serve me at all. I'm here about making money, so that's just me. I'm too old.
DeAndre, what's the name of your channel, man?
Hold on, man. My bad. I had a delivery and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time. I got
no,
his. Yeah, I
Juan
got
G,
his
what's the
channel
name
in
of
the
your channel,
subscription.
It's just called Juan G's.
Juan G's. All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and knock that out right now. You got some pretty late video. I mean, like recent videos, right?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm gonna subscribe to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. That's Cuda and X. Okay. He over at X, right? Okay.
His is at 9:30.
Yeah, it's an hour from now for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I'll probably sky watch him. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this stream, but yeah.
Yeah. Right. Brother X over there.
Yeah, I got time tonight because I ain't got much going on, but tomorrow I'll probably do a self-life shit. Yeah. But I got Thursday Thrills this week. That's it. I'm talk about something totally different,
Yeah. Oh, I'm like you. I think with this, like I mean, Triple Black, I love the idea. And I said the only problem is it for right now that it won't, because people want immediate results. So this has to be like a week is not going to do it justice. You're going to have to just be ongoing. It has to just keep going, right? And if you do it, I'm like I say do it as soon as possible. But if you're only going to do it for a week, especially now, it's not going to get what you wanted to get. Probably the best way to do it, if you just want to do it for a week, is actually everybody plan like to do something like on the second week of September, right?
Yeah.
Like the second full week.
No, I understand what you do. It's more for a learning thing, because I remember when Clubhouse first came in, they were doing something similar to that, and they were getting their channels popping. What they were doing is they're all going into like what they were doing. They were creating rooms, right? And then everybody would keep sharing the rooms, like it's like a rotation, keep sharing and sharing and sharing and sharing and sharing, and then everybody was building these rooms up real fast.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, it was like this person goes on for this time, does their piece, and then everybody
and then they get the room full. Everybody shares their shit, and then the next person goes up. They get the room full. Everybody shares their shit, and it was just like a rotation. They had teams. So basically, you go to Clubhouse right now, you see just like like those big Clubhouse people. That's how they did it when they first started at Clubhouse.
Okay. So basically, what you're talking about is actually scheduled programming.
Pretty well, I'm not too familiar with that term, but it's basically just propping each other up. Just like a rotation. Your turn, my turn. Let's go.
No, it's just what I mean by what I mean by scheduled programming is it's just like you watching TV, right? Yeah. It's this goes on, and then while you're watching television, the next, because they got the viewership, right? Like on Sundays on Fox, Martin is at 8:30, and at 9:30 it's Married with Children, and it's the evening news at 10 o'clock. That's programming, because the same audience that was watching Martin first would come in, so you're getting your black demographic, but you got white people watching, right? Then that same audience, since they're here, what's Married with Children? I don't know. I never watched it. Let me watch it. Okay, cool. Then you got In Living Color, and then you got the evening news, right? And then everybody's gone because you put that on your later point, but you already knew what it was, but it was different forms of satire, comedy, and sitcom, right? So the Clubhouse people, they were doing the same thing. that will work. You know what I'm saying? That will actually work because people will move. You know, there's going to be some droppage, but it will actually pump everybody's numbers up. Like this person does this, then this person comes on and does that, but then you have to have the support of the content creator come in with the baton. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, like let's say Sir goes first. He does his stream like, you know, for about, let's just say 2 hours, right? Anything over, and depending on what subject he's doing, if he's doing an open panel discussion or whatever, then whoever's up next is up on that panel. They can come in on the tail end of the stream or whatever, and then they come in, you know, maybe the last 35 minutes, and then they shift it over, right? And then they talk and Sir's talking, and then they start up their stream, they leave. All right, everybody hit over there. I'm gonna drop the link, give it a couple of minutes. We over there. Then Sir shows up. He passed the baton, and he's like, "All right, man, I'm gonna kink out for the night because I gotta." All right, man, thanks, appreciate it. Now you got that audience retention. They're like, "Oh, Sir was a stand-up dude, so let me check out his shit later if I don't know who Sir was." And that's what you're trying to do, right? Is that the
No, that could be no. That's a different idea. That's a different concept.
Oh,
yes,
okay,
that works right there. That way you can have the thing about it is, if we get like, say for instance, we have 5 people in there. We have to make a point, even though if you're not actively participating, to always have that 5, never fall under that number. If anything, try to get more people in there. What I just did was I took your channel, I shared it, and I also added Sir. Was it Sir? Damn, I can't. I'm gonna call him Sir. I can't even say that now.
That's okay. You can say Sir.
Yeah. So I did that with Juan G also. I'm just trying to see, did you see your numbers jump up at all?
Probably gonna take a little bit.
Yeah, they jump. They in and out, you know, because sometimes I had like 9 just a couple of minutes ago, but so they coming in. They coming in. They coming in. People come in. I already know what my analytics is saying, you know, who's watching who, and they come over. They're busy right now, but they'll come through later in the night because I know all the new styles are gonna go on the night.
Because I'm thinking if I share yours, right? If I share DeAndre, his subscribers and my subscribers will also see you.
Yeah.
So they might click and come in. They might click in and out. I was just seeing if that whole thing can work.
I got a question, right? Because because I see shares it on his community tab, right? Like when he shares, it pops up in the community tab. But I see I get the notification that he shared the stream when he shares it, right? That's why I always thank him and stuff like that, and you know what I'm saying, or whoever shares it. But I do notice that if you don't have that 1,000 subscriber count, like if you don't have a community tab, you can't share it on YouTube. You would have to share it externally to other.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I have.
That's
I
how
have,
that works.
I
have 1,000 myself, but I got 9 just now. Someone came in. So
boom. So that is so okay.
Yeah, because somebody was asking in the chat here. I saw it. That
what's going on, American Negro? See, he's a regular here. Salute.
Sir Anthony said, how can someone share if YouTube's your only social media and you don't have a channel? See, so for you to do the share option to share someone else's channel, you have a channel, you need 1,000 subs and you need the community tab. You know, you need that community tab for that to work now. So I don't have 1,000 subs, but I do have like almost 5,000 people on Facebook. So I share it over there too. So sharing doesn't just mean YouTube itself, because YouTube, a lot of people don't know, YouTube is its own like ecosystem with itself. Like you
can do it for Twitter, Instagram. You can share it in other places. You can share it on I would say the Google Hangouts in your message to the people, and they'll spread it around. Now, if you have other social networks, that will work. Even in email, you know what I mean? People look at it and they'll come through and create a YouTube account. That's how people get their little information. I get people that watch my stuff from searches, different searches in different places, Twitter, and they find my channel. Reddit, and Reddit too. It's a combination.
Reddit.
Reddit. But I'm gonna say this. Here's another thing, right? With engagement, and I noticed I noticed it too late, but it was brought up to me, and I started looking at other people's channels. When someone's in the clouds and they want to type in the chat and they see everybody blue, that scares the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
Unless they a troll or unless they really feeling your message and they'll type in the chat, but they won't stick around long because they're the only name that's not blue. Where if you
Yeah.
see a couple of blue people, a couple of mods, you're more inclined to type into the chat. You know what I'm saying? Now, we all do it, because I do it on my channel, is I got a set amount of people that I know that's my mods. That's my mods.
Yeah.
If it's another content creator that supports me and I support them, of course they're going to get a wrench because it's like, I come from the entertainment industry part of it. Promoters don't pay to get into other promoters' goddamn fucking parties. You know what I'm saying? That's not what you do. You don't pay to get into a party unless you don't have a cosign or you don't know somebody or you just trying to figure it out. But for the most part, you never pay to get in another promoter's party. You know what I'm saying? Even if y'all don't like each other, you just don't go. Or if you're going to show face because you have to, they don't make you pay to get the fuck in, unless it's totally out of their hands, or they'll reimburse you or say, man, just pay for the VIP. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's how I do it, and that's how most content creators do it, right? You know what I'm saying? If you got a channel, you got your own thing, right? So if you have a channel, what I've noticed with too many mods, right? Then it becomes a echo chamber, and the channel, and when it comes to echo chamber, you know what I'm saying, it turns people off, so they'll just watch, and you need that engagement. You want that engagement in the chat because that brings more people in and more people are welcome and stuff like that. Like I noticed that. So just to get everybody's shit up, not everybody needs a damn wrench. Like if that's the best way to put it. Not everybody needs a wrench. And I notice people channels grow when they have less people. They have people with there's less wrenches flowing.
Yeah, that's true. You can do it that way too.
Yeah, there's less people. The people that need it. Like, the people that's actually going to actually mod or your
the ones I mod, I interact with them from the chat or panels. Yeah. That's the only way I do it. But the ones, if I don't know that person, no, he's not gonna get rich. They'll stick around. I'm do what BGS does. If I get that many subscribers like he does, that's a little different. If I get that big, I'm saying, I look how he structured his. Yeah. And that's what you can tell too. But if you do type and you're a popular channel, they're gonna type in automatically. They ain't worrying about a lot of wrenches, because if you ain't got that many, they'll count as, oh, it ain't that many. I said, yeah, but they're around. They be sky watching. Yeah,
they be sky watching. Like, you want the engagement because viewers can be manipulated by the system or whatever system you use, right?
They can be very fickle. Yeah, but I understand.
Yeah, but that engagement, and then that engagement, that watch time, and that engagement is the key. Like that true watch time and that true engagement is the damn key. Like, and YouTube starts to look at the chat, like, because if not, then even if your mods say something a little bit out of whack, Google will smite their ass. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So they're really looking at the chat now, and that's engagement. So that also builds up. And plus, streams, streams that are more, how should I say it? Like we are just up here chopping it up and having a good time and talking and whatever. But like when Sir does his detailed streams, it makes sense, right? Because he does his streams. If nobody's coming up to say on the back end of things, he cuts the stream and then he'll do a part 2 where it's more of an open discussion or a dialogue or whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
That video gets processed faster, which now actually goes into the pre-recorded content algorithm, which YouTube really wants to push because they can police that better than a live stream. And is less heavy on the server because they can compress that, where that streaming and all of that is actually really taxing on their servers. You know what I mean? Like they really want people to go back to pre-recorded videos, but they already know that they're here now with all of the streaming, especially with the COVID thing, with the live stream.
But they waiting on a big infrastructure from these Asian countries so they can expand it, just like StreamYards, because it's popular right now, and then Zoom, they're going to expand it. Google is kind of wild on that. YouTube has no control over that. You know.
Yeah.
And
And you know
what you want. Yeah.
You know the crazy part is, I was when Google Hangouts came out, I did a bunch of streams with Zoom. Like when Google Hangouts, like when I would start streaming, I did Google Hangouts, but when I was using Zoom back then, right? And I knew Zoom was going to be something. It just needed something to trigger it, because they already had it in college. Like they was already using them in college. It was already using the Zoom shit in college, right? And in corporate America. But I said, man, once motherfuckers get a hold of this Zoom shit, it's going to be a thing. And it took off. But then they start having those security issues and all the dumb shit happening. But I think Zoom's the only one still where you can just stream. Like Von Trump used to have them 36-hour live streams.
Yeah, all that, you know.
Yeah.
Now StreamYard, you can go over too. It's just the thing I think it gets cut off on YouTube, because YouTube does that, but StreamYard is gonna do that. I don't read this. Just in my opinion, I think, you know, talking about me, Sir O runs a respectful room, and there aren't a lot of trolls or super aggressive mods. I'd be surprised if people felt some way about putting words in this chat. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. They just got to know you from that angle.
All right,
so,
bye.
you know,
They're gonna watch.
Stuff?
No, I mean, Daniel.
Yeah.
You might want to mute him, sir. You might want to mute him.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You might want to mute him.
Yeah, he muted himself. Yeah, he muted himself.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't think he thought he was muted. You know, but like what he said is true. Like that's why I like being over here. It's like, you know, it's a nice vibe and stuff. But I see that like overall, if and you know, you got to be consistent. Whatever you're going to do it. Like whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm trying to be consistent. Well, I schedule my streams. That's the thing, and they'll find you, and they'll be glad to see it. That's what CJ3 was saying.
Yeah. I'll be like, man.
I was just like trying to think out loud on how.
Oh no, man! I think we should do it.
These guys are you know, getting all these people in the box.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just thought if we like the Clubhouse. I know Clubhouse, that whole model worked pretty good, and they were getting a lot of people. They were just, but they kind of did it in a teamwork fashion. You know, one person will go up because you have a speaker. One person will go up, the room will get filled, and then they'll all share the speaker's stuff, and then another speaker will go up, and they'll all share the other speaker stuff, and then it just like be rotating, and then they'll build that room, and then another room will get built. The same thing.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Club? I mean, you got to be familiar with Clubhouse to know what I'm talking about. You been to Clubhouse before?
No, I ain't been to Clubhouse. I heard it was decent, but Cuda didn't like it.
What it is it's like speakers, like moderators. Basically, like, you know how we're on the panel right now, right?
Right.
You'd be a speaker, and then you basically have a power to like kick people off the panel and all that.
Yeah, I seen that at Twitter. They try to do something like that in Twitter. They trying to do the same thing what YouTube does with live streams, because they started first, and that's when Clubhouse was invented. So Twitter's kind of compete with both of them, because now you get to talk to the people you followed. Like you join to listen to the speaker or listener, you know, if you listen, but if you speak, they can kick you off. I've noticed that. I said, that feature.
No, Twitter. What was the platform that it died? It was, I think it was synonymous with Twitter. It was another platform. God, I can't remember. A couple years ago.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
not Blab. God, I can't remember that. The name ain't gonna. But you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? The live streaming platform.
Yeah. I mean, Blog Talk's still around. That's just like phone call, but everything else, it's about gone. But I'm just saying, but Twitter's doing the same thing, just like Clubhouse, you know. But I know ain't nothing wrong with Clubhouse. I haven't tried it, but they say it's pretty good. So
know. I like if you want to be a content creator, you need to. I don't say necessarily you need to have a Facebook, but you need an Instagram. Or if you ain't on Instagram, you gotta have a Twitter. And you got to be able to share it to multiple platforms so those people can come in and watch. Because a lot of people, they watch things on YouTube, but they usually use YouTube for its original purpose. What his other purpose was, damn, man, I don't know how to do this. Let me look on YouTube. Like, I need to watch a video on how to do this. Like,
I share it on other sites on, I think, like Twitter a few times. I think Cuda Streams. I'm gonna do that with mine too. Share some of my old stuff. Yeah.
Like Twitter, like, people are on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like, people on Twitter, so you have to share it to multiple things. You share it within YouTube, but then you have to basically also take the time to get into other communities.
Yeah.
Like, get into other communities that's not necessarily in that space. Like, you have to what I mean is let's say you gotta broaden your algorithm so you can pull in their people in. And sometimes you got to do reaction videos to mainstream topics or other content creators. I'm sorry, it works like that. A lot of these dudes' numbers jumped because they were reacting to, they had at Kevin Samuels in the title or whatever, or at Fresh and Fit, or at Abba and Preach. Or they say, well, Abba and Preach did a reaction to this video, so let's talk about this or whatever, if that's what your niche is, right? You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about they shit with Fresh and Fit. I'm talking about some other shit. They like, yo, Abba and Preach did this thing about the Jubilee thing, or this thing, or this social issue and whatever. Let me bring this up. And even when you do at Abba and Preach, that's like, yo, you're using that content to talk about it, but you do your own little thing. And then you get into their 1.4 million subscriber algorithm all of a sudden. And then those people that's from the outside come funneling in, and they might like the less, polished, more open panel conversation and engagement and talk type of content that you're bringing to the play.
Yeah, because if we can penetrate just 1 to 10% of 1.4 million subscribers, man, that right there is just a success story.
Yeah, and get your tags on the video and all this other stuff. Tags are good, but people don't even know that tag thing is okay. But looking at the analytics and stuff, yeah, you put your tags in, but 1 million tags is not going to get the video. They need to be 10 pointed tags that goes in the search engine. Your thumbnail. I'm sorry, a lot of people click on shit because of thumbnail. They see a thumbnail and they read the title. They see the thumbnail, read the title. The thumbnail has you stop to read the title, and then your title has to be something that when you type it in the search engine or someone wants to see it, it connects into the algorithm itself. It's just like just how they run resumes. It's got to be keywords. It's all a whole package. It's a keyword thing. Because you're talking about a computer, and then when you get from there is, now when you got people, now we're talking about retention. Now you got to be able to be entertaining or present the information in a way where people want to be engaged and then listening to it. And then you want that person to share it to someone else. Hey man, did you see this? Hey man, did you see that? Hey man, did you see this? And even when you're doing like this podcast style live stream where people are listening or whatever, it has to be in a thing where, that's why I say I don't try to do anything over 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Right? Anything over 2.5 hours. Actually, I'm trying to get my shit down to 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to get it down to 90 minutes and be out. Preferably, I want to be at 60 minutes and gone.
Yeah.
Because your replay value is what it is. The live stream is the live stream, but you want people to come back and watch it. Because I think a video of Sir's kept popping up, recommended to me. I think it was one you did on Komet, right? I think it was one you did on Komet, and it was like 45K, but it was like, I think it was like 8 years ago.
Oh
like,
yeah, that was you talking about the Moors of Germany?
The Moors, the Moors.
Yeah,
of
that's
Germany.
a pre-record. Yeah, that's old.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
classic.
old.
That's classic.
But that's 45K viewership.
Yeah,
45,000. But he did that 8 years ago. But because I'm in his algorithm now, and he's sharing, and then I'm in here engaging with him, clicking on the streams, liking it, it's showing me his one of his top rated videos from that was 8 years old now, right?
Yeah, it's 9 years old now. Yeah.
Yeah, 9 years old, right? So it's showing me that now. That doesn't mean the information wasn't good. The information is still the information.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it is they make it complicated, but it's not hard. But at the end of the day, it's your content. What do you me? This is me, right? We can all powwow and circle jerk about, you know what I'm saying, everything, right? The women, the this, the policies or whatever. But the reason why we like to go over the Cudas, because the conversation moves, but you're going to hear the number one thing you're going to hear about Cuda is music and microphones.
That's it, mostly. And then after that, when he gets away from the gas, then he wants to get into the builds. That's like the longer discussion. If you stay long enough on the panel, most people can't do that. I can tell by the panelists, and you know, he appreciates me when I'm over there. I'm always a regular. I try to be one with Go Professor, you know, but he does a shorter live stream, which is good. You know, I'm okay with that too. I can do 2 hours and just cut it off, be like that. I've done that.
Yeah,
I just gotta get my little hours in of these streams. Just, you know, it's just open topic. But if it's structured topics like what we did with the 7 hour or 4 hour live stream, I just ended 4 hours. That's my max.
Yeah,
you know, because I got things to, you know, do. Because Wacky will stop me immediately. Because if he's got to go somewhere, I just killed the stream just like that.
Yeah,
now,
I'm like sometimes you got to do it like that, and that's and you know, but you know, that's the problem why the manosphere is painted the way it's painted, because you know, and Cuda makes these great points. Okay, Sir is going to do this. I know Sir is going to get in a deep dive about history and esoteric and stuff like that, right? Okay, so if I saw that from Sir and he's doing a great job in presenting it, then I'm gonna go to this guy's channel. What are you talking about? If you're talking about the same thing Sir's talking about, but a different way of looking at it, that's fine. But when I get to the third guy's channel and he's saying it the same way, he's saying the same thing, but with a different perspective than Sir and the guy before him, then I just need to just watch Sir, or I just need to watch this guy and this guy, and then there comes a division, not between the content creators, but between the viewership. Where is Sir's talking about this? I'm going to talk about finance. That's it, right? That's my thing. That's my thing. You know what I mean? Right? And then I'm gonna and this is the guy. He's going to talk about sports, right? He talks about sports. That doesn't mean Sir and the finance guy can't get up on the panel, inject about sports and boxing and whatever, right? Cool. Then say you got Cuda. He's going to gear out with the music and the tech, and talk about the women, because you can't talk about music and women not involved. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? You can't talk about music because, you know what I'm saying? We already, you know.
The women are attracted by the music, period. And that's why he's got all that viewership. And I don't blame him. And he told me that straight up. Yeah, I don't blame him.
But you know what I mean? That's true. And but those are the arts, right? You need to learn those things, because the music and the arts actually help you deal with women and understand their nature, right? It's like that's the, you know what I mean? So he does that, right? Then you talk about something like engineering, economics to a certain degree, or just some man shit, a building, or just, you know, something that you like to do. Like, there's no dude in the manosphere talking about, as much as these dudes smoke cigars, there's no a cigar aficionado dude in the black manosphere. Where's the, you know what I mean, that his channel is strictly like that. Now I can go find those guys that talk about the type of cigar, and they actually, you can buy these packs of be in a cigar club for $20 a month, and they send you these samples. They send you samples of cigars like every week or whatever. I watched a dude named Sayers or whatever his name. White dude, he got a beard. And I watched that dude. He talk about knives. He talk about wallets. And, you know, he got a man cave. Like, Like, I like his shit. He talk about coffee, whiskey, and cigars and shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Got tattoos. He got a beard. And whatever, and he has those conversations back and forth. You know what I mean? Dude's married, he's got a wife, he rides his bikes, he does whatever the fuck he wants. Man's man, right? But where's that in the manosphere? Like, where's that? Like, because, you know, what about fishing? What about hunting? What about camping? What about all these other things that men used to do. My thing is this: is that if you're going to have a space called the manosphere, or the derivative of that, why don't you get back to how men used to be classically? If you want women to be, you know what I mean, how they were, the big mamas, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and maybe the little tinges of the early 80s before crack really fucked shit up, right? If you want that to be that way, then you have to go back and be a evolved version of them men doing manly shit, talking about manly shit, or going back and
Yeah, the
making space
fundamentals.
for that. Yeah, the
Facts.
fundamentals. You got to get back to that. You got to
Yeah.
focus on that, and everybody has to take and someone has to take their lane of that content. But you got to find someone that's really passionate about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just really, really passionate about it, and they gotta be able to whatever. And the content creators got to work together. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? And even if there's some fallout, there got to be rules, right? There has to be man code rules. Like if me and Sir have a disagreement on the panel, right? That disagreement has to be settled right then and there. If and it can be settled long as it stays at a differences of opinion and it doesn't go
Right,
below
right.
that.
Yeah,
It's
right?
not
blow the belt.
personal, bro.
Yeah,
It's not
Yeah.
personal.
that's why I mentioned about Harrison Family Values by correction. That's natural for a man, and he uses example. Why does KS don't tag married men? It's the same concept. Just like before the ring, I used this this morning over at Cuda's panel, and I said, take the ring away, that old ritual concept. It's a natural thing. You ain't supposed to do that in the kingdom or human species, whatever. And men or males, they respect each other. You can't do that. It's kind of like a boundary. And I had to learn that when I got older. And I said, yeah, that makes sense. And he's right. That's a form of masculine right there. But they don't teach you that because men move in silence. They show you the work. You know, they don't have to brag. You know, they just do it. You see it.
And I think in this space, it's painted as weakness of
Yeah.
you having a wife or a family, or
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, man, he caping for that woman. Don't save these hoes. Don't save them. You know what I mean? And that's all they taught. You know what I mean? No, for real. That's what's been taught.
I mean,
you know what I mean? And there's
I'm all for. Yeah, I mean, I'm not married yet, so I mean, I'll be open to co-parenting, but that's I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I'm like, but even still, right? Like, let's just say it like this, right? Say you, right? Say you, right? You do what 50 Cent did, right? You do what 50 Cent did. 50 Cent said he wanted to have 2 more children, right? Because he's got to pass down the legacy because his oldest son is too far gone and he ain't dealing with that, right? So he picked a woman. They made an agreement. She has the kid. He's around his child. He takes care of his kid. The woman understands her role. They're not together. It's an understanding, right? Because he's trying to have a kid. Basically, that's the classic way of doing some shit, right? And if they incentivize marriage like the classic way of doing it, well, you know, really no fault divorce was not on the table back then he would probably be married to this chick, but still doing whatever the fuck he's doing, right? But since he don't want her to take half his shit because she's incentivized to do it, he just decided to do it this way, right? Work out the motherfucking details. Bam, right? But I've seen him multiple times where he was going back and forth roasting somebody, or he was going back and forth and roasting one of these guys in the industry or whatever, doing 50 shit. The dude went straight to the baby mama, went straight to the thing, right? Now, what he did was he protected her and went at him for going at the woman. But remember what 50 did to Rick Ross, right? When they was beefing,
I remember that. Yeah,
and took his woman out, right? Took his woman out around and whatever. Now that's a whole different argument because she's culpable because she engaged in the fuckery against the man she had the kid with. Now you don't save those hoes. But if a woman is on code and she's standing by you, your job, whether y'all have an amicable relationship to that point or not, but if y'all have a child together, that means that's the mother of your child. she's not disrespecting you publicly or openly, then you got to go in there punching and swinging, because that you picked this woman to make your legacy. That individual, that being, that entity that is walking around, half of the DNA structure comes from you. That's you, right? And you got with this woman to procreate to make that, right? So when let's say when niggas was coming at AM's woman, right? When they had that argument, or he was saying, or he was spewing whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? And they was going at his woman. Man, don't be talking about my woman. Well, my nigga, you're up here talking about her like a dog. You talk about all other women like a dog, right? Now, I sit up here and say what me and my wife do, but I'm not on no disrespectful shit. No one's openly, publicly seeing the disrespect, right? So that's why you have that issue. And dudes thought, right? Even with the fretting fish, why did they think Preach was the goddamn soft target? Because he was married. So it goes to that whole don't save these hoes. Use a simp if you show any woman any type of form of respect. Here's the problem. We as men dictate the environment. So a woman is only incentivized to act the way she acts because we are setting the environment how it is. If the men, like, did everybody see that guy, the black brother that knocked out the white dude at the football game?
Yeah, I seen that.
Okay, so the brother actually did everything right as a man. He did everything right as the man. The man failed, right? They got knocked out, right? So the woman got in his face. She touched him. He moved her hand away from him. She slapped him. This motherfucker didn't move. The second that woman got up in his face, the motherfucking white dude should have checked his bitch, because now he is liable for all ass whippings, right? She slapped the man. You notice how the brother went to hit her and he caught himself. Not because she was white, because she was a woman. And he then focused, he pushed her away from him, and then he made sure he looked at this man. The man stood up, because you touching my woman. I know she was out of pocket because I can't control my bitch. But as a man, I got to protect her from you because you's a dude, right? Okay, now what did the brother do? Take off his glasses and commits to throwing them hands, right? And he only punched the woman when she wanted to go in there and fight too, right? Now, we just saw right then and there, for all of y'all that's saying that white women are submissive, that bitch was not, that was no feminine traits at all with that bitch. At all. At all. Matter of fact, the motherfucker that was next to her, the good old white daddy right there, Zaddy right there, he was actually a cuck. He was actually just because she does that to him. Right? So the black man, he had his woman. She came in later, but she stood to the fucking side. She didn't jump in it because she knew that motherfucking man was handling business. And probably why they got into the argument is because he was being protective of her, right? Now, he knocks old dude out, right? Knocks him out. He's swinging. The white woman jumps on top of him. She's kicking away because her meal ticket is about to die, right? She's not protecting him because she loves him. She caught them hands. Then the white dude comes over, is like, yo, that's enough, right? Even though the white dude was taller than him, he made sure when he came in there to step in there to stop the brother from keep in there fighting, because you're in a state of rage. He don't want it to be, because now it's becoming a massacre. You went from defense to massacring this motherfucker. He's down, he's out for the count, right? When the motherfucker came to, he woke up. Now, this is my thing. He was knocked out. If everybody saw that he was knocked out, right? I don't like the sidebar like this, but I'm going to do it. The white woman, her ass was on his face and he woke up. So her pussy must have stank that bad to wake a knocked out motherfucker out from the cold and have his ass getting up like the Undertaker. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, if he's knocked out like that and her ass was around his face, how did he wake up that easily?
Long shade salute.
You know what I'm saying? So now she's up there acting a fool, right? The dude's trying to come back too. He say, shit, I got to go back in there and I got to save my ego. And she's telling him to sit the fuck down. She's yelling at him, sit the fuck down, it's over, right? You know what I'm saying? The other white guy walks in and walks him over. He looks at the white guy says something to him, and he doesn't face him up. He turns to the side of him. He got his shoulder to his chest, like, man, I'm not trying to fight you. I understand, but you got to get out of here because the optics don't look good. Then they come in, but you hear the women in the back. No, she slapped him. All the women said it. You know why? I'm going to tell you why all the women said it. Because he proved that he can protect the woman. He actually gave her chance after chance. She deserved to get the shit smacked out of her after she put her hands on her, right? All the men didn't jump up until he was about to cock her and punch her in the face, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? So they all around enabled the shit, right? They enabled the shit, right? And she felt emboldened to do what she's doing. You're looking at what we have a problem with in society, right? Think about it like this. If she got out of pocket like that with a man she don't know, she was enabled to do it. You know what I'm saying? A man shouldn't just be putting his hands on a woman, but if you want equal rights, I got equal lefts. You slap me, he should have slapped all fire out of the bitch. The fight would have been over, right? But he didn't do it because of what was pressing on society was put on by men. She only acted like that because the men in her initial environment allowed that to happen. The brothers, the woman that was with him, his woman, didn't act like that at all. So it has nothing to do with color. It has to do a lot of times with culture of men. And we got to get back to being fucking men and demanding fucking respect through our actions. Not all this chopping and talking. Not all this chopping and talking. Just like old dude that got the Annalisa chick.
Yeah.
He got a woman.
Yeah.
So he demanded respect, and she was going to be on his shit, right? And she had to acquiesce to it. You know how many times I seen Cynthia G fucking acquiesce to black men's motherfucking rhetoric? Because if that ain't the case, Taz be calling bitches hoes all the time, and she over there in his face. You're right, Taz.
Yeah.
Right? You're right, Taz. Because he's unequivocally going to be on his program. But the way the way he's doing it is because Nyla is following him. If Taz didn't have Nyla underneath him or under subjection, under submission to him, then guess what's going to happen? Cynthia G will be jumping down on his neck with her fucking legion of
All
her
that.
blood.
Yeah.
Because she ain't got a man. This woman got a man, and she's talking all this extra shit. Then guess what? Cynthia is going to come under subjection because at the end of the day, the men that are the most manly or that control the environment dictate the rules of how women interact and how they are. That's just facts.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's not hard. It's not hard, man. We just got to get back to the basis of being men, bro. Let's just get to being men. Let's just have manly discussions, men. If women come in the room, showing them some respect is not pandering. You know what I'm saying? Showing them, how you do. Like Cuda does it all the time.
Yeah.
I remember when Bomb Cherry came up there and was talking to Cuda on this panel. Cuda was respectful. She was getting a little nice nasty. He got nice nasty. It never went to fuck you bitch ass nigga and all that. Cuda don't do all of that back and forth.
He don't. Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't. You know what I mean? You can handle it that way, or you can be like Wacky. I can tell Wacky don't take no shit from nobody.
Yeah, he structured his panels. I'm the same way. I bounce it. I don't.
But I mean, like,
all day.
but the way Wacky speaks and the way he conducts himself, he expects a woman to be on this code. If she ain't on this code, fuck it, I'm good with myself. I can tell that what he's saying is he lives it. A lot of these dudes are speaking in theory because they are in execution. Because you like, okay, we say fresh and fit, right?
Mhm.
You notice how Abba was sitting around them girls, and he was able to have a dialogue with those girls. But if you notice, Abba was always talking directly to Myron. And
Mhm.
when the woman addressed him, he had the conversation with the woman. Even when she tried to huff up and bait him, Abba
Right.
kept it cool, and he basically calmly talked to her and said, hold on, stop yelling and screaming, bring it down a notch. Go ahead,
Yeah.
take a break, explain yourself. And all of the women, when the girl looked around, and all of the women gave that energy like, why are you acting like that? And Abba just dresses like how the fuck he feels. He don't come in there. That's just who he is. But because he was raised in a culture where women need to act a certain fucking way,
Right.
I'm going to make sure, or I'm not going to address you. I'm carrying a stick. Do you want the attention or not? And the chick had to come down. She still said what she said. Abba said what he said, but the rest of the girls were quiet and they were over there just listening to what he was saying. And they were listening to a dialogue between three men
Mm-hmm.
versus everybody else that grandstands when they get there. Here's the thing. Kevin Samuels, Tasha K, sitting across from each other. Tasha K went from I'm about to show him this to can I fuck you if my husband ain't around? Within a matter of fucking 5 minutes. Because she didn't know what she was dealing with because as a man, you have to be situational. The nuclear option has to be the last option as a man, especially if you're dealing with a female, even with other men. Even with other men, we all guilty of it. You know, we get the best of us. Like, you know, man, I done fell out with motherfuckers on panels. Like, you know, me and Fasting, we done had our little whatever because I wanted to establish. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, me and Fasting is cool, but I wanted him to know I don't like sidebar trolling. I don't like it. Don't do that with me. I don't. Other people tolerate that. I don't know you well enough for you to do that shit with me.
Yeah.
And I know what you're doing, right? And once he understood that I knew what he was doing, and I can go into nigga mode, we understood where we was at. But even with us going back and forth with each other, I never went to his family. I never attacked where he's from. I never attacked anything like that. I kept it at him because my issue was at him because we're living at a code. He never took it to there with me. He kept it at me with his problem with me. We got that energy out. Now we ain't got no problem. We know that's men shit. And that's how we need to be. And
Well, you was talking about fasting?
yeah. When me and Fasting had that little
that's normal.
Yeah, that's normal, right? But the point is even if you have it, you don't go at a person's family or anything outside of the issue at hand that you have. And then what you do is you make a concession by giving an apology on what it is, and then y'all figure it out from there. And that's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like me and my homeboys, we rank on each other constantly. We always rank, but we would never ever even cross the even. Like to this day, you know, I'm not even with my wife no more. But none of them would ever talk reckless about my wife, even if we were beefing. It's like that's a line that you wouldn't even cross. None of my family would ever do that. I'm like, no matter if I can maybe say some, you know, crazy things about it, but I'm not. But nobody else is
we'll talk about tech stuff and all that.
Hey, ain't nobody gonna talk crazy about my.
But Wacky, he's known for that. Like he keeps it like the arguments civil and things like that, but he don't go to extreme and talk about another man's family. Like he's like that too. It's a lot of people I mess with, and what I've noticed on panels, man, that's just like, you know, and that's one thing I like about Fast and DeAndre, how they handle that, man. That's just excellent for certain individuals. You that's what men do. And I think Harrison Family Vlogs broke it down like that right there. You can apologize. He said that's normal. He said that's normal for a man to do. He said this in the stream too, and he said the same thing in recent streams. And he's like, yeah, man, that's what they do, man. And
I'm just
the
saying,
real men do, real men do that. But the problem is these dudes here, they ain't built like that. That's just how they are.
But they don't see a problem with it, dog. You call somebody's wife a fucking beluga whale.
Yeah.
Like, you got to.
That's below the belt. Yeah, that's a below
You got to
the belt.
run somebody to fade. I mean, you got to.
And or you don't.
You got to
and
run
that's-
me to fade.
But that's what I'm saying. And that's when we talk about alls, right? And that's why and that's why as men we have to be real selective with our words when we speak, right? And that's why it's dangerous when you say, man, like if you say a lot of these women are thoughts, right? Then that a lot turns into, what are you talking about? A lot? Shit, all the bitches I've dealt with is goddamn thoughts. It's all these bitches. All these bitches are thoughts, right?
There's a lot of thoughts out there, though.
But there's a lot. But you know what I mean? There's a lot. But let's just say in proximity of wherever you're at, there's a lot across the board. That's when I speak of women. I don't specifically point at black women, right? I don't, because black women are a minority in the United States. You know what I'm saying? The ones that's doing the most is the white bitches.
Yeah, but the thing about it is the thing about it that, you know how like they say the weakest person in the room, I mean the loudest person is the weakest room. I mean weakest in the room. The thing about it is you have a lot of these the black women, like the worst of the worst, which they look like sometimes they represent the masses. So when you see like the Bang Gang talking, you just assume that most black women are like her. Or you see like a Thotty, what is it, a Meg Thee Stallion, and then you see everybody following behind. But majority of women probably are not Meg Thee Stallion, or don't really act like Meg Thee Stallion, or don't want to act. I mean, like they don't have nothing in common with Meg Thee Stallion. But because they're shaking and twerking, you start to see in that imagery, you just assume that these bitches are thoughts.
Here's the thing, right? Because Meg Thee Stallion is getting the attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I want the attention of a man, and if Meg is getting all this attention and she's twerking, I'm going to twerk too. It's like in the 30s and the 40s when they used to do all that dance, when they used to throw a chick over their head and swing them through their legs and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I want to compete against this chick right here, I got to be able to swing dance. This motherfucker got to be able to. Then that means I can't be 200 pounds. Because ain't no nigga throwing you up over his shoulder and through his leg at 200 pounds.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And that was during the Industrial Revolution, where we was as fit as we could be post-slavery. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing about it is there is no stigma for anything anymore. Like, well,
because we don't give duality. Well, because I'm gonna tell you why there's no stigma. There's no bar, because we don't give duality. If you say, okay, we just said they looking like Meg Thee Stallion, but we don't say on the other end of that, but I want you to be more Claire Huxtable-ish. I want you to be more this type of
I can do what I want to do. What you talking about, man?
No. I mean, when we were talking,
don't tell me what I can do.
No. I'm saying when we're
I'm being facetious, man. I'm being facetious.
Yeah. But when we're talking amongst each other as men, right? Like, you know what I mean? We love hoes. Yes, we love hoes. I'm like, because Meg and Cardi B and Nicki wouldn't actually have the money that they have and be in this status they was unless we fucking subscribe to that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, right? So it's like you have to incentivize behavior, right? You have to incentivize behavior. So that's what I said. We have to get back to the processes of showing duality. We have to get back to the processes of breaking down with the bar. But the first thing that we have to understand before we even get to the fucking women, right? We actually have to have a standard within men ourselves. We have to break down ground rules and nip shit in the bud, and then not consign to that fucking behavior and actually stand on our square. And here's the fucking black pillar shit. You're not going to save everyone. There are motherfuckers that's going to be that way. It's just for you to get shit back, you have to make sure your numbers are better than their numbers. And that's how it has to work to keep those tinges in check. You know, not everybody in the hood is selling drugs. Because if everybody in the hood was selling drugs, then who's buying the drugs? There's a small percentage there's like everybody in the hood is not strung out on crack. Not everybody in the hood is, you know what I mean, a drug dealer. Not everybody in the hood is a thief. There's a small percentage. But if you paint that with a broad spectrum, then everybody thinks that these people that look like this from even if they ain't from the hood, like you know what's the crazy part is? Every fucking person around the world thinks every Black American comes from the fucking hood. And you're not Black if you speak properly.
You know what? I need to change the subject a little bit. I'll change the subject a little bit. You know how like you can learn something from everybody. You know, even if you got more experience, you can still learn. And like for the fresh and fit guys, what can we learn about? Because the thing about it is some of the statistical analysis that they've done. A lot of it, if you look it up, I mean, is verifiable. You know, when it comes to statistics and stuff like that, or you know, the studies that they've done, you know, with the different women and stuff like that. But statistics and stuff like that, probability, it doesn't matter to them. They're not going to, I mean, it does. They don't give a fuck about that. I mean, because at the end of the day, they're going to, you know, they're going to individualize every statistic. You know, as long as I don't do it, it doesn't matter. Just like somebody was saying, Kevin Samuels was saying, like, Chris Rock made that joke. He was like, yeah, if you listen to the vulgar music, and they were like 3, 6, 9, skeet, 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 like, you know, talking this bullshit about women, and then they all running out there and twerking, but they all at the same time saying, "Oh, this shit don't apply to me. He ain't talking about me. He ain't talking about me." But anyways, they don't give a fuck about that. But what I was saying is how can we give like the younger guys real information that's more, I guess, more progressive, to where they can go more forward and be more tangible, because some of the fresh and fit guys were doing it. Maybe they were pumping them up and selling them lies and stuff like that. I'm just saying, as an older generation, what can we learn from them to be able to communicate better with the younger guys?
I say it's easy. You have to talk to them straight. Like, you know, like you can't give them little sayings. That shit work with us. You know what I'm saying? You got to talk to them straight, because they can type it into Google and then they can basically go against what you're saying, right? So you have to sit them down and you have to say this. Hey, sit down, son. Okay, this is how I'm gonna just tell you my conversations with my kids, right? When my kids when they got to the age when they was messing around with chicks and doing their thing, I said, look, sit down. I said, don't have no kids before the age of 25 or you're going to regret it. And the reason why I'm going to tell you this is because you haven't really figured out what you want to do as a man in life. You still got wants, dreams, and desires, right? I said, I'm going to do you a solid. I'm going to do you something that most my people in my community don't do with Black men, right? I said, you're going to school, you're working, you're going to college, doesn't matter. When you hit 18, you're going to college, you're going to college. If you decide college ain't good for you, you want to take some time off, but you're going to have a job. You're going to have a fucking job because you're going to pay rent in this motherfucker, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to find yourself for 2 years. So if you want to delay college or whatever, so I'll give you from 18 to 20, right? So you can have fun, figure out how to be a man or whatever the fuck it is. I said, you can live here, but you're going to pay rent, you're going to pay, and you pay your phone bill. I said, at 20 years of age, you're going to go to college, or you're going to go find a trade, or you're going to get into a career-based field. Now, while you're doing this and you're paying this rent, still in the household, I'm going to raise the rent on your ass. It's going to start at this amount, and it's going to slowly increase. So you understand how to pay things, right? Now, 25, about 24, on your 24th birthday, you're going to go look for a house, a apartment, or whatever. You're going to get with your friend. You're going to get one best friend, right? And he going to move with you, right? And then we're going to find it, and we're going to look at your budgets and whatever, and we're going to move you into that motherfucker by the time you're 25, right? And the reason why I said that, if you don't do it yourself, I'm going to help you. I'm going to do it for you because I'm kicking your ass out of the fucking nest because you're a man. Get out of the nest, right? You get with your boy, you figure it out, you start understanding certain things. You're already working with women. And remember what I said, I only talked about the women in one tinge of that. The rest of it was life-building experiences, right? Because I want them to learn, because as men, they have to learn about paying bills. We all pay bills as men, right? There's a lot of shit we wanted to do. All of us done did that dumb shit when we was living paycheck to paycheck. We did that dumb shit at one time. Ain't nobody come around here with a silver spoon in their mouth. Have that last $5 in your pocket? You sitting there, you up there eating ramen noodles and goddamn fucking sardines and tuna fish and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then guess what happens? Payday come and you back out on the hawk, hunting them bitches again, trying to get that fucking taste. And
you're. I'm just trying to. So you're right about that. You know what the thing about it is because I got a son, I got to raise, and I got some nephews that are pretty young and impressionable, and I want to be the voice of reason. I guess the culture is so sexualized that these guys, because I guess they've sexualized the culture so much, and the women, and I'm not blaming the women for doing that. So they do understand that whatever they have between their legs have some type of currency.
Shit, they learned that a long time.
Right. But no, I guess enough imagery has showed them that there is, no matter who they are, and no matter who they are, that vagina has some type of currency. So you have a lot of these guys that are really, really chasing it, and they're only giving it to the 20%, which is what Fresh and Fit them preach all the time. So I can understand why these guys are frustrated.
I get it.
I get it. But how do you kind of tell them, listen, bro, just patience? I mean, I'm not going to even say a saying like patience is a virtue. Like I'm just saying like this, like chasing that and spending all money for that right there, right now in the immediate is not going to serve you well. I've tried to have this conversation with a lot of guys, with a lot of young cats that I try to, mentor or whatever, and they just don't hear it. It's a block.
Because you know what's blocking them? You know what's blocking them? Them swollen ass nuts with semen. That's what's blocking them.
And them big asses.
Then them big asses, man. Listen, remember, okay, everybody up here drinks. So everybody up here drink.
Yeah, I'm drinking right now. I'm not quite drinking spirit yet.
Or had
I used to back in the day. I kind of stopped, but I'm good.
Kind of stopped, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mellowed out.
So remember when we back in the day would go get the old wino on the corner, right? You had to buy him a fifth, and he would get you what you want, and you had to hide behind around the alley with your homeboys and shit, or you had to get somebody older to get you that alcohol. Right? And because you couldn't get it. You wanted it, but you couldn't get it. Then you get to the point where you can get it, but you can just walk in the store and go get the alcohol, right? But like Sir said, you got to come to a point in time. As men, you have to come to a maturation process. If you never got something and you're getting told by Triple Black here, right, that, man, you don't need it like that. You got to be focused on the future. And then you turn around and Triple Black leaves, and that's 1 hour out of the day, and 23 hours out of the fucking day, you're hearing, you want the pussy. You gotta have the pussy. You want the pussy. Get this pussy. Twerk this pussy. Look at this pussy. You want the pussy. And then your body's screaming, get the pussy. You want the pussy. That's all you hearing. Your body's telling you the pussy. Society's telling you the pussy. So how do you mitigate this? I'm sorry to say this. You have to put these young men in a situation where their attention is somewhere else, right? You have to you can't tell them something, and you have to give them an alternative. You can't say, man, look, it ain't all about the pussy or whatever. No, you have to literally say, hey man, look at this over here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these video games. Look at this right here. Hey man, you like this? Yeah. You into this? Yeah. Get into that. Get into this. And you know, when you start getting into something and you're really about some shit, most of the pussy that I got, when I was, getting to a certain age or whatever, is when I was on my lonesome, involved in something I wanted to do. And because I wasn't paying the woman that attention, she made sure that I got her fucking attention. Because she wants the attention. That's what it is. And a lot of these guys they need to be focused on something else. You have to redivert the attention because they're not going to understand it. And then when, like, a lot of times my sons would ask me things in 3 parts. Dad, I'm having a problem with this. Okay, explain your problem. And what I would say is, what are you going to do about it? What do you want? I want this. Well, the evidence shows that she does, or the problem. The evidence shows that this is this is that, right? So you can either stay there and deal with it, cry and complain about it, or move on to something else, right? And you know what my sons would say? All right, Dad, I understand. And I would check up on them, and I would ask them, hey, man, how's that problem going? It's still messed up. What are you doing about it? Nothing. Then it's still going to be a problem with you, right? So just go ahead and handle the problem. Now he puts it into practice. He comes back. How did you fix it? Well, that's how you have to be with these young men. It has to be a 3-step process. It has to be what's the problem? We're going to talk about a solution or a theory, and it has to be execution. And here's the problem with the solution or the execution of it, right? It's okay to fail at it. That's the other problem. I don't want to fail. I'm afraid to get a skin knee. I'm afraid to fucking, fail at what I'm doing. Actually, that makes you a better man. That makes you a better man at failing at something. The thing that makes you better is not just the failure, but the learning experience with dusting yourself off and stop whining about it and keep on moving forward, but trying to get to the successful point of it. And that's where these young men are having a problem, because they're listening to a lot of failures, frauds and failures. That's the problem.
Fraud and failure.
Fraud and failures. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think about it, that's why they're consigned to it, because it speaks to it, because they think that what this guy is doing, get out of my, I'm gonna turn Frank Castle, not the Punisher, right? Because
I don't even know anything. I don't watch enough movies.
Okay, it's a comic book character, but they even using that in the wrong sense. Frank Castle was a CIA agent, right? He's a CIA agent. And his family got killed, right? Because he was undercover. He was doing something. He got one of these mobsters' sons killed because he was killing a drug deal or whatever, right? He was stopping the drug deal or whatever. So they came and wiped out his whole family. They tried to kill him. He didn't die. So then he realized the corruption that was behind this shit, because they knew what they did to his family, and the motherfucker was still running around. He became the Punisher, right? Judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah, I remember that movie, The Punisher. Yeah.
So when he says, I'm a Frank Castle these bitches, Myron, no nigga, you're the blue pill. The Frank Castle was the blue pill motherfucker. The Punisher's the red pill raging motherfucker.
No, I'm being objective. I'm being objective, and I'm understanding. I'm understanding why a lot of these guys are so much more scorched earth than us in the past, because the access to the women have nowadays is much more than when we grew up. So they have the opportunity to be bigger hoes. So a lot of these dudes are getting hurt a little bit. Like for instance, when we had certain amount of hoes, right? But they were limited, like in our day. I mean, I hate to sound like the old nigga, but in our day, the hoes gonna, they're gonna get. But now you have a woman that's a little bit promiscuous. Now it's magnified. Now she has Facebook, she has Snapchat. Like she can even send shitty messages or dirty messages, have like 2 or 3 boyfriends and never get caught on Snapchat. She can go on OnlyFans. She like the medium hoe right now is like an XXL hoe.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
So these guys, this is like so like every dude has dealt with a hoe,
right?
But now these dudes are dealing with hoes on the regular.
Well,
promiscuous women on the regular. That I mean, I guess for our male programming,
right?
It has to have an effect. So that's why these guys are so like vengeful and just rage because. Because imagine if we would have grew up, you would have dealt with hoe after hoe after hoe after hoe after hoe. And most of these individuals are what we deem as hoes, like promiscuous women, loose women. Usually, I mean, before, like, we could find a virgin. There's no such thing as a virgin anymore. There's no such thing as a virgin. Like, you might, if you can find a woman right now that has less than 5 bodies, oh, wow.
I'm like, and that's, and I understand why these dudes are raging, right? But here's the problem. Here's the point.
Right.
Who invented the fucking internet? Who invented these platforms in these spaces?
Yeah.
Who put money behind these platforms in these spaces?
Dudes.
There you go. So now we gotta. So let's remove the women. They are the effect.
They're just doing what they're just doing what they're allowed to do. Like they can finesse. Like you mean to tell me I can live and never have to work and whatever, and I can finesse all these guys to give to.
Well, they gotta work. They gotta work. I'm like, that's work. I'm like, listen, that's work. That's work. You know what I'm saying? That's work. You'll stop doing something. Listen, why? Like I said before. We're looking at the byproduct, right? Because internet dating was to give men more access to more pussy. That's the whole point. That was the whole point. Because and who made it? The brainiac sitting in the goddamn chair, typing on his typewriter or on his computer, making the algorithm coming together. Because you know why? Because the women that was within his airspace, he couldn't compete with those group of men at that time. So you're going to do what any man do, right? Logic.
That shit is. I mean, but let's keep it frank. When I was married and I had a child and shit like that, I always had little instances. I was like, damn, I could go right on fucking POF, give me a fucking thought, slide her out, and just and keep it moving. And then every night I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that.
No, but think about what you just said. Think about.
I still don't want to do that. I still don't want to do that. Right now, I can go on Tinder. Well,
listen. Let me say this, right? And when we get back to this, right? And this is why I bring it to. I understand the symptom, right? Right? But let's get to the what is it actually? Like we're dealing with superficial symptoms. You just said when you was married, you're already off the market, you got a family, whatever, right? When you was married, you could jump on there and get a thought, this, that, and the third. So let's say you get a thought and slide her out, right?
Yeah.
Now you have access to 2 vaginas.
Yeah.
Right? So the law of averages, the universe and the environment will balance itself out for it to continue to hibernate, right? I don't give a fuck how many bitches got access to dicks across the motherfucking globe or whatever they can do, right?
Right.
Here's the problem with
I don't
that,
give a fuck about that,
right?
bitch.
Yeah, I don't give a care how many bodies she got, right? But if you make an environment where I have easier access to vagina as a man, if I can get on something on my phone, why as a dude I have 5,000 motherfucking friends on Facebook and 75% of those friends are females. It's females. How can they have all this access to penis when they outnumber us? That doesn't make sense.
This shit. I try to talk to this this young guy, and I try to tell him, listen, like I mean, I got some years on you. Like you got to understand these they're I don't even know how a nice way to say it. I was like, these women ain't nothing. Like, I mean, at my age, I have like some bitches that are under 30 that are fine. Like, you know, maybe when I was like maybe in my 20s or 25s, they would have been considered out of my league. But because I know how to talk to them, I know how to manipulate them, I know how to completely just wreck their shit. Like, it's easy to me. And they throw me, like, I gotta run from them. Like, I'm like, nah. Like, they don't even move me in any sort of way. And I'm talking about, there's a couple chicks that are like, hey, listen, you put them in any room, they're gonna get, eyes gonna be on them. But for me, it's just not even. I mean, they don't even move me like that. You
because and I understand that because you're dealing with women that is below your energy wavelength. They're not on the same vibration that you're on right now.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like you've evolved. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, it's like if you're sitting there like 30, a little bit under, right? You're in that crux of your life right now where the women that you need to deal with mentally, right, need to be at your age, but physically you don't want to deal with them because you have the option to do so. So you're in that
I'm in that headspace, and I don't want to craft it as like I'm bragging.
No,
but it's just like you know what I'm saying? It's like when I was like 25 or whatever, there's like some of the bitches I can get right now. I mean, some of the women I can be with right now, like I would have been ecstatic and just like jumping around if I can even get this bitch to even go out with me to dinner and shit like that. But now it's just like I had a woman, she was offering, this is no lie, if I'm lying, I'm dying, to pay me to come and fucking see me.
Yes.
She was like bragging about, oh, I got a sugar daddy. But I was like, you know what? I'm just joking around. I'm like, hey, you know how much money he gave me $700. I was like, give it to me, and if you can come over here and see me. And she was ready to do it, but I was just fucking around.
No, but
you do it
because the sugar daddy's there for provisions, right? Like, listen, and he's only providing materialistic thing. It's an exchange, right? There's the difference. You know what I mean? Like I said, I understand your mindset, but here's the problem, right? Once again, we're talking about college level calculus, and these young dudes don't know how to add and subtract.
Bro, I put my fucking nephew on a goddamn thought that was like sweating me. And I was just like, man, you know, because he was like, I got a simp nephew, and then I got a what's the name? I just wanted to, because the thought was like just showing up to my fucking place and shit. Like, and he fumbled it.
Of course he folded. He wasn't ready.
Fumbled it.
Listen. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. We do this, we make mistakes as men by doing this too, right? If he's a simp, right?
No, I got a simp. No, I got a thorough nephew, and then I got a simp nephew.
Okay, so
I try to through through my thorough. I mean, I got a real thorough. I mean, I got other like a lot of.
So which one folded?
My thorough nephew.
Well, then your level of thought was past his way of actually getting to that level. He turned her off. He folded. He dropped the ball. Like, because listen, what you consider a thought is high level to him. Right. You know what I'm saying? Is above his pay grade. You know what I mean? Like, listen, when you're in a point of mastery, to the point in that space of yourself, not saying mastery overall, but of yourself, how you can walk in a room, you can get a woman, you have these conversations, you do all of that stuff like that. You put in the work for that. Remember, you were married once, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, my wife was a former stripper.
You know what I'm saying? So you married once, right? So you understand that ideology, but you've always been surrounded by those type of women in that type of space. So you understand their thought mentality. You understand you've always matched your frequency to their wavelength. But as the older you get, you have to evolve and stop dealing with those type of women.
Yeah.
You have to stop because as you get older, you're going to view all women in that light because that's all you deal with. If you only got your radio station on rap and you want something better, but you're complaining that the rap music is fucked up, right? Because you're getting older, then whose fault is it? You got to tune your shit to some R&B and some classic.
That's crazy, man. You know what? I had a revelation the other day. I was like, damn, like I'm always going hard on these guys by fucking with the trick niggas and shit like that. You know, I'm always defending like tricking and shit. But the thing about it is because of the different type of women that I mess with, you know, in particular my wife, I know how to navigate the other side real easy. To me, it's just like fucking like those bitches' minds are so easy to fucking manipulate and just, but they can do the same thing to fucking men easy.
Because
I'm on the outside looking in. I'm like, nah, man. Like, come on, man. You easy money. I'll get you.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. You know, they're easy to manipulate because past their physicality, there's nothing of substance up here, and they use that as a
no. You know what? Because I was a banker. I was a banker, and I learned sales. Right? I learned sales early in my career. I learned sales. I knew how to not finesse. I want to say that because I brought good quality. Like the guys that they want to give, like sell pussy to, I knew how to get money like for nothing, like just for my personality. So I knew how to exchange that. I still know how to do it. Exchange the courtesy, like the currency to their head. So like when it comes to like a stripper and shit like that, I can get her real easy. Or what happened?
That's what I mean. Is getting. Okay.
Well, no, money hungry women are very easy for me. I can break them down and I can run their pockets very fucking easy.
Because now you're going into, let's just say you're going into a relationship in an adversarial standpoint, right? Now we in a bad.
Not adversarial. What I was just saying is the same thing that they were trying to do. I do very easy without getting no pussy from. I can get a client to give me $1 million to put in the brokerage account or whatever. But I'm giving them nothing but my personality. They actually have to do a whole bunch of shit to get to that same fucking dude, or even talk to that same dude, or be in the same room as that dude. And I did it off rip.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If I come into your brokerage firm and I'm talking to you, right? Me and you have a connection, right? Because people are only going to deal with people because they like each other with a connection. This is real business, right?
Yeah.
If I'm giving you that $1 million, right? If I'm giving you that $1 million in that brokerage firm because I like to fuck with you, because I trust you, I'm going to come back. I'm not giving you $1 million. That's an investment.
Right.
That's a fucking investment. You better flip my money because no matter how much I like you, I'm not like you if you fuck up my money, right? Now, that's how men deal with each other. Now, what the chick is, you're going to perform for me because I want your body. I don't give a fuck about your mind. I'm not here for that. I already know that if you're meeting me in this club, in this VIP, in this particular space and place, I'm seeing you auction your fucking chastity off, right? You know, or advertise it, you know what I mean, to all of these men in here. And not because I want you, but to prove that I'm better than the rest of these niggas for my ego check, I'm going to call you up. And the reason why I'm paying you this money is because I don't want to deal with you for 18 years of my motherfucking lifetime, right? Now, if you're dealing with women in that type of adversarial thing, right, then how do you get a better version of a woman when she's not advertising her chastity?
Check this out, man. We're giving too much free game, man. You gotta tone it down.
No.
You gotta tone it down a little bit. You gotta tone it down. You gotta tone it down. Hey, brother, I'm the only white person on this damn panel.
Yeah. No, but this needs to be.
I'm fucking with you, man.
Yeah, but this needs to be said.
You spitting. I mean, it's real spill, bro. what I was just saying is what we're talking about is we're having like a real cerebral conversation.
Yeah,
and what I'm saying is this type of conversation right here is worth money. Is worth money. It needs to be monetized.
Well,
so that's
I
why we
get
need to get.
Listen, I get it, but here's the problem, right? The problem is the fucked up shit isn't monetized. It's free. So how are we going to change men unless you freely give the information to go back against it? Because we need to fix the environment. We need to fix these men, right? We have to fix them. So
There's no fixing. There's no.
It is fixing. It is fixing. It's not. It's discarding the ones that are broken completely and salvaging the younger generation. Like if we're talking
but we got to listen. All right. I don't know how I can pull this. Like Marlon or Myron, like he's giving like these guys candy, or he's giving these guys drugs, he's giving these guys pills in the form of facts. You know, like if you get married, like around like 80% of the damn time that the woman is going to initiate the divorce. That is candy for some guys that have been divorced or whatever. That's candy for them because listen, you can use the escape route. Hey, it wasn't my fault. Most women are like this. Okay. So that right there is candy. It's candy. You know, it's like, how can we expand on that as real men and give these guys the information? Hey, listen, like when early in life, when you find a shorty, especially like, you know, your high school first love or whatever, that shows all the quality that she's down for you. So she's already seen you broke out of, like, she's already seen the worst version of you, right? She's ready to see the best version of you. Like, how can we tell these? That's the chick that you need to get at. Don't be listening to these dudes and just like, hey, you need 40 bodies. No, listen, that chick right there is gonna be down for you. You hear me?
Yeah. So this is
she was there. Yeah. How do you get those dudes? Like, what statistics can we give to those guys so they can really understand that?
Okay. So here's the thing, right? Fuck the numbers, right? The numbers are the numbers, right? Okay. So you need an interaction, or you need a effect for the numbers to change. So you got to work on the effect, right? If I'm sitting up there in a laboratory and I'm trying to get this shit to work and it has an 80 percentile fail ratio, I didn't find a solution until I flipped that ratio for it to be an 80 to 90% success ratio. That's, you know what I'm saying? I know what the numbers are. I know why they're there. I'm not, it's the women that initiate the divorce. But why do they initiate the divorce? Mainly in that 80 percentile when they initiate the goddamn divorce. It's not even infidelity. It's finances.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they don't talk about that part. They stop at the women. They stop right there. They don't give it full conjuncture, right? So what I would tell a young man is this. Come here.
Yeah, but you got to get out yourself. Like the infrared. Hold on. The thought. I don't want to call it. I mean, like the women are not built like the same way that you are used to seeing them. I'm just saying from the outside looking in.
I grew up with them. I saw the things. Like, I know the difference.
Those women that we grew up with are on 4. These women are on 10.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But here's the thing.
But you got to adjust for that.
But this is how you adjust for it, right? Okay. This is how you adjust for it. Okay. Everybody back when we grew up wanted the skinny, nice and fitting woman. How did the fat bitches started to fucking be the best thing in the world to look at versus the fucking women that were in shape? How did that happen? How? We initiated that.
Social media. Okay, I'll break it down to you. Social media.
It don't. And social
media and restriction to the average dudes to sex. Because the thing about it, if you hold on, all right, I'll use an example. I played football, right?
Right.
And I played football in college. You know, if you can score you a white Becky, you know, maybe not. Just you can score her whatever. She like that was a lick. You know what I'm saying? That was a lick. She'll love, like, even if she was marginal average, she'll love the shit out of you, spend a whole bunch of money, cooperate. You can get direction from. I'm just using that as a loose example. Okay, let's say Takesha. Takesha, hey, average looking, she would, go in the paint for you, right? Whatever. Yeah, you can have her. You can have her mind or whatever, and she'll stay faithful, do what you got to do, have kids, blah, 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 ready to cook and clean and do all this type of shit for you. You can find one of them, right? Listen, now you can't really find that. Even Takesha is a 5. She thinks she's fucking Meg the goddamn Stallion. So she is doing whatever she want to do. And she got a job, she got the money, whatever, got kids, child support, or whatever. She's protected by the government. She can do what the fuck she want to do. So now, like, she might get like a regular ass, like a nigga that's like an 8 that got his shit together to maybe take her home and fuck her, sell her a whole bunch of dreams and shit. Now, that standard is, now you got to understand, like, the average guy, her is a fucking, like, work. That used to be like a damn was straggler that you find at a damn bar, like, hey, you play rock, paper, scissors, like, who's gonna fuck this bitch? You know what I'm saying?
So when you
but these guys, but I mean, what I'm saying is they have to pay. They almost have to even wine and dine that.
Well, guess what?
They gotta wine and dine that.
Well, guess what? Well, here's the problem. Here's the bigger issue, right? Here's the bigger issue. Like you just said, Keisha was the straggler. Keisha was what you used to pump and dump. So you get mad at Keisha when Keisha stops
getting mad.
No, I'm just
that's
saying.
Why these guys are mad, because that guy. That chick for our generation was easy, but now.
Well, guess what? Well, listen. This is what I'm trying to push back on, right? With these guys, right? Our generation, she was easy. So that means if she's not easy now, then the universe has balance. Then that means our generation fucked it up for the next generation.
Absolutely, we fucked it up.
This is how we fix it. This is how we fix it.
Okay.
Right? And when we're not talking to these young men, right? This is how you fucking fix it. And you, young man, you need to stop leading with your fucking wallet, right? She got money. I tell my
There's no need to. There's no need.
No. But what I mean, leading with your wallet is right. Mm-hmm. I have conversations with women our age. They're like, "Well, he need to pay for this." I said, "Hold on. You can't be the most educated, the most paid, and then you want motherfucking 1960s goddamn motherfucking privileges."
Man, we're not even. What I'm saying is like us, me and you, we ain't even on that conversation. Bitch,
no. I'm talking about
trying me like that.
No.
Like I already.
But this is what I'm saying. What I'm telling these young men, I tell them, listen, don't lead with your wallet. Get to know the woman first, right? Anything that don't sit well with you, walk the fuck away, right? Now, you gonna have you a chick.
I'm sorry, DeAndre, you're putting the cart before the horse. And you're not, I mean, you're giving me a good explanation, but it's not even, you're giving me a good explanation, but with the context of the conversation that I'm trying to take it to is way different. It's way different. It's way different.
What's the solution? What's the solution? I'm like, we know the problem. What's the solution? We see the problem. Tell me what's your solution.
I mean, it's execution. Like these young, like the police ass dude. I guess that's I'm not even going to put him on. Anyways,
with Charles, right? You talking about Charles?
Who?
You said the police ass dude. What you talking? Like what?
Police ass dude, Myron.
Myron. Okay. Myron.
Anyway,
right.
But check this out. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is like that regular chick, right? The regular freaking smuggler, right? She has the ability now to fucking create an Instagram page, create a goddamn OnlyFans page, and sell her box.
Let her do it.
Let her do it. But what I'm saying is you gotta what I'm saying is a regular young guy. That's what he's dealing with right now.
So,
we didn't have to deal with it. So
we did because we watched porn when we was growing up. Yeah, we dealt with it because we had to watch porn when we watched porn when we grew up. So what are we talking about? Like think about it like this. He just got more access to it. Do a motherfucker pay for fucking porn?
I can fucking porn bitch in 24 hours.
No, and we're not talking about who you can fuck, right? We're not talking about that.
No, I'm talking about anybody can fuck a porn bitch in 24 hours.
You know what I'm saying? But you have to have money to do so, right? So here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? We fucked it up, right? We was fucking the regular bitch, right? We was doing the fucking all this other crazy shit. We was going around being fucking derelict or not responsible with swinging the dick, and we let society run amok, right? And now these young dudes have to deal with the fucking fallout, and we can understand why they're angry. But we won't tell them in unison, in a collective, why you should be angry, because you should be angry at us. And we should be angry at the generation before us because they built that environment and we passed the baton of the fuckery. So the only way to fix this, and I'm telling you on some black.
No, they gave us. I mean, the 80s guys, the 80s guys, they threw a wrench in the road though. The drug epidemic.
Yeah, but
I guess in the 70s they did the same thing.
The 50s, the 40s. Listen, it shit started getting out of fucking pocket and out of hand. But it was for us that really affected us. The way we act is the 60s and the 70s really fucking affected the guys that were born in the 80s, that were going into the 90s, into the 2000s. Now you got these young men that's running around now that were born in the 2001s and the 4s and the 5s and all that. You got these millennial children running around, these 2000 kids running around that are young men and young adults and shit. Mm-hmm. And you know whose fault it is? It's on us, because shit, I'll be on here about 4 decades. So what I'm basically saying as a man, right? How do you mitigate the society? So you have to make a separation. And this is how you make the separation. You know these hoes are going to be hoes, right? So now the water's muddy. So you got to filter the water, right? You got to have a filter machine. So guess what? You know what we're going to do? If you're over here on Instagram and you're being a thought and you're selling your box for money, right? And you're doing it the slick way, I'm going to make it so that there's a way for you to do that openly and get paid, and I'm going to make this legal. But if you doing what you're doing now, after I make it legal, I'm going to arrest your ass. I'm going to arrest you, and I'm going to arrest this motherfucker, because we need separation between hoes and state. How about that? Right? I have to break it down. That's what fucking the articles of prostitution is. That's why the women in the 50s, the 60s acted the way they acted, because prostitution was fucking legal. And niggas don't get that through they fucking thick skulls. When you make something illegal, that's what people want it more. That means you muddy the water. Guess what? Amsterdam makes all drugs legal. They don't have a drug problem. Man, see how that works?
Are you in Japan? Hey, whoa, homeboy. Are you in Japan right now?
Yeah, I'm in Japan.
Man, you need to fucking come on like during the day on my fucking podcast so we can go hard like this. Yeah, God damn.
But guess what? Most places where prostitution is legal are patriarchal societies. But these same dudes are sitting up there, don't pay for box. These motherfuckers come from 2 countries where paying for box is legal.
Hold on. Hey, sir. Like it sounds like you have like some anti-trick, tricking rhetoric.
No. It's no trick and rhetoric. It's reality. It will happen. Think about it.
Whoa. You're in a space with Sir and Ism and those guys. They are extreme.
He debated with Cuda before about it. Yeah. Cuda kind of disagree, but they good on it. They understand his view. Yeah, they on his point. They understand what DeAndre is saying, but see, they live in the past. Like, you can't have things because you notice they're trying to push it forward, and I get it, because the OnlyFans, that's just a one strike. And then
I'm just saying, but they are extreme. anti-chicken.
Well, let me ask you a
They don't
question.
understand like Fresh and Fit them. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. Back.
Yeah,
Fresh and Fit them. We'll use them as an example.
right.
They live in Miami.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, so
nigga, go to the fucking goddamn strip club, man. You get a bad bitch for the 100. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Yeah,
I mean, let me finish. Hey, you get a bad bitch for the 100. That's what it is. It's a trick culture. I mean, you can probably get a better bitch. I mean, I don't even know the price because I don't. I mean,
yeah,
I don't live like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't live like that. My niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like the dudes that I grew up with, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We were short distance from Miami. We go and that's the culture. That's the culture, right? And these guys having all these broads on there and trying to tell me you got all these bitches on here, man. You mean to tell me you ain't a fucking trick?
Yep. Well, because they feel as though, and this is
they finessing, man.
That's what they ain't even finessing. They not even finessing, right? It's like, okay, I didn't pay I paid I paid the big Jamaican nigga with the dreads to bring the bitches. So I didn't pay these hoes. No, nigga, you paid the pimp. So you tricking. Whether you give the money to the hoe, she gonna give it to the pimp. And if she don't give the money to the goddamn pimp, he gonna fuck her up. Right? And if you get to fuck the bitch and you don't give her the money, the pimp gonna fuck you up. I'm like, what's the difference? You know what he wants?
I mean, but the thing about it, did these niggas go to fucking school?
No, they know what they was doing, but they know that the motherfuckers that watch them don't go to school because most people are fucking stupid.
This nigga, this fucking muscle nigga, in Tarjay and Anajay and you know,
Ayande or whatever.
Dog, those niggas. I mean, they had a plug to some pussy, paid pussy, whatever.
Like,
why are these? Like, I mean, though these green ass niggas, man, need to shut their fucking mouth. You know what I'm saying? They're connected to a fucking Fed. Fucking Fed. He's a fucking federal agent. Y'all niggas putting all kinds of fucking shit on the fucking internet, and you're connected to a motherfucker that is Fed agent, and these niggas are making videos and connected and talking about Myron.
Yeah, no, he was like, because if he
ain't no goddamn. I mean, those motherfuckers take an oath. Come on, man, stop playing.
Listen, man. Listen. No. What I mean,
they take an oath.
No, listen, man. I was in the military. I'm not in the military no fucking more.
Okay. Right? So you already know. You already know.
No. But what I'm basically trying to tell you is I can say certain shit now, right? I can talk a certain way about certain shit that I couldn't do before. I'm a civilian. I do whatever the fuck I want. There's a difference between being a federal agent and when you fucking
I mean, he needs to announce that he's a civilian. He still hasn't announced that shit. I guess
he is a civilian. No. It is a civilian. He said he's a civilian. No one knew he was a federal agent until someone said it. He said it like he said, "Listen, bro, I used to be, I used to be in Homeland Security." He used to be in, and I don't do that no more.
So why was that nigga so goddamn comfortable to press him? That's what I don't understand.
Because he knows he was Homeland Security. He's immigration, bro. He ain't really a real Fed like that. And he probably knows the reason probably why he left his job is some weird shit. Listen. A hood. Listen.
Hold on. We gotta add proper context because a lot of niggas are glossing over the fact that he was in charge of human trafficking.
Yes.
And he's fucking really
Yeah, he was in charge of human trafficking. He was Homeland Security in charge of human trafficking, right? So he knows he's running around here saying, right? Okay, I'm not paying for box because I seen what human trafficking is. They in a box. They smelling in their own feces. They chained to a fucking shipping container. They got little girls, all this other shit, right? But For someone to be into that, to know what it is, why are you treating women the way that you're treating them? See, there's another fucking nuance, right? Now, the reason why he can run around and say, don't pay for box, don't do this, don't do that, right? He still pays for box. He just goes through a middleman that makes sure that the quality of the box that he's getting is over the age of fucking 21, right? So he's checking all the boxes. She basically volunteered. She has a home. She has a family. She's not in a shipping container, yada squatter, and I'm not paying her directly. But then he takes the hoes out, shows them all of this shit, and he tells them with evidence, if you ain't collabing, if you ain't fucking, we don't need to collab.
But that's some shit that if you read one of those fucking POA motherfucking books and shit like that, that's gonna tell you that.
That's
like
going to tell you.
You stand, I mean, that's why the one dude, like, you stand on that shit, but that's not on some man shit, man.
No, that's on some, listen, here's the thing right here, right? The one chick, she's a content creator, whatever the middle of that shit is, right? She's a content creator, right? You're a content creator, right? People wanted y'all to collab, thought about it. You listen to your people, she listened to her people. Y'all start talking, right? She was like, okay, well, I'm going to be down in that area. How should this work out, right? Now, if she's accustomed to getting paid for her fucking time and it's an interview or she's going to be there, she's going to be talking about some money, right? Because she knows her worth. She's not selling no box. She's not fucking for money. And if she was, she wasn't offering you at that time because it's a collab conversation. So when she got down there or whatever, oh, I don't pay for pussy. Because he's paying whatever the Jamaican dude name or the tall skinny nigga name, right? I'm paying for them to just source girls for me. They just pulling them off the streets. They bringing these chicks in here and we having a conversation, right? So I'm not paying for box per se, right? But a man's time investing in a woman is paying for pussy. A man's motherfucking, if you take her out for a cup of coffee, you paid for her time, which is the reason you're interested in getting to her pussy. It's just about how much of that did you invest to get to where you're getting to, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. Just because you didn't give the stripper the money directly to say, here's $500, let me have access. I want, how much is your box worth? $500. But before you got the stripper there, if you was in a strip club, you was auditioning for a pussy auction by tipping her while she was fucking auctioning her shit off to other men while they was tipping, right? You just the one that was able to come away with the higher bid that night, and she's the one to decide if she's going to come with you. Now you're talking to this chick. And you may get the box, but you paid for it in the strip club. Now, or you could have just went up to her. Hey, what's up? Hey, you fucking for money? Right? You fucking for money? You know what I'm saying? What, you know what I mean? Oh,
right.
no.
Peace,
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You fucking for money? Okay, here's the money. Okay, let's go fuck. Blah, 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 blah. That's how it goes, right? Now, here's the other end to that spectrum.
No.
You can't tell.
Whoa.
You pay for box with your time and your money. It doesn't matter. It's been happening since civilization. Do you want to pay for it by proxy or do you want to pay directly? That's the point. That's the motherfucking point.
By proxy?
Right? By proxy. By proxy is, hey, how you doing? Would you like to go out for a date? Sure, let's grab a cup of coffee. Oh, let's go on another date. Hey, what's going on? Yada, yada.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to go watch, you want to watch a movie? Because you're not paying her. Right? You're paying the restaurant. You're paying the movie theater. You're paying the coffee shop. You're showing her that you can provide because you know what marriage is? It's a contract of paying for box until someone dies.
Shit. I know if I die, my son has a lot of goddamn money.
No. But when you were married, it was your duty as a man to provide for the family.
I'm not even gonna fry. I'm still married.
Well, I'm like, even if you're separated, even if you know what I mean, or whatever, y'all not in the same thing, you have to still provide something, right? You have to provide something financially to that, right? So the difference is if you're divorced, right? Let's just not saying you, but if you're divorced, you pay alimony. Guess what? You're paying for box that you no longer have access to. Ha ha! You know what I'm saying? See how that works? Child support. You're paying for the child, but the woman gets the money to take care of the child, but you have to keep the upkeep of the child and the woman. So you're paying for box for 18 fucking years that you don't have access to. See how that works? Or you could just pay for box one time and that's it. You don't have access to it because that is a problem. And you know why they're making it legal now? Because their birth rates are low. Men are have went their own way. Women are unfucking happy. So guess what? We got to make a concession. Guess what? You get to pay for box right now. We're not going to demonize you. We're not going to demonize the woman to sell the box. You women don't have to act like these women to draw a man because men already told you they're not going to marry women like this, but they will fuck them. Now, do you want to be married or do you want to get fucked? That's the difference. So you're going to have to act like a wife now. Do you understand? Because you see all of these.
Who has acted like no? Hell no.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. This is what the plan is, right? You make Listen, I'm gonna keep saying it again and again until motherfuckers understand how the world works, right? You make prostitution legal. Every country that prostitution is legal have a high marriage rate and a low divorce rate. This is not by motherfucking coincidence. It's by design.
Facts.
See how that works? See how it works. You notice these men that are in nations where they have prostitution is legal, they don't have a problem with talking to women. You notice that the women that you're in these nations, they have a better reason of talking, explaining, having a conversation with a man. And guess what? They're not displaying their pussies like that. And even if they did, they're discreet about it and they're actually into the guy they're into. Because guess what? If I want a high quality, top model, bad bitch, and I know I want access to her, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go fuck in the thought zone. That's what the red light district is called. The thought zone. That's the hoe zone. I go over here, I look at this pretty face, I bust a nut, and then I have post-nut regret, but I don't have post-nut regret for 18 fucking years. That's the difference, because it fucks up the economy, because men ain't going to stand for it when you keep fucking them over like that. Women will take it. Why do you think men started losing their minds over 40 years of all this feminism shit, but women were taking it since the onset of the fucking country? They only had rights for 40 years and it threw off the whole dynamic of shit because we let it go off the fucking chain. So guess what? And guess what? These women are saying, I want to be able to be a thought. Okay, bitch, you don't want to be a real thought. You just want to be a this, that, and the third thought. So we're going to give you a chance to be a real thought. Everybody want to be a killer until they actually got to kill somebody.
Right. It's just like Mike Tyson said, everybody can't take a punch and Ray can't hit. He had a saying like that too. Like with the punch.
That's what I'm saying. It's like this. Listen, I understand when Cuda's talking about the game aspect, right? The game aspect is the game and ism in them and whatever. The ism makes his money off of that, right? But he understands the people that deal with that because that's the first level if you don't have the natural charisma to get a woman. Right? So he's actually telling you, you don't need to stay here with this. I get where Cuda's coming from. You don't need to stay there with this, right? This is if you do that, but you need to transition to something else. The problem is that they don't even have the basis. Like he's talking to the guys that can get box, but they want this type of chick, but they really want to wife this type of chick. They want to wife the thought, right? And they're trying to tell them, don't wife the thought, get you a 7 or a hard 8, right? Get you a 7 or a hard 8. And that doesn't mean just in looks, mentality, personality, overall, right? Put the 80-20 rule of practice.
Oh,
you know what I'm
greetings,
saying?
Shar.
Greetings, Shar. Put the 80-20
Now you can
rule.
like the dime piece, like
high maintenance. With the
the
90
high
octane,
maintenance, I mean, but the thing about it is you can really easily sexually like satisfy her.
Of course, because she doesn't need to. She gets a lot of shit
open. She's wide open.
But you know what I'm
talking? You're always trying to prove shit to her.
But here's the problem, right? I told the dude, I said, man, I told my man, right? And me and him had a conversation. We had a real conversation one time with a young buck. He said, "Man, that bitch bad, man. Man, I bet you. Man, I bet you." I said, "You probably bet you she can fuck, right?" Yeah, no, she can't.
There you
Tell
go,
you right
Sir
now,
Anthony.
she can't.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "I'm gonna tell you
Everybody
right
has
now."
a plan until they get punched in the face, like you said with the gun. Yeah, Mike Tyson. Yeah, facts.
No, I said she's a bad. I said she's a pretty chick, right? Yeah. He said, yeah. I said, you thinking about, man, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of this bitch. If I get a hold of this bitch, she probably could fuck the shit, right? He said, yeah, no, she can't fuck. She can't fuck. Most pretty chicks can't fuck because they don't need to fuck. I said they don't need to fuck. I'm gonna tell you why they don't need to fuck. Because they pretty. Right?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying you gotta get their mind, body, and soul.
Yeah.
If you can take them down through there, you'll have them.
Yeah, but you know what's gonna happen is
it doesn't even matter what you look like.
Yeah.
Like
But
I'll tell you what. I'll keep my coverage too many fucking times. Way too many fucking times. I'll kid your coverage. You get a better bitch that you supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? Like they'd be surprised. They're like, "Oh, how you get her?" I don't know. I don't know how it happened. It just happened.
Yep.
Well, see, here's the other thing. What I had to explain to the dude is this, right? And the young man, I said, look, you're looking at her how she looks, and that's how we look at things. That's what it is, right? He's like,
yeah. I told a young man too. I was like, you looking at her like, bitch, that bitch stinks probably all the time. She bleeds a certain amount of times. Like she's regular. She's regular schmegler.
Yeah.
She doesn't look the same. She doesn't look the same when she gets up in the morning or whatever. No, I just broke it down to that because
well, see, I don't and see that's and I'm gonna say like this, and a lot of times when we having a conversation with these young men and talking to them straight, we can't just keep it at surface level because that's surface level shit.
No, I mean, but these Instagram models, they put on a pedestal so high that you can't get them to think straight. Like you got to understand, like this person this person's not God. There's no such thing as a goddamn not Holy Spirit, but there's no such thing as a Messiah. Like a Messiah, no. Like, but these guys be worshiping these women so goddamn much. So it be on a different level, man. You got to accept it. Hold on, man. I'm not even capping. Like what was it? Kim Kardashian, somebody like that.
Okay.
Or universally accepted as the bad biatch, right? Whatever. But she's still a woman. She's still a woman. She probably bleeds. She stinks. She doesn't smell like roses.
Okay, so I'm gonna say like this. I'm gonna tell you like this, and I'm a man. Listen, I'm a man.
I'm gonna go to bed early tonight, and then I'm gonna listen to Outkast, Speaker Box, and I can't remember Andre. I mean, the Andre side is awesome because if you ever listen to that song Roses,
I've listened to it a few times.
You from Georgia? You from Georgia? Right?
I'm from Georgia, but I'm originally from Tennessee. Yeah, I'm familiar with the music. Yeah, I'm familiar with the music.
The Dungeon family that's where Future get that fucking misogyny shit from, bro.
Well, listen, man. Listen, I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this real quick, right? Andre 3000, that was Speaker Box, and the Love Below was the other one, right? Roses was the only there was a song on that, right? But you ain't going to talk about Prototype. You ain't going to talk about She Lives in My Lap, and you certainly ain't you know what I'm saying? No, because I'm on that. But what I'm saying is that's the problem with these young men when they're listening. This is why they don't get anywhere, right? We don't give contrast and perspective. Surface level shit is surface level shit to a certain degree. All women bleed 7 days out of the goddamn month. They on the fucking shelf. All women stink like men stink. They have mood swings. They deal with different shit. They're women at the end of the day. Now let's get on to something else. If you're dealing with a woman, and I told this young dude, if you fuck with her and you get her because she's pretty, you're thinking that she can fuck because in your mind, important. What you're looking at, how you're viewing life, is that pretty women with the ass and the titties they can fuck, because those are professional hoes, right? And I had to tell them, I said, those are professional hoes that you're watching on Pornhub, or you watching strippers, a twerk team, or these Instagram models that is at the top tier of their profession. You know what I'm saying? I said, but what's going to happen? I guarantee you, right? I said, look at her legs. He said, what you mean? No, look at the bottom of her legs, in between her thighs. You see how close her fucking legs are? Her thighs are rubbing against each other, right? She doesn't even have a gap in her legs. That means she ain't even fucking, right? Then if you look at this other chick, her friend that's next to her, he said, yeah. He said, damn, you can damn near see through it. She knows how to fuck. She doesn't. And what you're going to happen is you're going to fuck this chick, and she's going to be an arm piece because you're walking around with this bitch.
They're not everlasting.
You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
No, I'm listening to that Space Age Pimp from Top of the World, 8-Ball MJG. You already know what it is, man.
You know what I'm saying? So you listening, I said, you listening to this, you walking around with this chick, right? And you got this chick, and this chick is sitting here, and she's an eye candy. But you're going to end up cheating on this chick with a lesser chick, maybe a 7, maybe a 5, maybe a 6.
It happens all the time.
And why?
Bro,
because the only substance that she brings is that she looks like a damn dime, and that's all. She can't physically please you. She's just eye candy for other men. And then you start to realize this. It's good to have her around because she attracts other women to me. So now that builds up my confidence, and then I can talk to any bitch I want because they see the bitch that I got. But do they really want me, or do they want to take me away from this chick? Because now we're playing this adversarial shit. And we get into this world, you know what I'm saying? We get into, but here's the problem with these young men, right? Because there's a small percentages of us that can live like that. You got it. You understand it. You can live like that. Not everybody can run around and be you. Like, not everybody can be me. But more along the lines of where I'm at in my life is now, more people want to be where I'm at, right? Not how I grew up, not how I got here, but
It's
where
just
I'm
where
at
you
now.
at.
Where I'm at now, right? Most dudes want to be you, but they can't never be you because you've already understand it, but it's your thing. So when we start talking, we can't be on surface level. I break it down to these young dudes and give it to them as facts as how it is. If you're going to do it, I'm going to give you the playbook to do it. But there's always these consequences. I said, you're going to get with this chick, you're going to fuck with this chick, and what's going to happen 9 times out of 10, this motherfucking chick right here is not going to physically please you. You're going to be spending too much money, and then she's going to have more options because there's going to be a better dude say, hold on, bitch, you fucking with that bitch, nigga? I got this shit over here, this shit over here, this shit over here, and then you're going to be into the bitch because she's pretty. You're going to be over here with your nose long, and you're going to be running around here screaming, fuck you bitches, because you forgot one thing. You need to fuck with women at your fucking level.
Bro, I got a part-time job that I just came through. I work for and I ain't gonna
don't say all that.
Don't say all that. No, but I was at Costco. Costco, I mean, it's like Sam's Club or whatever. So you got
Costco's cold. Yeah, I like this. I got a membership from them. Yeah, they got a lot of good stuff in there. Yeah.
You might see a dude got fucking big muscles and shit like that. He in the fucking protein aisle getting all these goddamn protein steaks and shit like that. And you see how his woman come and you're like, damn, bro. Hey, you a burly motherfucker, boy. You probably get better business. I mean, no funny shit like that. You hear me?
Yeah.
Funny shit like that. You probably get like some way clean or whatever. And I started to really realize, man, damn, you see too many of these guys. Like these guys that can get like supposed to be like some alpha shit, be in a fucking gym like 100 hours a week and shit. You hear me?
Yeah, but listen,
you can get whatever, and they got like a 5. You know what I'm saying? 6.
Well, because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. They got a 5 or a 6 or a 7 or whatever because they already went through the rigmarole and they already know what it is at the end of the spectrum.
Right.
I'm going to 80-20 rule. The bitch that look all good and all of that, that's fine, right? That's okay. That's high maintenance. Kim Kardashian was high maintenance. All these bitches was high maintenance. You need a regular down to earth chick, right?
Why
That's
they can't understand? So I didn't understand why they couldn't understand why Derek Jackson is with his chick.
Yeah, she basically holds down the fort. Like, listen, all of that shit was set up. All of that tea that was spilled was to sell his book so he can get the real money, which is Reverend Derek Jackson taking over for TD Jakes Ministries. While TD Jakes go on his retirement and enjoy his money and fuck his hoes.
I know, but he still. I mean, but you can tell that motherfucker love that. I mean, well,
Yeah.
he controls her, but he loves her.
No. They in it together, bro. It's not a control mechanism, to say the least, right? Because that nigga was fucking around on her when his ass was trying to play ball, right? He hurt himself. That's the only reason why he didn't like finish college, because he fucked this shit up. You know what I'm saying? The nigga always gets pussy. She married. Look, what she did was she married a different version. So if this nigga got a fucked up knee, right? This nigga sitting there, you know what I'm saying? He didn't get his he didn't get his college education fully. She was working, putting the whole family through, putting him, whatever. She was happy walking around with a burly, big, thick nigga that looked like this nigga, right? And what she got is a trophy husband. And the trophy husband is making the money, so she's playing the motherfucking position. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he could have traded her ass in. No, she got his ass.
Let me. No. She didn't get his ass.
I think she has Caribbean pussy.
No, it don't matter about that, bro. Now we on the surface level shit again, bro. It has nothing to do with that, right? Because guess what? He was fucking a doctor. He was fucking an accountant that wanted him to leave his wife so they can be with the nigga and all this extra shit. And that's the two that you heard about. Has nothing. When you get to a higher level of understanding and vibration, when you're trying to build a fucking empire, right? This has always been happening. Right? Derek Jackson, wife is the Queen Dillinger. He's the goddamn emperor. And then all them side bitches was his concubines. She ain't going nowhere because she brings something more to the fucking table than just pussy. See, that's the thing. We got to get off of this pussy shit. We back to the pussy shit. The pussy, if you continue
you cooking, big homie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I made many podcasts. You already, shout out to Sir.
Yeah,
we having a real conversation. I'm trying not to take it to the drunkosphere, but
no, you don't need to. You don't need to.
No, we good. Look, bro, we good.
We cooking, man. We cooking, man.
When we have these conversations and these young men are watching from the clouds, bro, we have to always be thorough with what we saying, watch what we saying, and explain it how we saying it. Now, if they still take it wrong after that, you've done your due diligence. But this younger generation,
we gotta be men about the situation. Because that's why I hate to get on these fucking spaces, man. Because I'm a nigga. I will always give pushback to anything. That's just how I'm built.
Of course. Yeah, I have no problem. I don't have no problem with it.
I don't have no problem with it, man. Like,
I'm just saying.
No, I don't have no problem with it either. I'm just saying I understand your position and I understand what you actually mean. But if we just stop at the pushback of the position, and if I understand where you're going, you need to continue to expound on it fully, because they don't have the Rosetta Stone on how we talk as men. We're different generations.
No, I mean,
you got to be direct with them.
Even if you get down to the music, like my favorite artist of all time is 8 Ball and MJG. That's like it in Outkast. Like if you listen to their shit, dog, they were on some man shit.
But the way that they said it, like, here's the thing. We understand it because we grew up in that era. It's a different type of logic. It's a different type of connotation behind the certain things, right? Like,
Sir, I mean, who's y'all favorite rappers? Both of y'all favorite rappers, man.
Shit, man.
Put some context.
I got so many that I like.
No, okay. I mean,
mine's. I would say.
I don't want to typecast you. Was it like, okay, your favorite R&B guy and your favorite rapper, both of you guys. Go.
Shoot, my favorite. Well, I still like the one from the hieroglyphics. He's my favorite underground. That's him, Dale. And R&B, shoot, this is I would say, well, mom like Prince. I didn't really care for Prince like that. I'm more
Prince
of
was
a
more rock,
yeah, he's
man.
okay.
He was
Yeah,
more rock.
he's
He was more
yeah.
rock. Yeah, he was
But
rock. Rock and pop.
R&B, I'll say Neo.
Yeah,
Because the writing.
Right. His writing
Yeah,
is
he can
everywhere.
think.
Like me,
Yeah.
me
That's
personally.
surprising. I mean, so that, I mean, you're a younger generation than I am. Then go ahead, go ahead, DeAndre.
Me personally, man, I ain't really getting R&B until like I guess shit. I would say single R&B guy. I would say by himself. I would say Maxwell.
Okay, Maxwell's pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
hey.
I'm around. I'm older than Cuda. We're like a year apart. So I'm born in the late '80s. So I'm not that much younger. You know, I'm young. Don't get me wrong, but I ain't that much younger.
Yeah. I'll say.
You're ready.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, and the reason why I say that is if you think about it, all of the R&B that we listened to in the mid '80s, late '80s or whatever, they were
the '90s.
really,
I listened a lot of it in the '90s. Yeah.
Yeah, in the '90s, they were groups. You know what I mean? So, and I didn't.
Nah, I mean, there were
groups.
made groups.
No,
I mean, and then you had all the white boys. You had Boys and Men, and then what's the white boys? Backstreet, not Backstreet, but
Pop. That's Pop. That's Pop. That's R&B.
No, who was the white version of the Boys and Men?
There were no white version of Boys and Men.
Yes, it was.
Backstreet Boys.
No. The white version of Boys and Men was earlier. What was the first white?
What you talking about? Are you talking about when they came out with the New Jack City soundtrack? You talking about? Yeah. You talking about? Forgot what it, because they had a black dude in there. I forgot what his name is. I forgot what Color Me Bad.
No, Color Me Bad. Yeah. That was, I don't know if that was like real, but no, there was a real egregious version of the white dudes that did the same dude that did Boys and Men. It was terrible.
Yeah,
it couldn't have been Color Me Bad.
No, because Color Me Bad was on the New Jack City soundtrack. Remember, like people would sing their songs, Backstreet, NSYNC, because Justin Timberlake was, I think he was in NSYNC, right?
Yeah,
he could sing, but they was considered pop. Because they came out with Britney.
Yeah, NSYNC. I remember NSYNC, and I remember the Backstreet Boys. NSYNC is more. It's a mix with pop, and they try to be like R&B. Yeah. NSYNC's been around.
Motown Fiddly's back again.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about
like,
R&B,
that was that vibe. Vibe.
Yo, so when you're talking about R&B, right? Even when you're talking about the Motown sound that translated into R&B into the New Jack thing, which in the 90s, that's what they call it.
Yeah, New Jack Contemporary Soul Radio. That's another nickname for it. Yeah,
or New Jack Swing. When you're saying the basis of R&B, if you really think about it and look around, there's only, when you talk about solo artists as men, right? You look around, you're like, damn, right? Because when you say the Isleys, it's the Isleys brothers, right? When you think about it, right? When you talk about the Leverts, right? Or you know what I'm saying? Or you talk about that, and then they broke off and did their own little thing. Even Michael Jackson with the pop, the Motown sound, it was the Jackson 5. And then when Michael Jackson left Motown, it was Michael Jackson.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I argue with somebody. Just give Barry White his cup, his pub. Barry White. All those niggas, man.
Oh, it's a legend. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
all of them.
So
Michael Jackson included.
Yeah, and then when you look at it, like if you said, okay, who's your R&B guy before Maxwell? Shit, you know what I mean? Like yo, give me my dude Marvin Gaye all day.
I mean, no. I mean, no. that guy Maxwell is fucking bohemian, and then you
Yeah.
want to jump out the fucking porch to fucking Marvin Gaye?
Yeah,
That's-
because Marvin Gaye was before him.
Nah.
Marvin Gaye was before him. And here's the funny part.
No, hell
No. The reason why I'm saying that, and this is why you got to listen. You got to listen a little bit sometimes, right? Everything that Maxwell does, and he even says it when you go check the interviews, is you know who wrote his first 2 albums? Was Prince. Prince wrote his first 2 albums.
Yeah, Prince
and guess
wrote
what?
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, and they modeled.
Marvin Gaye, that whole genre is like on some bohemian shit. That's
No,
like
saying, no,
Lauryn
no.
Hill lane.
No. But see, Marvin Gaye, that's previous. Remember your predecessors. Marvin Gaye, right? His whole style, when he used to wear the cap and he used to wear that and all of that stuff, right? Which they call, you know what I'm saying? They modeled him after Marvin Gaye because Marvin could hit those high notes. This was young Marvin before Marvin started getting smoked out. So they modeled Maxwell after Marvin Gaye's persona. Prince wrote it like that. He knew it like that because he knew Marvin Gaye and he looked up to Marvin Gaye. And he was actually the most hurt when Marvin Gaye died. So these are interconnections. Like that dude Miguel. Guess who wrote his shit when he first came out? Maxwell and Prince. Before Prince died.
I can be the prime. I can be the
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So basically, Prince's persona, you know where he got his persona from? Little Richard and Marvin Gaye. See, here you go. They tell you these legends tell you where they draw their personas from. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's why Prince did all of that shit because Little Richard didn't get his flowers. That's why Little Richard never went. See, Prince was the heir apparent to Little Richard. You know what I'm saying? He was the heir apparent to Little Richard because they was rock. Remember, it was rock first. It was rock. Black people made rock music. Then it went to blues. Then it went to fucking the Motown shit. Then it's R&B. What is R&B? Rhythm and blues.
Hey, you guys remember that weird era was like party like a rock star? That shit was fucking weird as fuck.
No,
you had
it
like
wasn't
Gucci Man them.
No,
like,
but you know who you
partying
gotta
like
blame
white
for that?
boys.
You know who you gotta blame for that?
Plies. You hear Plies?
No, you don't blame
Wasted.
Plies.
White boy wasted.
You know who you blame? You know who you blame for that? But you got to give him his props. They got a lot of niggas paid and crossed them over into the general market
Bucky?
where they gotten his money. Nope. Little John.
Lil Jon.
Yeah, Lil Jon. Yeah.
Little
That's so
John.
true. That's so true. He still
White
make
boy
money.
wasted.
Yeah.
White boy
Yeah.
wasted.
Yeah, white boy. Listen, Little John.
That was unfortunately that was my era. White boy wasted. You give a white boy wasted in the club.
Yeah,
fuck up a
white
whole
boy
bunch of
wasted.
money and get no pussy.
Yeah, I grew up in that era in the 2000s listening to him,
crunk-
man. Yeah,
the
the crunk
crunk
era.
was-
Yeah. See, these younger generation, they listen to that drill. I didn't grow up around that. I grew up listening to crunk.
Yeah, I
and,
was
Scarface.
I was in the generation of snapping. Like we used to really have fun.
Lean with it, rock with it. So I remember that.
Yeah.
Lean with it, rock with it.
Stanky leg and booty doing and shit. I'm not. That's not.
Nah. I was out of college before the booty do.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but it needed to happen. Like I'm like. Here's the thing.
The
right?
Simps used to love T-Pain. T-Pain.
Of course.
I'm in love with a stripper.
Let me
I
buy
remember
you
that
a
in
drink.
high school.
Now
Yeah.
listen, but guess what? Guess who T-Pain shit? Zapp and Rogers.
Who?
I want to be your man. That sound that you hear, that
Yeah.
he made it better. But old dude, Roger Strout, is with that computer love. And
Oh yeah, Roger Troutman. Yeah, from Zapp.
Roger Trout, from Zapp, right?
But T-Pain is talented. He's talented. He's
he's talented. But he said T-Pain can rap and he can sing. But guess what?
Bounce to the ounce. Remember that song, Bounce to the Ounce?
I tried to do a stream.
To the ounce. Dum, 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 dum.
See, when my friends listen, when I grew up, I was listening to like, you know what I'm saying? Like my uncle sat me down and gave a history on music. When I was sitting up there listening to Puffy and shit, and when they was doing all the remixes and shit, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Give Me One More Chance, and when Biggie came out and all this other shit,
Yeah.
we listening to all these sounds, and we like, oh shit. And my uncle sat me down in the basement and pulled out his goddamn albums and
Yeah,
basically
his catalog. Yeah.
his catalog,
No,
and he made me play this, right? When
I'm a Southern nigga though, man.
yeah, like when he made me when he played I was playing something that he said, "Oh, this is nice." I said, "Yeah, this that new shit." He said, "Son, get all your little mixtapes. We're gonna go song for song, and I'm gonna give you the history where they come from." And then he gave me the history where they come from, and I saw the sound, right? And you know what I started listening to? Because I like house music. I like my style of Baltimore house music. But you know what I
Oh,
mean?
house
But
music. Yeah, I love house music.
Baltimore,
Yeah,
has their own
I'm a
word.
house
There's
music
some
type
hoes
person.
in this house.
Yeah.
There's some
Yeah.
hoes in
But,
this house. There's some
you know,
hoes in this house.
yeah, but see, he let me listen to it, and then he put on goddamn fucking Funkadelic and Bootsy Collins
Yeah.
and all of that, right? And then I start seeing it where it came from, and then he started showing me, okay, this is African Boombata with Soul Sonic Force, but this is where it came from. It came from Kraftwerk. It came from Trans Europe Express. The whole bass line. They didn't even change shit. They just added some 808 drums to the motherfucker. It's the whole song, right? Then I started listening to fucking Daft Punk and all of these other motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Then he started putting me on
But the shit is crazy, and I know this is like an ADOS space, right? Like you guys are like heavy ADOS and FBA shit, right?
No, as long as I'm like, look, man, like, listen, if you on the Western Hemisphere and you black,
Anyways,
I'll
I'll cut to the chase. A lot of that shit, like if you listen to I don't even know what they call it. Like Jamaicans have the type of music where they just like have like sessions. You know what I'm saying?
Reggae and all that stuff. Yeah, it's three layers. There's
Haitians have that.
Yeah.
They just have sessions.
Yeah, Jamaicans they have
where they talk shit.
They have dancehall,
rhythm.
and then they have they have what you call it,
Lovers
Sky.
Rock.
Yeah,
it's Lovers Rock. It's like you got reggae, which is the root. You got
roots, dancehall, and Sky.
And then you got and then when they call it but the new version for it, they call it Lovers Rock.
Yeah, that's new. But the main three ones is Sky is like
But you
blue,
remember when
dancehall is
rappers
more
used to
like
play-
disco, and
Hey,
roots is more the culture.
There was an era when rappers used to jack for beats, and then
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
you remember that era? That's how the South got popping, because like Jeezy and T.I. them, they used to make mixtapes. If you young guys didn't realize, like Lil Wayne used to make a mixtape, you know, he made No Ceilings. This is a little piece of history. Like in every beat on No Ceilings, like he just went, that bit went out of space.
But you know who you got to thank for that?
What?
You got to thank P for that.
Yeah,
you talking about
Master P.
Master P. Yeah, Master P for that.
He was because down south.
But Weezy went like fucking bananas on everybody's fucking beat.
Yeah, he
like
went
Ice Cube did the jacking for beats, but goddamn Weezy went like.
But Master
Crazy.
P, but this is what Master P upped the game up, right? Here's what Master P upped the game up. When you listen to not Cadillac Playalistic Outcast, when you listen to was it 18 Aliens? Is it 18 Aliens? Yeah, 18 Aliens, right? Everybody knew who Outkast was down in the South, right? But they wasn't known until they did that interlude when they had the Wu-Tang Clan down there. They did the little interlude because the Wu was the hot motherfuckers at that time.
You talking about Outkast?
Outcast.
Hey, you better tread lightly on this information because I'm gonna bust your fucking shit. Your game up, dog. If you slander my niggas, hey, you already know. I had the Adidas suit, you know, from head to toe, like Big Boy with the hat and everything. So, hey, you already know what it is. You better not slander my boys, man.
Listen, man, I'm telling you what it really is, right?
Okay,
I'm telling
man.
you what it really is. This is the history, right? So they really took off because everybody listened to the Wu north, right? North of motherfucking like Virginia up right now. Even though Maryland's still the South, we just talking about north, right? So we was listening to the Wu. right? We was listening to whatever we was listening to. And then my cousin came in, he said, man, you gotta listen to this. The Wu did a little interlude, because that's when we used to listen to albums from top to bottom. It was a skit. You listen to albums. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like if your album, this when the source was jumping. And this is when it was a big thing when a Southern rapper, right? When Outkast.
You talking about Outkast?
Outkast. It was a big thing because Outkast was the first real Southern group to be in the Source magazine. And you got to remember who ran the Source magazine. And it was because of the Wu not even being on a track of theirs, but being on the interlude to one of their fucking songs. You know what I'm saying? Which was the one that was like me and you, your mother and your, like when they was on that at the end of that song, they was on that, right? And
man, I'm about to get off the goddamn street and listen to Outkast for about 6 hours, man. Because I was like, wee. Benzo or Beamer.
And then and then Outkast start working with other rappers, and other rappers start working with more Southern rappers, right? And this was during this West Coast, East Coast beef, you know, and everybody wanted to piece up with that Pac and Biggie shit when Pac and when Pac
it was
died,
popping.
yeah, when I think Biggie died before, I think Pac died before Biggie and stuff like that. So when that happened, right, that East Coast West Coast beef had to be squashed. So with certain people that actually moved it. Then we talk more down in the South, right? The South became the neutral ground. Where the
the South was making that motherfucking music,
but the South, to reiterate, they did make the music, but here's the thing: they took advantage of the beef because it was underneath, and next thing you know, they kind of ruled it from the early 21st century. And I think Gilly the King broke that down over $1 million worth of game. And after that, I think Chicago came on the tail end. See what happened? Now the East Coast was around when they had Dipset and Harlem, and that was cool. That was it.
I had a Electra, a 1960 65 Electra in high school. Like I'm just talking about like heavy, like 455 engine. I had a 73. It was 73.
Let's
heavy.
see. Let's
Like
see how
old school. Like you know what I'm saying. And then in the Chicago, they passed the baton to Chicago. Like you know, like Pope Pimp. You mean like
all that.
But see,
and drill music is never but crunk music, just faster. It's like kill music. That's all it is. That's what they send from.
You heard that shit? Do you want to ride in the backseat of caddy?
Go ahead, Justin Andre.
But when you're talking about that, right? So how did it get that way? You got drill music is an amalgamation of a lot of shit, right?
Yeah,
so
combination of crunk and a lot of stuff.
Crunk music.
Memphis.
When Little John was pushing out the crunk music, right? Okay, he pushed out the crunk music, right? He was over there in Memphis. He was running around, but what he really did was he took with the No Limit Soldier shit they was doing over there, right? You know what I'm saying?
You talking about New Orleans?
He took the New Orleans thing that they was doing over there, right? Then he turned around. He took the shit they do up in New York, how niggas is in the club, ice grill mugging motherfuckers, and you know what I'm saying. And that's how it gets down in New York. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers is dancing, whatever. But it ain't like the dance squad shit or the fucking snapping your fingers shit, right? Now, then he goes back and he takes what Outkast did with speeding that shit up some more. Right, with the fucking and getting that motherfucking down south chant, right? Like every time you listen to a Little John crunk music, it's all about a chant, right? Don't start no shit, it won't be no shit. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Because it was this thing, you know what I mean? Well, we some
African. I mean, it's
a chant.
It's a chant music.
You know what I'm saying? But
that's how music started. That's the root of music.
That's the root. But but what he actually really did is crunk music is a war chant. It's a war chant, right? You know what I'm saying? So now you in the club, crunk music pops off. Now, guess what? We got a problem. Because now niggas come to the club.
Do you think a lot of music, not music connoisseurs, but let's take it to a lower level. Right. A lot of people that understand what music started as chant music. Chant.
Music is listen, music is a form of media and subversion. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to relax everybody or whether you want to amp everybody to fuck up.
I'm
Like,
just
that's
saying,
the thing.
okay, okay, let's cut
up,
to the
man?
chase.
No.
Let's
No,
cut to
man.
the chase. Like somebody like Andre 3000.
Right.
Like, I know you got some up north niggas, but in the South, like we got some spitters. Like he's a spitter. Like y'all got Jay-Z, but we got
I don't.
what's the southern? I mean,
Listen,
what's the nigga he tried to put on that fuck Erykah Badu? I was listening. Everybody thought that his album was garbage. And I was listening to that shit. I was like, was it Jay Electronica?
Yeah, Jay Electronica. Bobby Diddy. Yeah.
He spits fire.
He spits fire, but listen, I'm gonna say like this, right?
Big boy from Outkast spits fucking fire.
Big boy, listen, I'm gonna say like this. Big boy spits fire, but I'm gonna say like this, right?
Bun B spits fire.
Yeah, Bun B spit. Listen, all these guys that you're talking about, they spit fire.
Pimp
right?
C spits fire.
Right, but when we talk, there's a difference between a rapper and a lyricist.
Killer Mike spits fire.
Yeah, I get it.
Spits fire.
T.I. is a lyricist, right? See, like Ludacris is a lyricist. There's a difference.
Jeezy spits fire.
Jeezy is not a lyricist.
Dude,
see, that's the difference.
Boom,
like,
clap.
That's the difference.
Boom, boom, clap. Come on, man. Don't make me do it to you, bro.
No. What I'm saying is there's a difference between a rapper and a lyricist, right? Andre 3000, the reason why he gets more clout.
Let's go to North Carolina. Fonte, Lil Brother, Spot, like their whole camp, fire. Fire.
Like Petey Pablo, he's from North Carolina.
He's from
fire.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? But listen, if you was to give me, here's the thing right here. There's a difference between a lyricist and a rapper, right? And the reason why Andre 3000 gets more clout a lot of times than Big Boy in the group is because Andre 3000 is a lyricist, right? He's a rapper, but he's a lyricist. But here's the thing. You can type in right now all of his collabs, and it doesn't matter who it is. Ain't nobody ever burnt him on any tracks. Nowhere. He ain't never had. Listen, his songs, his whole thing. Big Boy is the man, but he's Andre. You can put Andre on any song, and everybody will get what he's saying. With Big Boy, you got to be from that area. You got to get a translator and understand what it is. If you don't understand the lifestyle or the culture of it, you're not going to fully get it. But I understand it because I had people around me. Like, if you ask me, listen, if somebody say 8-Ball MJG, I like I like Dirty. I like the Pimp and the Gangster better. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I like them better. You know what I'm saying? They shit hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? And
Mississippi. Nah, that's
yeah,
Mississippi.
you know what I'm saying? But the, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they whole album, like, you know what I'm saying? That whole album, Dirty, right? That whole album right there, when that shit came out, the motherfucking shit beat, the motherfucking everything was clear, concise, the fucking production, but they was spitting. If you say you know what I mean? But if you say out of 8-Ball MJG, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Give me ball.
You can play every piece of fucking that Lost album with 8-Ball, both albums, and just be like, God damn, I can't stop rapping. I won't stop rapping. Hey, they go in, man. I mean, 8-Ball goes fucking in. I mean, those are my rappers, man. Biggie went like there was a couple moments where I realized that he might be the greatest, and then I listened to Tupac. I was like, damn, he might be the greatest.
Me with Pac is Pac was a songwriter. He was a good artist, right? But if you're talking about lyricist, Biggie. right? If you talking about lyricists, if you talking about lyricists,
How do you want it?
right? Like if you talking about
How does
lyricists,
it feel?
you talking about Jadakiss.
No, I'm
like
just
you,
saying. I mean,
yeah,
like you escape that lyricist shit.
yeah.
When you
No,
listen to pop.
no. But if you ask me who is my rappers, when I think of a rapper, I think of a lyricist, right? Like I think of like if you're talking about why is this guy better, I got to put him in different categories, right? Why do I like Andre 3000? Why if I listen to an Outkast album, I want to hear Andre more than I want to hear Big Boy is because I like him lyrically. Like how he stitched the words together, how he takes you everywhere, how he paints a picture, how you can listen to the music and you can put yourself in there, and he tells a story, because that's how I grew up on rap. You had to be able to motherfucking spit, and when you say spit to you and me may be totally different, because I'm on some
16, a hot 16.
No, it's not even a hot 16. It's like, why am I listening to your shit if it's not moving me through your motherfucking how you deliver your words and how you write your scripts?
I mean, if you want to go with my childhood, boy, we gotta go to JT Money. Yeah,
I remember.
Who? Hey.
I remember that song.
You know what I'm saying? That was cool, but here's the thing, right? If you say JT Money, give me past the
no problem. Hey,
you know what I'm saying? I'm like, if you say that, right, then I would say on that same level, when they coming out, give me Pastor Troy before you give him.
Pastor Troy.
Yeah.
Zoe.
Give me Pastor Troy.
All the Zoe. He's a Zoe. Like Pastor Troy, I mean, man,
Pastor Troy, yeah, he's cool. I like Pastor Troy. Yeah, he's a beast. I follow his YouTube. I follow his YouTube. Pastor Troy. Yeah.
No, I used to listen to Vice Versa before.
Vice Versa. Yeah, I have his second. Yeah, I have his second album. He had a lot of songs. He had a skit. No, he's around. He's on YouTube, but he had that gun skit I like. With the light machine gun and on that second album, man, it's a beast. He'd be like, I'll be like, what the fuck? I'd be like, but that's from Georgia, baby.
My podcast, No Cupcake Zone. You already know what it is.
Yeah.
I gotta put that shit on my YouTube, man. God damn, bro. Anyway, no, I used to use those sound bites from Pastor Troy. No, that Vice Versa, boy. If you listen to that dude, boy, hey,
I've listened to Vice Versa. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You go all the way in. I mean,
I gotta beat me.
Hey, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Are you from Atlanta, man?
I used to live in Atlanta like years ago, but I'm outside of Atlanta. I live in Cobb County right now, but I'm familiar with the area. So yeah. I still in the South though. Yeah, I know.
I mean, no, I don't even know you, man. I'm just chilling on your live and shit, man. We vibing, everybody vibing, DeAndre vibing.
Yeah. It's just like that long live stream we did with Cuda back. The credit thing, that was a hell of a live stream. We was building while you hopped off and Fasten hopped off. We was talking for like hours. We held it down.
Credit?
So, yeah.
Man, I could have gave you some intricate game on credit.
Man.
We was talking about different topics though, like midway, because if you watch that stream, we was on the same level, and then y'all had to hop off. You remember y'all bounced around, and Kuda's internet was messed up. But see, that was one of my favorite streams, and the difference was we had different points of views, but we talked about different topics for hours.
You know what, man? You know what? I'm gonna get my give me about 5 minutes. I mean, couple minutes, 2 minutes of flex. I'll flex a little bit. Like I know about credit and I know about compliance. I have an MPA degree, which is a master's in public administration. So I know about public policy. That's just my game. Anybody know about compliance?
Are you talking about like what, finances or just period?
Period. Compliance. Federal compliance.
Yeah.
Right. There's certain rules and regulations that you have to live by, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's case law and there's precedent that's set. You have the Fair Credit Reporting Act, and then you have all these different acts, right? When it compliance, let's just say you're a federal agency, right? And you have inspectors, which is that come in to make sure that you're doing the job. So you got to be in compliance, right? You got to be in compliance. So there's certain parameters that you have to comply with. It's compliance, right? And credit, the same thing, right? You there's a cheat code. Write this shit down. Get your crayons. Steve the Dean. Shout out to Steve the Dean. I don't fuck with him that much, but shout out to him. Put your crayons on. When it comes to federal agencies and shit like that, they have to comply with a certain amount of things, right? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Compliance, credit compliance. They just like if you want to get rid of.
All right, appreciate you, Andre. Go ahead.
If you want to get rid of like certain things off your credit, if you learn compliance, you can get that shit off legally. There you go. You know how like when they come into your let's just say you have a restaurant, right? You have to be compliant. And they come into your restaurant,
right?
And you're compliant. They have to give you a good report. If you're non-compliant, they can find little different things. With credit agencies, which I'm not going to go there, man. I'm not going to go there. Because I can give you guys a lot of secrets and shit like that on credit compliance, on how you can get shit legally out of your credit report very easily by using a couple of tricks with compliance. Okay, I'll give you an extreme example, right? Let's just say you got a credit card. Credit card, they have your address, they got your name and all this type of shit, right?
Right.
That information doesn't get updated, right?
Right. Go ahead.
Let's just say if you're living at one address and all of a sudden you got a credit card, you ran up the check, you became delinquent. And a couple months later, you left to another address, right? And then you're delinquent. They're looking for you, whatever. By law, they only can have one address for you, one social security. You know what? Let me stop. Let me stop.
Yeah.
So by law, you can challenge all that shit. So let's just say that they weren't able to prove that address, Obadiah sanctimonious guy address, Obadiah. They have to prove that that's you by law. And do a lot of credit companies have the resources to do that?
Yeah.
No.
They
don't have the resources. They won't do it. So with the Credit Reporting Act, by law, they have to delete the shit out of there.
Yeah.
There's different ways that you can suppress that information from even being reported. So, my bad, man.
No, you good, man.
I'm in a drunken spirit, man.
I know in that moment. I mean, it's been like 5 hours, man. I mean, it's a good conversation. I mean, like, Yeah, I got what I accomplished out of that after stream from Cuda. Like he went over like 17 hours, but they clipped it to 11 hours. So yeah, I'm good.
Nah, I fuck with you, man. I fuck with
Yeah,
you. I mean,
yeah.
I might have overdid it. I know you're in a
No,
drunk.
no,
I mean,
it's
I'm in a drunken spirit, but I was
yeah.
just trying to give like some credit. Like, there's so many loopholes because you know I graduated from public administration, so I know a lot of shit,
Yeah,
like public shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to spread that shit. But the shit is not like it's not exciting information.
No, it's not for certain people, but if you're willing to listen for it, yeah, you can accomplish a lot. So, you know,
Yeah.
my boys had to drop off. This has been a good stream.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you alone, man. God damn, fuck with your boy, man. Especially when
Huh?
I live early. Bro.
Oh yeah. Wacky's cool, man. He's a regular here. Him and Rashawn. So, you know, and Deshaun, Andre's been a regular too. He's been coming around. So yeah, but that after stream, yeah, me and Rashawn had to come over and talk. So, you know, Cuda had to do his thing. He had like a little cook up for sure. And he's doing something for Teapot tomorrow, you know, at 9:30. I want to check that out.
Teapot,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. They're doing music. They're gonna talk about music. Him and Reg the Bad Guy and what's his name? Nick Taylor. That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. Yeah, I can't wait for that.
All right, man.
All right now.
Easy, bro.
All right, peace.
No doubt, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a good stream. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a good stream. Appreciate you people coming out. Triple Black, Wacky World of O's, Solon Black, and Just DeAndre, and who else? Enhanced Utility. Appreciate you coming through. There's Indian. Appreciate you, love, for coming through. Past $40. UD, JB, Commandante Lou, a lot of chips. Who else came through? Ronald Knox Jr. Appreciate y'all coming through. Pepe the Frog, American Negro, Sir Anthony, my boy New, Fireman. Who else came through? So a lot of people came through. Rashawn, of course. Yeah, he had to hop off. He's a regular here. And Juan G's. And yeah, but everybody, shouts out to everybody that came through today. Yeah, it's been a good conversation. We continue with Cuda's live stream. It was like 17 hours and they clipped it to 11 hours and 55 minutes. But I build with enhanced utility. So yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming this Thursday called Thursday Thrills. That's gonna be like a open discussion. I'll go off in 50 minutes in time. So, you know, people will come through and then I'll open up around the 50-minute mark. So, you know, have a discussion like a Thursday Thrills and we'll talk about different things and things like that. So yeah, I'll be around, but tomorrow I'm just gonna chill because I know this is like 11 something. So you know, and get that little hour in. But you know, I appreciate everybody coming through, man. Yeah, it's been 5 hours, so it's been a long time building. So you know what I mean? I started like what 5:40, 5:45 as the start. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, everybody came through. So, you know, because it's just me right now. So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check out the rest of Tie City because I know everybody's not really streaming like that, but him and others. I mean, Art. Yeah. Oh man, they had an hour. Okay, I might have to go with Arts, but yeah, Ty's the man. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.